everyone. Welcome to TechChill 2026. You should put your headsets there and then you can hear what you're saying. Super fun to be back here this year.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
because we did this last year and it was super fun. So I was waiting for this stage for a year, and finally we are here today. And it's also super nice that this is the first day of TechChill. So it's just super pumped and super happy.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be a blast. We're gonna kick things off in a couple of minutes.
Yeah.
We're gonna have amazing speakers. We're gonna have amazing networking. We're gonna have so much fun, and yeah, it's super exciting. But I think we need to give them the intro about
Yeah.
so that everyone understands everything.
Yes. So if you want to listen to us in Latvian language, so you can actually scan that QR code, and then you can see a live translation. That might be 80% or 90% accurate, so maybe it's better to listen to us in English. But yeah, if you want, you can just actually have that scan the QR code.
Yeah. So now that the technical things are aside, Jahed, tell me about yourself. Why are you hosting this stage this year?
Oh, that was a... Okay, so first of all, we have 10 minutes to warm you up here,
Yeah.
so we just have to talk about ourselves. No, I mean, I'm part of TechChill for the last 6 years. I started to be a volunteer, like most of the people, and then I joined the team as an investor relations manager, and then I just joined them as an investor partnership manager. So I have been kind of part of the family for the last years. And last year I was only just a participant, and this year I came here as a founder, as a startup with my startup, and just also the pleasure to host a stage as a family member of TechChill. So it's just each year, I'm advancing with TechChill. So it's just like a personal growth, but also kind of TechChill is also growing in a different format, and it's super nice to have this stage this year now. And what brought you to TechChill?
Oh, I love TechChill. TechChill is the highlight event for the startup community, for the investor community in Latvia, and I think it's just a blast. And usually I'm more into AI stuff, and this is like a shower of awesome people, of awesome conversations where you can talk about AI, you can talk about investments, you can talk about startups, get your ideas rolling and going. So yeah, this is definitely a highlight and a wonderful event where to be and where to network. So yeah, excited to be here and together with you.
Special partner.
Yeah.
Also, it would be super cool if we can have a short intro. Like if you can start like who you are, what do you do on your daily life, professionally, and yeah.
Yeah, so I will be your host today for part of the day. My name is Agata and Agata. I'm into AI. I have my own AI company where I help companies train in AI and develop also AI solutions, generative AI and also hardcore AI, as I would call it. So yeah, everything related to AI. And I love IT, and I love that TechChill is a technology plus investments plus ideas. So the right environment where to merge together with awesome people and find opportunities. And I bet that after this day, a lot of us will go with new inspirations. They will have some, maybe we should do this project together moments. So yeah, that's why I'm totally excited to be here. So if you want to talk AI, if you want to talk about also IT events, then I'm your person, even after the stage hosting. Jahed, what about you?
So my name is Jahed. I'm founding member of growth and community at Natively, we changed the name. It's called Newly now. So we are a vibe coding startup based in Stockholm, Sweden. We let you build mobile apps, just like describing. So we're laughable for mobile apps, let's say like that. We're based in Sweden. We just raised 2 million last week, and we just did the announcement on Monday. So it's a bit of busy week for us as well. And we are growing. We have users from all the countries except North Korea and Bhutan. Yeah, something's wrong there. I don't know, but yeah, like we're just the platform for vibe coding mobile apps native. And yeah, I'm based in Riga, but I do go to Stockholm. So it's also somehow a Latvian startup, let's say. So I joined them as a lead co-founder, and we're just growing, and it's just super fun to be here. Also, I do small angel investments for early stage startups. Just very small angel ticket, so not that big, but yeah, I do like to be with startups and running some initiatives at ACC in Riga. We have our own pre-accelerator program there. Yeah, and that's kind of short and super fun to be in Riga and meet the friends here. Yeah, that's kind of highlight.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so cool. But we need to understand what's the audience here today. So I want to initially scan the audience for possible best friends, possible best friends
Candidates.
options here. Yeah. Who had coffee this morning? We can be best friends. Who didn't? I don't know if I don't know. Can we connect even?
Who had green tea here? Okay, no one.
That's it, Jahed. I don't know. We might not finish
Uh,
this stage together.
no best friends for me here.
Yeah. But I think I got a hint that we might even start
Okay.
this wonderful stage. So let's get on it.
Nice. So,
Yeah. So what I want to tell about the first speaker is let's just get things moving. Let's just get going. I know you're excited. I can see some shivering from excitement over here. So yeah. I can feel it's starting slowly. The ones who had coffee maybe have coffee jitters or something. But yeah, let's get the thing going. So Jahed, before we get going, do you know how much a mistake costs?
I don't know it myself, but I recently learned that I gave an advice to one of my friends, and he lost some hundreds of euros because of my investment advice in crypto. So, because I'm a long-term investor myself, so I wait, but I had the learning that I shouldn't advise people on taking risk and losing money. So I hope that you mean that question. If I just shared a very personal one.
So mistakes cost you friends, right?
Yeah, cost me friends.
And to money to the friends that is invested in crypto. But yeah, the first speech, the first opening keynote will be exactly about that, about mistakes, because building a trading infrastructure for crypto means operating in a world where downtime isn't an option. So if you operate at a small scale, cool, maybe you lose a friend or something. If you operate at global scale, woof, that's a whole different story. So that's where big money comes in, and every mistake can cost millions and break stuff. So that's why we want to ask our first keynote speaker, Krish Pujac, who's the co-founder and CTO of Gravity Team, and he will give us a speech, What Breaks at Scale. So excited. Krish, welcome to the stage. Round of applause.
Thank you. Okay, this is how it works. Do we have slides? Good morning, everyone. Do you hear me when I speak? Awesome. Welcome everyone this fine morning, all the TechChill early birds. Yeah, I have only 20 minutes, so we got to get really quick. The slides will emerge here. Oh, here we go. Nice. Yeah, so my name is Chris. Oh, here we go. Yeah, my name is Chris. I'm CTO of Gravity Team. How many of you know what Gravity Team is and what we do? Oh, like a half maybe. Yeah, so we are a crypto trading firm. We trade a lot of crypto. We started back in 2017, and we trade about 1% of the world's trading volume, and it's actually quite a lot. We have traded in total $500 billion worth of volume, which is a pretty big number, coming from three guys operating from Latvia. So yeah, we are three co-founders, me, Edgars, and Martins. Yeah, we are all Latvians and without technically banking or finance experience, just three random dudes operating in crypto markets. All right. Yeah. So I will be speaking of how to scale the crypto trading business, but in order to do that, I want to first touch upon what it is, what sort of a beast it is. So it is completely a different way how to approach doing business. I have done several startups in my past, and each time you struggle with both the technical implementation and sort of the sales and the business development. Here, when you have the vast ocean of open trading sort of markets, like in these slides, in this chart, you can just see the approximate monthly volumes of this market. on average, it's $1 trillion volume. It's just vast market. Pretty much the only thing you need to do, you need to be like super awesome engineer, just figure out a strategy, just find your edge, find your alpha, and you don't really care like for customers in its normal sense. You don't have to sell anything. It's just you, the open market, put on your hoodie, noise canceling headphones, darken the lights in the room, and just code away. And that sort of mindset blew my mind from my previous unsuccessful experiences with finding customers and cold calling and stuff like that. The other thing, which is different, is just the absolutely vast amount of events. Just the activity is tremendous. We're talking about easily 100,000 events per second, some sort of price changes in like 500 different assets, and we're operating like 40 exchanges. In the peak times, the amount of events, amount of change can be like 1 million changes of some sort per second. That's like extremely quick. It also feels like game, which is really fun because you change something in the code, you deploy it. Because the turnover is so quick, you can observe the change pretty much instantly. You can see that it works or not instantly, and you can feel like you're competing with others. These are bots competing with other bots, and yeah, it's very democratic. Anyone, including 3 guys from Latvia, can enter it, which means 3 guys from any country can enter it. So it's very democratic, but also the competition is extreme. And one more thing about it is that it is really ruthless. I mean, yeah, one typo, millions lost. It can happen very easily. Like there are no protections from the government that you send the money to a wrong address. Well, it's gone. It's absolutely, totally gone because it's how blockchains work. Yeah, so when you start attacking these bees, the first thing you notice is that everything, because of the sheer amount of events, everything that can go wrong will go wrong. Like there can be like crazy scenarios where you have the balance, you see that, okay, this is how much dollars I have, you're trying to do a trade, it says, no, you don't have that much anymore. And then it says that, okay, I executed your trade. Like what? You just said that I can't execute. Now you say that I did execute. There are all kinds of APIs. Well, Binance and Coinbase and the likes of those are very nice, but we're operating in the 40 exchanges. Latvians are very good at engineering, but then there are those other guys like from Southeast Asia, like Mexico, Brazil, and also from Europe, where APIs are just complete rubbish. But since they generate profit, we have to sort of find our way around it. Sometimes the balance just disappears without any messages. We didn't do any trades, it's just gone. And you have to understand that when you start by like entering this field, this business, it's so messy. It's like dirty. Like there are many problems. You think that you are doing great coding and you're trying to be the best coder. Cool, but you have 40 exchanges and there are bugs there as well. So you can't control that. Oh no, I have wrong order. That's why you sort of build the layers of protection over layers of protection. It's like all kinds of like self-healing algorithms, sanity checks, like the price shouldn't move faster than 10% in a minute, for example, which does happen sometimes. And then we consider probably it's a bug in somewhere. We just don't consider that as real. And like all kinds of like tiny little things like how to tame that beast. By that time, I have those little yellow phrases down there. By that time, you are not really ready for the open markets. But if you manage to sort of understand the messiness and tame it, then you can barely stand. And then you get hit by the second train. Like now your bots like work; they don't break. But then it's the question about about the profitability of your algorithms. You have $1,000 in your algorithms. Awesome, you're generating 1% a day. Holy moly, that's so much. Imagine if you can just keep on doing 1% a day, like indefinitely. Then you say, okay, let's scale it. Let's flood in more money. Then you flood in more money. You realize that, oh, geez, it's earning like 0.5% a day. Then you scale it to like 100,000. It's not earning anything at all. If you scale it even more, it starts losing money. Well, like, what happened? Then you scale it back down to $1,000. It earns 1% a day again. Like, how does this work? Like the rules of the game changes depending on how much money you are putting in that game. That's like also very interesting way how to look at it. You think that you have like done a very perfectly smart strategy, but as you scale it, it completely changes, and that makes it very hard. Also, if you have a very good strategy, it's called the alpha decay. So alpha is your secret sauce that nobody has. If you just leave it running because it's earning, it will just decrease in profitability. It will just go down. And that's also one beast that you have to sort of consider. You have to pretty much keep riding, not to fall. And yeah, the first dollar versus last dollar profitability, that is one thing that we measure. And as you start scaling, you notice also interesting problems. Like, for example, in some exchanges, you're becoming so big that you are changing the market. In some places, we're like 20% of the all volume. That's like so big that it is very hard to design your strategies beforehand or backtest them, because the backtest doesn't involve the market's response on your activities. And as you scale, this becomes very observant phenomenon. It's very hard to deal with that. But yeah, that's one thing you have to keep in mind. And also, as more and more sort of strategies go online, then you notice that they are fighting with one another. You don't want your own sort of strategies to fight, because each time they sort of lose money. There are these things like front runnings, like when you place order and and somebody places order above you, then you want to place an order above that, each time making the profitability worse. And then you realize that this other party that you're fighting is your own algorithm. And if you don't have like visibility around that, this can happen as you scale. Yeah, and treasury systems, of course, that's a classic way how to distribute money from places that earn less to places that earn more. Oh, I have this. Yeah. Yeah, but if you manage to sort of do all this profitability taming, and you can understand the market and understand how to maintain your profitability, then you can sort of survive the bear market, which we have survived 2 of, and probably we're entering a 3rd one. Yeah. And then you sort of start to become an adult here in the industry. You start to become smarter. You realize that, okay, with very smart architecture, with very smart infrastructure, you can pretty much turn the tides. You can say that instead of strategies competing with one another, let's make them collaborate, or make them work together. So you build like some sort of a central trading hub, sort of like internal exchange of sorts. Like all the strategies can help each other. You don't execute trades against an exchange. You execute the trades against another strategy. That sort of thinking, and how to put that together, how to sort of do the messaging, how to connect everything. That becomes your infrastructure, and it is yeah, it's very tricky to put that all together and figure out how to do that. And but if you sort of manage to draw that picture and figure it out, then it becomes really hard for any competition to sort of put you down or put you out of business because you have this unfair advantage, which is your infrastructure, which is the invisible layer in all those strategies, which you don't trade like in one exchange anymore. You trade in sort of 40 different places. In order, for example, in order to like buy Bitcoin, you just have to change a pricing in your internal system that everybody draws pricing from, and they would see that, okay, it looks like the pricing has changed. So in order to be profitable, we have to start buying Bitcoin because the infrastructure will sell it. But if the infrastructure doesn't sell it, then it just means that you now have accumulated the Bitcoin. Instead of going to an exchange and buying something, you just change a parameter and incentivization mechanisms and things like that. So everything here becomes like a very difficult and complex clockwork and machinery. Yeah, over here we have an image of approximately how the internet works in the world. We don't. That's also part of the infrastructure, since we're trading in pretty much all the continents except the only continent you can't see in this map, Antarctica. Then we have to also consider which routes to send our messages through. If you have managed to go this far, the world starts to notice you because it's very hard to kill you. But now you enter a different game. You enter the latency game, and this is sort of the beast that we are fighting right now. This is like a never-ending game, but just if you sort of understand how the operating system on a server works, it's really messy. There's a kernel, then there is the user space, then there is many threads in the application, and each fighting for time to execute on the CPU. You have to protect your so-called hot path, the one that can't really wait on anything. No locks, no context switches, no nothing. Just pure execution. You go down to like CPU clock cycles and investigate what thread happened in each time. You start to really change the way you code. It starts to become really weird. For example, you have like JSON parsing mechanism. Normally you would just use some sort of a JSON parsing library for that, but you can't here because it's too slow. You have to like pick the bytes out of the JSON individually and do like weird stuff that normally nobody does, because you're not in the millisecond sort of space anymore. Probably you are around the microsecond space. The best in the business are in the nanosecond space. So yeah, you have to like design your own operating systems and go really like Nazi about it. So it's very hard to do it right, but it's like ongoing fight. Yeah, as I mentioned, avoid public internet. Not exactly. There is a hot path internet and the slow internet. You have to design the strategy such that you can send some information with the slow internet, but the really important information must go through the fast internet, and how to split the messaging such that you can send the least amount of information with the fast connection, because it's really expensive to have those channels, those ones, like London, Tokyo, and Frankfurt, London, or New York, Tokyo, and things like that. Yeah, and adverse selection is the interesting word used pretty much only in trading, which means that always somebody is faster than you, always somebody is smarter than you, and it's really hard to. It's really first of all, it's really hard to measure it, really hard to see it. You have to design like crazy monitoring systems to see how much like 1 extra millisecond would earn you, how much 1 extra microsecond would earn you, and how much effort you want to put in to decreasing the latency even further. But yeah, that's a job that must be done as you scale. And finally, I want to say that also the business model changes. Yeah, as you can see here, written down. Uh, at the beginning and back in 2017 and 2018, it was like a math problem. It was like a coding competition kind of thing. It's like, okay, let's get our hands dirty. Let's see how good of an engineer I am, how good I can code. It's like going to a hackathon. It's like a game. But then you realize that you're getting successful, and then that becomes a business. Then you start to trade with your own money, but you start to hire people. You start to like have a business. You start to have accountants, finance director, and then things like that. And then it becomes a real business. Then you realize that, oh geez, you're trading and earning money, but it turns out that exchanges want you to trade in them. They are actually paying you to trade in those exchanges. They need the liquidity. They need like the action in the, let's say, 40th biggest exchange. They really need some action going on. So they are paying you as a big player to be there. We literally have like negative trading fees now, which means that as we trade, we get paid for it. And as you even scale even further, you realize that your infrastructure has become so good that you can actually start selling it. If it's good for all your 100 different strategies, well, it's also good for external strategies. Just figure out a way how to sell it. Figure out a way how to attract external trading teams or external partners that would allow them to trade with your strategy. Pretty much, you open your infrastructure to the public. Now you have clients again. Now it becomes a B2C again, B2B again, and but it's much easier because you have the whole machinery going. So this is the stage we are currently at. We have opened OTC desk to attract like banks and remittance services and other companies to exchange from fiats to crypto, from crypto to other crypto, from stable coins to other stable coins, and so on. And finally, the holy grail what we are looking at is pretty much changing the world's finance. We are about to challenge SWIFT networks. If we can trade fiat to crypto and then crypto to another fiat, well, effectively what happens, we traded from one fiat to another fiat. That is what SWIFT does. That is transferring value, transferring money from one country to another country. You can do it with crypto very well, and we are at the forefront of doing that. We are one of the best in trading all sorts of emerging market fiat currencies. We're in 40 different places. And okay, my time is up. So yeah, that's sort of the business model evolution. As you scale, it changes who you are and changes how you think. And I cannot not show this slide. So yeah, we are changing the world. If you want to do it as well, here's the QR code. We're hiring. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Chris.
Thank you so much, Chris.
That was so cool. That was so insightful, actually.
Yeah. Actually, I was like an investor for a VC for 2 years, and we look at lots of crypto startups, but I didn't have this much detailed information. And also, when I look at the business model slide, I was missing myself there because I think we're all, vibe coder, like vibe and traders, not even, fun traders there. So, but yeah, thank you so much, Chris, for the insightful keynote or
Yeah,
presentation.
Chris Pujats, co-founder and CTO of Gravity team, they know what they're doing, obviously.
Yeah. And now we are moving to AI, and we are having one of the success stories from Estonia or from the Baltics or from Europe. And actually, we're going to talk about how to scale from the Baltics to global, and mainly about AI agents as a new talent stack. And we're super proud to have the chief scientist and also co-founder of Pactum AI, Christian Corius. So please, Christian Corius.
Welcome.
Round of applause.
Round of applause.
Hello, hello. You can hear me. Good. I'll welcome and thank you. It's an honor. I just flew in from Tallinn. I'm gonna say some words about myself, and then my understanding of how to think about the AI world at the moment, and then we'll mention what Pactium, my company, is doing. But most importantly, will discuss two ideas I am excited about or interested at the moment myself that might be useful for you as well. So I was born very close here in Tartu. I realized it recently that my very first programming was actually building a chess engine against what I played myself when I was in high school. And it took some decades before I understood that actually I've been doing this AI stuff all my life and I haven't been doing anything else. Um, I went to school in UK, in University of Manchester, studied mathematics, and then came back to University of Tartu doing PhD in computer science and in AI. Wrote a book about mathematics, but more importantly, I noticed a small paper by a tiny team in preprint, an academic paper that was building a software system that was able to learn to play arbitrary computer games in a superhuman level, meaning that it felt to me like general intelligence because games can be almost everything. And I decided to replicate this paper as an open source project. And we were doing it and we were succeeding. It took some time, half a year, 6 people. And then this small company who created this paper was acquired by Google for $500 million, and it was DeepMind, which became the most important AI company for more than a decade. And for a couple of days, I became the biggest expert of DeepMind in the world. And then everyone became experts, of course. And then that happened 15 years ago, which defined my career in AI. Building systems that are doing themselves something and thinking and interacting with you. I worked in different places. Then I went back to Tallinn and I worked in Starship Technologies, which is building self-driving delivery robots. I was the machine learning engineer, team lead of the robot perception and department lead of the brain of the robot, meaning that I was building the brain of the robot thinking and walking around on the sidewalks, seeing people, traffic lights and so on. And then 6 or 7 years ago, I founded Pactium, which is doing autonomous negotiations and autonomous procurement for large enterprises, which I will mention later in more detail. So this is about like doing and building and deploying these things that think themselves. This is the main topic, and I will share then 2 of the insights that I think are valuable for everyone at the moment. But first, like where is the world at, or how do you think about it? At the moment, we are thinking about it like this. This is an example in procurement, but you can think about it in other fields as well. That you have that there are some phases of software evolution, let's say. That there is something very deep, usually started on the time of mainframes, like something very ancient, something very core to large enterprises, where most of the historical and important data is. Then there is a second layer of software, usually already when internet was invented. So the first layer was usually done before internet. And the second layer is the first, these kind of proper startups where you can actually log in and do stuff. The third layer is the boom of the software as a service, thousands and thousands of potential softwares that users can use, that is made easy, that has like niche functionalities that have that are good in their task, and the same applies to many industries. And now we are in my opinion, in a fourth phase of evolution where we are not only making software, but we are making AI agents. That it's not the person doing the job all the time behind the software, but it collaborates with you, it goes to do some tasks, it thinks it has authority to make decisions, to do extra things, and then it comes back to you. And like building virtual colleagues or something like this, like 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 robots working in your software, in your business. And of course, the interesting aspect is that, as you all have noticed, AI is getting better all the time. One of the best way how you measure this becoming better is by measuring how long tasks can you delegate to AI. Uh, um, if you're interested in AI, I recommend this meter.org. It is an excellent resource. In here, x-axis is time 2020 to 2026, and y-axis is what can the AI do that took humans some time. So about 6 years ago, before ChatGPT, uh, like the LLMs, the large language models, were able to do smart autocomplete or do some queries to the web or do some extremely simple things that humans can also do, measured in seconds or tens of seconds. And roughly a couple of years ago, they were able to actually look around on the web and find facts and information, doing tasks that take like 6 minutes, 10 minutes. And this is this particular example is in software programming, and like last November, December, something happened that they were able to start doing software programming actually like properly, like you are communicating to your person, that you give a task to this person and they come back like next day and it is what you asked for. And this is where we are at the moment with programming. Roughly 5-hour or 10-hour tasks can be given to the machine and they come back to you with correct answer in this particular graph 50% of times. Similar thing applies to other areas, marketing, writing, designing, whatever are the tasks, making a strategy, answering the call or answering an email or whatever. And it is indeed the case that the revolution is just happening. At the moment in my company, we now went further than programmers. We deployed AI agents as co-workers for every employee of Pactium, meaning that they have Cloud Code, which is connected to Slack, Google Drive, to Jira, to Internet, to our data warehouse, to all the resources, all the meeting notes, all the customer meetings, and they can do tasks and give it to them. And this AI agent then goes and looks for the customer meeting notes, our aims, metrics, and then comes back with slides, with documents, with Slack posts, or whatever is needed. And people are, oh, there is some mess there. People are using it like every Pactium employee at the moment has an AI agent that is doing some simple tasks to it. So that's what we are doing. So we are in our company trying to make agents for extremely large enterprises. So 6 years ago in Tallinn, this is me on the right playing a robot because it's difficult to describe what is this agent doing because it's like kind of doing stuff. It's not the software. It doesn't have a UI. So we were playing role-playing our software, what it is doing. The company was founded 7 years ago. On the second month, we met Walmart high-level executives in Viljandi, a town in Estonia, a small town, and they flew in with their private jets, and they were interested in one company there who is producing locker boxes. But we were invited there to pitch our startup, and they instantly loved it. So Chief Merchandising Officer was there, and we said that you have 500,000 suppliers, you need to deal with them, you need to answer to their requests of increasing prices, you need to choose new ones, you need to handle them, and you don't have time for it, and we can do it automatically for you. We will take 80% of the least important suppliers. You can deal with the 20% important ones, and because usually you don't deal with them anyway, we even don't have to be better than humans, we just need to do it. We need to answer the call, we need to do procurement for them, in Walmart, and Walmart's revenue is 500 billion. So there is a lot of money going through that they need to buy stuff and sell in their stores. And he loved it. So Walmart became our first customer. We flew to Bentonville and we were building the product and hiring people. And now we are 6 years old. We 60 plus large global enterprise are using Pactium. It is indeed strange that there is some mess up here in the design. That we can say that we are leading AI platform for procurement for large enterprises. We have 160 people, and last summer we raised a Series C of $54 million, and they work, and the customers like it. So we are helping them to deploy virtual employees who are helping them to do their procurement department work. And the work is, I can give you like examples. Someone wants to buy something. You try to contact the supplier. The email doesn't work. You go to the internet, find a new email. Then you get the price. Then you see that price is too much. Then you need 2 more suppliers. You do internet search. Then you talk to these suppliers. Then you realize that actually you need these things that you are buying a week earlier than they provided. Then you contact them again. And then you update the information. You talk to the end thing. This type of job of procuring things, buying things for the large enterprises, this is what we are automating. Okay, that's it about me, the world, and Pactium. So, 2 ideas I wanted to share. I'll just put the slide on. So, there has been this trend that people are saying, especially in EU, that we should have explainable AI, that we should understand what the AI is thinking. There are even university courses on explainable AI. I think it's absolutely dead and wrong way of thinking about it, and we should not be trying to do it. It doesn't make sense. Like we are not trying to like open the brain of a human and measure the neurons or whatever if a human is making a decision. It doesn't make sense because it is just these neurons that are doing some computation, and even if it makes, let's say, a mistake, and then if you, for example, ask, why did you make this mistake, then this description is anyway either a lie or misunderstanding of a situation, and it gets worse and worse over time, because at the moment they might create thousands of sub-agents to do things, and they collaborate, and they do all these things, and then trying to understand or explain how this algorithm came up with this particular answer of choosing to contact this supplier or like taking this instead of this. It's not the best way how you deal with this problem. So what we are doing and promoting with our customers is that we should have good observability and guardrails. So every tool that you're giving to these agents, they get access to tools to do work like sending emails or using your software, that you will be able to check later easily what was happening. An easy way to think about it is that if an agent did a task, x-axis is time, and you have different systems, software system 1, person 2, supplier 1, and you see how it communicated to these different entities, what data did it change, and if you want, what data did it get from there. And you will get an observability of what is going on. And from there, you can then decide whether you like this behavior or not, and you can analyze it automatically later with LLMs, of course, and you can do guardrails also with LLMs that they will then give it to a person to check. So the more and more we are deploying them for our personal use and for building software for other companies, the more important it becomes that we would understand what they are doing and that we would be able to block access to things that we don't think they shouldn't have. Not trying to explain why exactly did they make this decision. The second idea I wanted to share is that this deploying AI agents, it doesn't quite often feel like deploying software. It doesn't feel like buying software. With buying software, you do some user testing, and if people like it, then you measure their efficiency and so on. That seems to be like how we are buying software or rolling out software in the companies. But it seems that with these AI agents, we have more to learn from hiring people, onboarding people. Like, if you put them to work, like it is so similar. Like, we are asking, what are the job descriptions? Then we put the job descriptions there. Then what are the company policies? Okay, if policies change, they need to go there and read the new policies. And then there is like these weekly checks in the beginning, like is this virtual employee behaving like you expected it to behave? And then you have quarterly performance reviews, and then annual ones, and then if you don't like it, you can fire them, or change their job description, or put them into different place to work. And it seems that it feels that it's very different. And then if you fire them, then you do an exit interview. And this is what is happening. Like, you're trying to like understand like how to put them to work in a large enterprise. Maybe another analogy here would be that if you have a large company and you will like hire a couple of extremely smart people there and put them somewhere, like their effect to the company is extremely limited. If you put them to the wrong place, give them wrong tasks, give them wrong data accesses, and don't kind of see that they can have an impact to this organization, especially if the organization is large with hundreds of thousands of people. So this matters how you put them into this perspective. And yeah, that were the two things. I think it is a radical new future. I think we will see it more and more everywhere. It started majorly happening only in November, December, when programmers started to actually give tasks away to these people, and now it is reaching to more and more places. And I am relatively confident that it will be a major revolution for humankind. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Christian. Thank you so much, Christian.
Thank you. It's such an amazing time we live in, right, Jahed? AI workforce. Oh, that's something that's going to change how we live probably in the next years, and it definitely impacts all the founders here because it's a new workforce that we need to take into account when we plan all the strategies, everything that we're doing. So amazing time. Happy to be alive.
Yeah, but also like we're still so early in the AI and agent world, because for us, like we're having our agents, kind of deploying things, but also what really resonated for me is that deploying AI is really actually hiring people, and we have like different employees, different agents for different tasks, and we actually have their job description that they have to do only one thing. And I think that there's a huge space there, and also we're still so early, and I think that I'm super optimistic about AI and whatever happens there. So I think there's lots of opportunities still to build in the application layer. I really hope that all of you are actually building something in the application layer and then fine-tuning the models, building your own little agents, and making the tools for others.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. It's never been such a time when we've been on a same starting line where everyone can jump in front of the big companies or make their big jump and do this with AI. So that's an amazing time. But okay, let's get serious here, more serious, even than AI agents and what they can do for our companies. And let's talk about a bit of some realities that we feel them here in Latvia and we feel them abroad. Things are happening in the world. So, and what's the thing now is that there's a gap between cutting-edge innovation and institutional adoption that can cost our lives and that can cost our innovations. So let's talk real stuff here. Let's invite our panelists on the stage that will bring together senior decision makers from government, armed forces, and the industry, and let's ask them how to bring real value from innovation that creates real security for us. So I want to invite on the stage Ieva Treja, who will be the moderator for this panel, PR and comms manager for Unilab Defense. The next one, Uģis Norītis, Under Secretary of State for Planning, the Ministry of Defense of the Republic of Latvia. Yeah. And then Adam Poirier, Division Chief Engineer and Lead for Division Testing and Experimentation Cell from Multinational Division North. Next one will be Salvis Sklados, Acting Director of LMT Defense, Latvijas Mobilais Telefons. And last but not least, Klaus Ašmanis, Founder and CEO of Mosfera. Guys, take the best seats.
And good luck with the panel. Super excited to see.
Excited.
And also a round of applause, please.
Hello, everyone. Innovations in defense. I would like to argue that innovations in defense are the most important thing at the moment, the most important innovations that we should develop, because we should really talk about the price, and the price is the highest. The price is human life. And if we, with the help of defense innovations, can bring more people home from war, then it's totally worth to do that. It's totally worth to invest in that. And the crucial part is collaboration, money, working fast, acting fast, implement, test and implement, and get those technologies really to the field. And the aim of this discussion is to find out how can we collaborate better. What do we expect from each other? That is the reason why there are a lot of different parts of this innovation process presented here. And yeah, let's dig in. Uģis, the first question goes to you as probably you can describe what is the attitude towards defense innovations in the ministry.
Yes, and thank you, first of all, for inviting me here. Quickly, I think how we see it, and there's a bit of, I think, a lot of drama also for the intro, but I mean, of course, it's how does defense differs from other kind of fields, especially civil fields, is that we do talk about the civil lives at the end of the day. So one thing I think we always have to remember that military by default is a conservative institution. I mean, they seek excellence, and they seek excellence not because they just want it. That is linked with human life. That's linked with their security and the human lives of the civilian world as well. So that's one thing which very often is a difficulty to shift from the civil world to the military world, to have that not even a stigma, it's just that a bit of a wall, if you wish, because it's more difficult, they're more stubborn sometimes, but there is a reason behind it. So I always, when I talk with people who innovate, always you have to talk a lot with the end user. It takes a lot of effort. You have to understand that to break that wall, it takes a bit of time, and it's not because they want to make it difficult. It just there's a reason behind it. So you really have to convince not one end user. You will have to convince many users through different kind of levels, and they expect, and that's also something which is difficult probably to accept at the first moment, that they expect from you as well to understand what they are doing and what kind of which requirements and functionalities they expect. I don't think we think in a different languages or fields, but in a certain way we do, I think. And I think that's really important, that what we try to do is we try to really cut that link between the end user and people who work with the innovation and industry, to have that feedback, a constant feedback, because that's one thing we understand, especially when we look at the new technologies, that they are evolving so rapidly. We can't rely on a product which will survive for 30, 40 years. So that's the thing we really want to encourage to do, that not to have the design freeze in the product, that we can change it. It's an iterative process. And throughout that, we can't do it without the end user involvement. And that's what, from our side, what we try really to encourage the army is to give the feedback so people who innovate can give the best product. One thing, the other thing we also want to emphasize is that it's incredibly important for us to move from the innovation to the scale up, because we will want that equipment a lot at one point, hopefully. We will want that equipment to be maintained, sustained, not only in the peacetime, but also in the crisis time. So when we talk about any kind of product, we expect that that thing will also come in a package, that you will be able to explain how you maintain it. Can that be done at the unit level, or that the company only can do it? That's a kind of quick run through on Michael.
As it's also already mentioned, I'm representing Unilab Defense, and it is a startup accelerator that currently accelerates 6 NATO Diana startups here in Latvia and Riga, and we have a really good collaboration with Adam and his team. And what Udis just said, military is like pretty conservative environment, and there is really a point why it is so. But you are really actively seeking innovations, and you are open to them. What's your comment?
I suppose I would just start by framing this that this is kind of my own kind of perspective on this. I think the key kind of overarching theme is the importance to engage. And that engagement requires communication. It requires opportunities to test and experiment. And really the foundation of that engagement allows you to develop a better understanding of what the requirements are, what the needs are, and what opportunities actually exist out there. And that perhaps is a perspective of looking at it from the innovator's perspective, but also all of this is a two-way street. And so as much as the innovators need to learn in terms of what the military can do, the military also has an opportunity to learn from the innovators and get a better perspective in terms of what these technologies can offer and how they can actually apply those moving forward. So that is one of the reasons why we've created this testing and experimentation cell within the division. It's one of the reasons why we've partnered with Unilab and working through the Diana program, is because it gives an opportunity for the military and the companies to work together to better understand each own perspective in terms of what this ecosystem looks like. And I think when I look at the experience that we've had so far in the first 3 or 4 months, it's been mutually beneficial for both sides. From the innovator side, they've had access to military mentors on the ground, understanding what some of these technologies that they're developing can do. And I know, one of the teams already, they've kind of changed their model in terms of what they're actually looking to apply their technology towards. Another one of the companies they knew what market they wanted to be in, but didn't really know how that applied to the military ecosystem. So that's been a learning opportunity. So I think, as I mentioned initially, that word engagement is key, and it's a dual engagement from both sides to support overall learning.
Mm-hmm. And we are 2 representatives of this tech side. What tech can offer? Industry representative, LMT Defense, a company that but actually enlarged their portfolio with started as telecommunication and now is on also separate part as defense. So what can you offer to the military field at the moment?
So LMT is in military innovation since 2018, so way before it was cool. So we have observed how the industry and not the industry, but the end user and this multi-layered ecosystem of stakeholders have changed and adapted towards the rising offer of new innovations and technologies, and especially now accelerated in the few recent years. So from innovators' point of view, so we see the tactical or operational challenge, and so for us it is the opportunity to pick it up and find the ways how to solve it, and to come with this solution to the end user and start the hopefully and perfectly quick iteration cycles, then to deliver the capability, which then can advance finding the solution for that particular challenge. So LMT, as a natively telecommunications operator, we have a capabilities related to the military communications, tactical bubbles. We are building capacities in areas of unmanned systems, and all in all, as an integrator who can make various assets operational within the communications network. And as we have learned, then, for example, the drone without communications, it's almost a hand grenade. So communications have become a pivotal part of modern warfare.
And then we have a representative from startups. I think this crowd is expecting this side the most. So what's your experience with military? What are you offering?
Hello, thank you. Thanks God we chose dual-use product. 5 years ago, before the big invasion in Ukraine, we have something unique, or we have the big problem. We don't have market. We are creating the market right now. We have military platform vehicle, but looks like scooter, but it's not scooter. It's a motorcycle, but it's not motorcycle. Something, the good things from both. So yeah, 5 years ago we started. We came with this idea, and of course we have still a lot of challenge. We are production ready. We are 3 years, first unit 3 years ago in Ukraine battlefield. And right now we are working with Ukraine, one of the top units, Nemesis, to get the real war experience and needs and product improvements. That's short.
You mentioned challenges. What are the challenges to get to the end user in this sense?
End user, to reach end user, actually it's not the hardest point in my opinion, but to get the permissions to give the official tests for the end users, like if you are talking about the straight military, then that's the main challenge. But we are understand like army is not made for to help startups improve the products. The main goal is to defend the country. So yeah, that's the biggest challenge. And of course, we started before the war. Then no one thinking that can happen what is happening right now. But I think we don't have time. Probably, I hope it's not true, but probably war is tomorrow. So and the hardest point is to find that communications to make all these ways and challenge faster together with the ministries, end users, and companies. We are not talking only about startups like me, but also with the bigger companies what have capacities. Yeah, that's the main challenge today, I think, for all of us.
But what is the process at the moment? Okay, you have innovations, you have some good product. What's the next step? What company can do at the moment to approach?
Different kind of ways. Of course, we always expect a good solution, a good offer. We will view it. We will see how we can help. Klaus is right. I think we have to be realistic how much we can offer. We are offering a lot when it comes to testing and evaluation in a drone and in the counter drone field for sure. And of course, we are looking for new products and how to do that. So we have different kind of ways how we support the innovators. We have a specific dedicated grant program from the MOD side, which is dedicated to the military products each year. So we are looking for those kind of say lower level readiness products, if you wish. And then we have also a dedicated research and development contracts, which we sign with more mature content and more mature products as well. So those are two things where we each year try to come up with, I would say, use cases, which we try to solve those things. That is working. But of course, this is not like a static cycle. If there is something how we can help when it comes to testing and evaluation, we are always offering our doors. The question always is how mature the technology is and how much the involvement the company wants. Because I know for the innovators, it's always not always the case that they have a prototype, right? They still have to get to the prototype, and it also takes a lot of effort. And then, of course, also through the Diana, and we are helping the Unilab as well, to prep them, to explain the product, not to ourselves only, but also to the ones who can invest in the company. So that's really, really important. And one thing I just jumping out of that, the cycle, I think it's an iterative cycle. There is different kind of European defense funds. We also support the companies from the Minister of Defense and LMT. We've been actively supported both through finance, co-financing, but also through lobbying, because of course in Europe you see a lot of fuzz and buzz about defense industry, about innovation. There's almost every month something new coming up. But at the end of the day, what the Europe is looking for is collaboration. You have to collaborate. You have to collaborate with the big prime companies. And for that, you need lobbying. You actually need national lobbying. So that's also the thing we do. When the company has accumulated other companies around them, they have a more of a collaborative effort. We're always willing and helpful to support them through that. So I would say there's no static cycle. We do have the grants, we have the R&D programs, we have the EDF projects, the call-ups for that. We help with all of it, but we always open to new initiatives and proposals.
Mm-hmm. Klaus, have you tried something of that? Have you applied for any of this support?
Let's talk. We are on the way for that.
Okay.
Because when we started, there was no guidelines what to do, how to do. There's some associations here in Latvia. There was grants, yeah, of course, and it was different times when we started. Right now, everything is changed, and of course, there is some projects where we can fit, where we can probably fit, where we are out. So we are on the way.
So what do you suggest to new startups, new companies? How do you search for the information where you can get into the military field?
Actually, that is the one suggestion from my side, probably for Ministry of Defense. So create some guidelines how to offer that product that is probably necessary, because of course, the Ministry of Defense can tell you all the products what they are planning to buy and what is needed. But some like guidelines how to offer, how to start, how to create the idea, concept, or something like that. Because it's the hardest point. I actually, we work in 3 years, then we know about that center at its, which is Innovation Center. So I didn't know about that before. But that center existed in that time. So yeah, right now it will happen more faster than it was there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Just a quick, I think, not planning to like defend myself that everything is clear or unclear. There are a lot of things you can find out, and that's right. One thing we have done, we have really tried to boost up the Defense Innovation Center. We also have the Autonomous System Competence Center. Both of those are specifically dedicated, first of all, to help the Army to integrate new systems and new technologies, but the second aim is actually to help the industry. Not only the innovators, but also the companies who are just having more solid production lines already. So that's what we are doing. We understand we need a single stop shop, if you wish. Also to shorten that linkage with the end user, what I said in the beginning. So we are working on that. We understand we can't just say. I think there's a lot of information around. That one thing I did want to kind of emphasize. There is a lot of information around. We have a dedicated section at the MOD as well. And the fact is that we're a bit of struggling because there is so much input, there is so much willingness that we have understood from the MOD side, we can't accumulate it every day. So we need that center, we need to boost it up and help the industry.
Mm-hmm.
That's true. If we are comparing then and now, then it's more ways and more support from the government side.
Mm-hmm. Adam, one way how you work is collaborate with NATO Diana. Are there any other ways how you find out about those innovations and try to get the right people together?
So I would offer that that is still very much in development, and I say that because right now we're working through NATO with Diana.
You can.
Sorry. But we also, being a NATO organization, we also have connections and links into other countries. So as a division that has 14 countries that are involved within the framework of our organization, Canada becomes very interested in doing stuff. Denmark becomes very interested in doing stuff, and other countries as well. And so it connects very closely to the point he made earlier. We need to develop an understanding in terms of how we prioritize all of this, because there is only a certain amount of bandwidth. We only have a certain amount of resources. We have other missions ongoing as well. So that's part of the problem set as well, is understanding how much we can actually take on, and then how we prioritize that against different types of capabilities that are out there.
So you wanted to add something, or? But actually, the next question is to you. You have experience with the European Defence Fund that Udis already mentioned. Can you elaborate a bit on that? How easy or hard it is to get into those projects?
Currently LMT has 8 active EDF projects, of which one we are coordinating. And previously 3 more which we have finished. So. The most challenging is the first step, actually getting exposed into the community of the primes, who are actually the ones who are coordinators of those projects. The primes are the ones who are setting up the consortium, so you need to get into that loop or into that gravitation field among them, where you are in this kind of the party where the large companies are then distributing calls and consortium partners among themselves. So we started really targeted job in this area by just being in Brussels, going to the EDF information days, any other visibility activities. So when we got our first EDF project, afterwards it became easy, because within that project they appreciate and value the input, and then kind of builds up your reputation, and then you are just into the game. You are regularly being invited into the consortiums. And a year and a half ago, we picked up a new challenge, setting up the consortium ourselves. There was a huge part related actually to the lobbying, because pushing through the positive decision from the European Commission side, it's not just the quality of the proposal, but there is also a political context. So we are very, very happy and lucky that kind of this strategy and plan went through.
But do you have any advice to startup or small company how they can be part of this? Is it even possible?
It is absolutely possible. So firstly, you have to carefully assess the call description, because there are 2 types of calls which are, let's say, really targeted towards the traditional classical defense industry, like next generation battle tanks or infantry fighting vehicles. And then there are those specific R&D focused calls, which are more open also in terms of the output which is expected into the project. So then there are 2 directions. Like first one, you need to build a partnership and make yourself visible for larger companies. You can start looking here. For example, LMT is also working with a local startup as a subcontractor in another EDF project. So start with your local community, and through there you can open the doors to the larger consortiums. And the second part, those early stage R&D open calls. So there are various matchmaking instruments offered by European Commission. Get yourself at least once to the Brussels, to those events. Also work together with the MOD, which has also their own network and support mechanisms regarding that. So it's absolutely doable and possible.
Mm-hmm. I have one question that I was thinking a lot before. The whole process of this creating innovation, there is an army, there is politicians who are expecting something, then there are companies that can provide something, and there are ideas that they come up with. How can we? I just think that we want to avoid the situation when everybody's like sitting and waiting for the other side to act. How the process should really be? Who should be an initiator of these innovations? What do you expect from companies? What do you expect from policy makers, from the army, and vice versa?
As innovator, I can tell you, you can't sit and wait. Of course, as I mentioned it before, Ministry of Defense is not here to help business. But you don't need to sit and wait, but you need to push. You need to call. You need to write emails for your answers, to get your answers to your questions. Yeah, must work with that. And one day you will give up, or you will continue, and probably you will create amazing product. But nothing happened really fast, and there is no miracles in these industries. Of course, as you mentioned about the politicians, so in 5 years we have on our product a picture with the 4 Ministry of Defense ministers. So happens what happens, and must keep doing that, find the ways how can you work here, also outside of our borders. So we are working with the France army, with the Portugal army today, not only with the Ukrainians. We have good conversation also finally with our defense, with our army actually, and I will see how it will continue. But the question is, the answer from my side is keep pushing, keep going, keep visiting also the local events. One day I start to think, in Latvia everyone knows us. But still, if you are Latvian, you must be there with your product, smallest event. And usually you have one contact, what is a success contact. And if I'm comparing huge military exhibition that was in France, just forget the name, Eurosatory, then there was also I bring to home only one lead, one quality contact, and one success lead. Usually everything happens same here in Latvia when I'm here to some event. Adaži Polygon example, or last week an ATA center, always one contact you have.
So
that's my
innovators
experience.
should push. What about the bigger companies that also want to think of dual-use products, developing dual-use products or military products? What should they do? How they find somebody?
Yeah, firstly, it's very important to have the mindset also from the primarily from the end user side, that innovators and industry is not a vendor, but it's a partner, and then from this partnership approach, build this, as a colleague mentioned, the two-way approach, and then we can kind of start building the dialogue and information exchange. Because at the end of the day, well, for the larger company, it is simpler because we don't have to introduce ourselves to the Ministry of Defense or end user. They know who is LMT. There was a phase in the beginning of our defense ambitions that we have to prove that we are serious about this, that this is not just a short-term thing, but actually we are investing and building something permanent in that area. So when this was established, things became easier, but nevertheless, about actual deployment of product, the issues are the same also as for the smaller startup, because for the end user, for the military personnel, so it's the product, not really the company which is deploying it. Yeah.
So the main takeaway could be use your brand as one.
So for larger companies, sure, it just comes by default. But in the end, it's the quality and the applicability of the product what matters.
Adam, are there any mechanisms that you can distribute your needs and wishes regarding innovations? What do you need? What are you looking for? Are there anything how you can pass this information to innovators?
I think a lot of the kind of, if you use kind of like forums like LinkedIn or just news outlets, research centers, a lot of the requirements become quite public knowledge in terms of what the needs are. So I think the requirement to kind of educate yourselves, read deeply into current events, what's happening and what's emerging over time is very important. And then I think connected to what I was talking about in terms of engagement, engagement's a two-way street, so you also need to find how to create that engagement as well. So many times trade shows, defense exhibits, all of those kinds of opportunities exist as a way to get kind of your foot inside the door, to create that initial contact point. Because I think that becomes kind of the real issue is how do I create access to people? How do I start that communication? So it's finding the ways to connect with people, to build that network. And I think opportunities like that, the event that we had in January at the Agata Center is an example of that in terms of all of these exhibits that are being shown. There's a lot of military leadership who's attending, so being able to just connect with them in those kinds of forums are the ways to start those interactions. And I think those interactions then create, the opportunity for forward momentum, for increased engagement, for increased dialogue, and then it can kind of go from there. I think it's a lot of hard work, though. It just doesn't happen naturally. You just need to, you need to find a way to position yourselves to meet the right people at the right time.
And the same question for the ministry. Are there any mechanisms how you can pass the information what you need?
I think there is no single mechanism which will open all the doors and make everything green and rapid. I think that's what we want. We can't. The market is brutal now, not only in Europe but in the US as well. I think one thing you have to understand, there is so much money going around that, because of that, there is so much innovation going around that you just have to be prepped. It's not easy game anymore, and you have to use every door there is, every floor there is, every exhibition there is, and be brave and assertive. Otherwise, there's no way around. Whatever we do nationally, I think one thing we always emphasize is, fine, we can help and the army can help you as much as we can, but it will never be enough for a serious business. And I hope that every innovator wants to have a serious business at the end of the day. With our ability to procure something, and we have an enormous defense budget in historical terms, you will never be able to sustain fully your business if we talk about the scalable business. So you will need the export. As Salvage just said, the consortia, it's difficult at one point to be without bigger primes, or not to be able to have someone around you. That's necessary. That's how Europe looks to certain things. So I think we just have to work on. Our doors are always open. We do have some of the conditions, of course. As I said, we need certain maturity for the idea. So you can, as it was said before, when you have the military leadership, idea is a good thing, but you will have to be able to, show that you have a prototype, or you something have close to the prototype, and you also will have to elaborate what do you need from our side as well. That talk has to be candid. We have to be open to each other to understand, can we offer that support or not? And then you have to decide if you're willing to innovate or not. Because one thing I think where the defense market is, again, a bit different than the civil market is, we not only have the competitors in the business world, we have the adversary who is making something against the system you are making. And that's one thing you really have to take into account, that not only you're having design freeze because you don't know what more to install and what our army is asking, someone is having some things against that system or radio link or whatever. So that's something you always have to keep in mind talking with our end users. To sum up, I think we have a lot of doors, we have a lot of opportunities. Don't hesitate, be assertive, be aggressive, just be able to sell your product. If you're not able to do that, there's so much offers around in Baltics, in Europe. We're actually, not being able to absorb all of that. So be brave, talk with us. There are a lot of things you can do, a lot of institutions they can help you with. Ministry of Defense as well. Our doors are open. Just come and try to sell to us.
And you are all, in a way, connected to the military industry. What do you think? What Europe lacks at the moment, the most to protect itself in the best way possible, in terms of kind of innovations? We are talking a lot about drones. Is there anything else that we really need in terms of legislation? Anything? What do we need to better protect
I
ourselves?
can just quickly start. I think the Europe is not there where it wants herself to be yet. I think the new budget cycle is not open yet. There is a lot of eagerness and willingness to invest more. Europe is trying to scrap some money it still has, and throw it around, really just putting all around. It's not enough. There are a lot of papers around there. The bureaucratic processes are difficult in Europe. I hope through the next cycles it will be shortened and make it easier. It's just the condition as it is, and Salvas probably can tell a lot of stories how you think the Latvian bureaucracy or the Baltic bureaucracy is difficult, then you like European bureaucracy, it's just terrible. When I have seen the forms, you have to feel it's terrible. So they have to change that. The other thing, the money has to be more available to different kind of programs and more in a more guidelined way. I think that's also clear. And I really hope to in the years to come, and again, we all want things tomorrow in Europe and in NATO. Those are difficult and multinational organizations. You have to have agreements, but there's no other way around. Anything we can agree upon when it comes to grants or any other support mechanism, that's good. So let's put that thing aside that we want everything tomorrow. If not tomorrow, then week after is already something better than we had before. So I think it's just a lot of hurdles are still there, but I think they will be hopefully taken away.
I think I've spent a lot of time in the last 4 years just studying kind of the war that's happening between Ukraine and Russia. And from my perspective, I think the kind of the three or four things that I'm always thinking about in terms of how do we improve, how do we improve our secure communications so we're able to interact with one another? How do we process information at a quicker speed than what our adversary is processing their information, because that gives us a bit of a time advantage. So we're always thinking about that. How do we protect the soldiers that are in the terrain? What are the capabilities that we need to enable us to provide that protection? Not only protection to the soldiers, but to kind of key infrastructure, whether it be national or military infrastructure. And how do we improve sustainment and logistics? And really all of these things all kind of go into, they're all kind of synchronized together to allow you to do what you need to do. So I would say not necessarily from a European perspective we need to do this. This is just from a military perspective, how I think in terms of the key things that we need to continue to work through. How do we develop these capabilities? How do we bring these capabilities into the force? How do we train with them so that when we have to use them, we're ready to use them as well?
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
So, yeah, adding about the Europe, so yeah, the essential problem is speed, but Europe is, let's say, like a freight train. It's really difficult to start, but when it starts going, it's really difficult to stop, because Europe's policy making is linked with multi-financial framework, which is a 6-year time period where they allocate budget, and from there comes the political priorities. So currently we are in the beginning of this process for the period starting from 2027, if I'm correct. So considering that our enemy is constantly drumming the war drums, I don't think that this speed is sufficient enough. So we need to be quicker and more decisive. And secondly, Europe or EU is not one coherent organization. So there is a different sense of urgency between north and south, east and west. So at the end, there is a compromise between those regions' priorities, and which then translates not always into the really pinpointed solution for that one particular challenge. But nevertheless, the trends are positive, and it's getting better.
Mm-hmm.
From my perspective, yes, I agree here, and First thing is the speed, and what I think the main reason is the bureaucracy is happening there. But the good point here in Latvia, I think the support from I don't know, Lia, Altum, that options where you can find that first money, like it's very fast. And, here's no bureaucracy, I think, if we are comparing there. So that's all.
Yeah, to wrap it all up, I think that the main key takeaway is that we cannot really afford to sit and wait for something. Like all of us, we have to do what we have to do. We really have to act. We have to be active and provide ideas, solutions, look for money. We have to be true innovators. And this is what I think that here are a lot of doers, and I hope that this was a bit of an inspiration to you all that has something to add to this sector. So thank you, thanks for the discussion, thanks to everyone that was listening, and enjoy TechChill.
Thank you so much, guys. It was interesting for us civilians to listen to and get some insights, and for us startup people to understand something more and how to really bring some innovations in this hard topic of security and of defense. So yeah, exciting stuff, exciting stuff.
Yeah, especially now that we live in such an unfortunate time, and you see the wars everywhere, unfortunately. And I think that the only thing that brings some optimism is the innovation, and also how the defense sector is becoming more kind of listening, and also they speed up things and the innovation. And also one thing that really kind of like resonated with me well is that if you're building in defense tech or any space or sector, to be honest, actually is the right place to meet with the experts, with the with the right contacts, and then so just kind of please use and then talk to people around, and then just try to make those connections which are super valuable. And back to AI, AI is actually influencing all part of our life and businesses, and especially in the payment sector. I think there's like now with AI fake things and all of things, you're actually scared if how can you trust and these transactions are happening. And we're now talking about the role of AI in transactions and how to build trust, and we're super lucky to have.
Yeah, and since we've had AI from the 50s, 60s already, it's been a while since we had AI. It's just that 3 years we had generative AI, which caused a big bubble. So now everyone is talking and starting to understand what's up with the data, why data is gold. So, and yeah, a lot of things have risen, all these, sometimes it's scary. And how does the AI push us towards something? Should we buy? Should we not buy? So we have the best fireside chat people for this fireside chat. So let me invite to the stage Yulia Yegorova, founder and CEO of Black Unicorn PR. She will be the moderator. So welcome on stage. Round of applause. Let's get energy up. Yeah.
Okay. And then we have Anna.
Yeah, and the next one, I want to invite Anna Shchigelska, sales director from PayPal, the best person to join Yulia for this one.
Thank you.
Bravo. And your surname was pronounced correctly,
Oh my
right?
God,
I
it's
saw
like,
you and
this
yes,
is so
perfect.
impressive.
Thank you.
They're like, a bunch of well-prepared people.
So Anna, thank you so much for joining me. We do have 20 minutes. We have a lot of things to talk about.
Yes.
Loads to discuss. We've already been chatting about the future of AI and what it holds for the industry.
Exactly.
But in case people don't know who you are, what PayPal does, which would be silly, can you just tell us a little bit more about yourself?
Of course. So my name is Anna Shchigelska. As previously stated, I joined PayPal a year ago, and well, soon I realized that the company is doing a lot of interesting stuff in payments, but it also took a spin on agentic commerce, which is, I guess, why you invited me today. And I just wanted to say, this is our third time as PayPal here at TechChill, and I think this goes to say how important this region is for us when it comes to innovation. This is a stronghold of innovation, and I get very inspired every time I'm here I must say that the founders, the startups here, they are so unapologetic, chasing their dreams and ambitions. It's amazing. So thank you for having me.
Thank you for being here. So maybe let's get started with, well, the fact that obviously AI has been shaping commerce for years, right? Recommendation, dynamic pricing, personalized offers, and I think a lot of times people don't even realize that, right? They don't even notice that. But at this moment, and something that you just touched based on, we're entering the new way, right? A new chapter, so agentic. So where do you think we are as of now on the spectrum from helpful, kind of a helpful little nudge to an autonomous decision maker? Where do we sit?
Well, I think, one thing is obvious. Like, we're decades past the helpful nudge stage. If you think about the vast amounts of data, information that is being collected and processed and analyzed about us to influence and manipulate us, sometimes in ways that we don't really comprehend, with our conscious mind, this is way beyond, just being helpful. And I would never say this is this stage, like waking up in a world where half of the humanity at some point decides that it loves the same white sneaker. I'm not gonna drop names here, but I think we all know what I'm talking about. Like, this is way beyond helpful. That was very well planned and even better executed. So we're definitely past that stage. Where we are now, and we're talking about agentic commerce, and mind you, I think even 3 years ago, very few people were even using that term, and now everyone is. So I would say the acceleration is absolutely unheard of, but this is just the beginning. I think we are in something that I like calling conversational commerce. So this is something where the AI is helping us, do better what Google has been doing for the longest time at first, right? So this is mostly the discovery. But now, with more and more protocols, and this is also what PayPal is doing with some of the protocols, Perplexity, for example, Copilot, you can, the AI can see the transaction through to the very end stage, right? Including the payment. But this is still, you can say that this is AI driven, but this is still human assisted, right? So the real agent, who has the real agency in the whole transaction, is a human still. But when you think, and I guess you're most interested in, me telling you what I think about when the agentic commerce takes shape, when it's fully fledged, right? Agentic commerce. When you have millions of agents roaming the web, doing the transactions completely autonomously, right? Without the human oversight. It just knows what you need and it brings it to you, right? I think we are definitely not there yet. This is going to need some time to arrive for two reasons. So one reason is technical. I think the plumbing and the infrastructure is not there yet. So we don't have easy ways to seamlessly translate the human intent into what should be put in the cart ultimately. What kind of payment method is being selected? So this is still something that a lot of protocols are still working on and trying to answer these questions. But once this arrives, and it will arrive, soon enough, I'm sure about that. We're gonna have to see change in the behavior. So the behavioral change will be, I think it will take longer. We're gonna see a longer transition stage, and the reason is if you think about the psychology of shopping for different purchase categories. The low value, high frequency subscriptions, detergent, milk, we're already automating it to a large extent, right? So that's going to be easy to outsource. But, the polar opposite would be think yourself buying a Cartier ring. Do you want to outsource it? I'm pretty sure you won't, right? This is, unless you're buying it for someone that you really don't like, you're going to want to enjoy the experience, right? So I think most of the discussion will happen in between, in these a little bit lower value, but not that one-off types of transactions. Think travel. And then, before you decide, just to tell, whichever protocol or the agent, for that matter, to buy you a trip to Paris. And with the depth of data that the AI will have on you at that stage, in a couple of years maybe, how do you know that it's not going to book you a trip to Lisbon instead of Paris? Because it's going to know better than yourself that you're going to like Lisbon better and the weather will be better. So I think it's going to take some trust for us to build first before we actually let the agents, really act on our behalf in all the aspects of life.
Which brings me to something that we've been discussing before we jumped on stage, trust, right? And the kind of the word is being thrown around quite a little bit right now.
Oh yeah.
And actually, historically, trust usually would happen at the checkout, right? Yeah. You have the padlock, you have the familiar logo, card accepted, bam, done, you're gone. But now you have to have this trust before you even get to the checkout, right? Because you need to be in front of those kind of algorithms. So what does that shift mean for brands and maybe, like even like slightly smaller ones who can't afford necessarily to optimize for algorithmic favor?
So this is a very good one, especially that I think it's going to be challenging, especially for the SMBs, because if you think about what's going on, like in today's digital advertising, right? Whoever can spend more on AdWords, right? Whoever can optimize better for the search engines is winning, right? And I think there's going to be another aspect that will be, making the whole thing more complex for the SMBs, which will be, the multitude of protocols, of LLMs, of technologies that you need to introduce into the company and integrate with. And of course, there's going to be layers. So like PayPal is one of these players that are trying to simplify it, like even today, right? So we're trying to be this abstraction layer, I would say, between our merchants and all of the protocols, and like in the future, probably by extension, the agents that are making, especially the smaller ones, like easier discoverable to the human eye. But I think like there's one aspect that I want to mention here, and this is a technical aspect. So because the agents and the protocols, they will be reaching out directly to the back end of your business. So I think to some extent, the game will shift from optimizing your landing page to a human eye design to optimizing your database for the agentic or machine ingestion. So the better discoverable the features of your product is via the APIs, the more discoverable you're going to be, your business will be with the agents and with the new protocols. And again, there will be always the layers in between that will help you do it, right? So like PayPal has this tool even today that is called StoreSync, right? And this is doing exactly that. So it ingests a merchant existing product feed, and it's making it discoverable, in a different AI-driven channels. So I think, like, if you think about this aspect, so the better you describe, the more data you're gonna make discoverable to these agents about your service, about your product, you can cater to more unique tastes. And if you have a group of people that are looking for something really tailored, I think this will be a chance for the smaller businesses to bloom if they integrate AI into their business the right way and early enough.
Which brings me to another question, which we can't just dismiss about the responsibility and overreach, especially when it comes to the AI optimization. And I do have a twofold question, so bear with me. So first and foremost, so when conversion rates go up because of AI personalization, is it always a win, right? And the second one would be when something gets optimized in a way that isn't in the consumer's interest, and if so, who do we hold accountable for that?
I mean, this is a $1 million question, especially the number two. So let me start with the easy one. When it comes to conversion rates, right? If you're in the world of e-commerce and payments, ATV, the average transaction value, and conversion rate, like two holy grails, right? The higher, the better. But then, if you think about, you go out of the office and you think about the outside world, like, for example, people like the fast fashion, people being, shopping addicted. Is this positive? Not necessarily, right? So I wouldn't say that a higher conversion rate in that aspect is a win here. But so like it really depends on what gets optimized, right? And I cannot not think about one of the essays from Jacek Dukaj. If you don't know the writer and futurologist, highly recommended. I follow him almost religiously, I would say. And he is painting the human future, in the AI agent times, in the agentic times, in a pretty gloomy way. So he's painting this picture where we all live with our own private mini LLM living on our mobile phone in our pocket. And it is collecting the data about you, following your vitals, following your actions, reactions, tastes, interactions, and everything all around you. And it has this overview of who you are, what you strive for, what's important for you, how you react, that you might not even realize yourself with your conscious mind, right? And it might come to a point where it is going to be able to preempt any of your thoughts, any of your desires or needs. So 10 minutes before you're going to be able to realize that you're going to be wanting to eat sushi, 10 minutes in, the moment you realize it, the sushi will be at your doorstep. So, conversion rate, perfect. I mean, skyrocketing. But if you think about, this like very human aspect of our personalities, right? Longing for something, like even having a doubt, right? Like, is sushi really what I should eat today? Like, you're not gonna have a choice anymore. So I think like this is the gloomy part. There is also, of course, you can optimize for decreased friction, which is obviously great. And I think, in the one of the latest pieces of Citrini research, and I'm pretty sure that a lot of you guys have seen it, and it was very gloomy, I do realize that. But there was one positive aspect that it was describing, right? So it was reducing the waste, deactivating the subscriptions that you haven't been using for years sometimes, right? Finding you a better bargain, better pricing, negotiating for you, finding you something that is a better fit, right? Sometimes that is something that you would have never realized it existed in the first place if it wasn't for the agent, right? So if the conversion rate is better because of like, cutting, like removing this friction, that's great. But if it comes at the expense of exploiting our biases, I think it's hard to call it a win. And we still don't know who's taking the accountability.
There's so many questions I have, and we have so little time now. So I think for the people in the audience, and as every discussion, that we need to talk about what does the future hold. And actually with AI, what we talk about today is not going to be the same like in 18 months,
absolutely.
Let alone in 5 years.
Absolutely.
But if we do fast forward, perhaps a few years, maybe not a few weeks, how does a healthy, and I would like to say that the word healthy is key here, healthy version of AI-powered commerce can actually look like?
All right. So, like, I would first of all challenge this. Like, I would be asking myself, do you think that we live in a healthy version of commerce nowadays? You have Timu, you have fast fashion, you have and like this is all delivered like almost 24 hours after you had the thought, after you came out with this idea of having yet another thing, another piece of clothing or something to eat or another piece of electronics. So many people being addicted. Not only to shopping, to gaming, to gambling. Like, is this a healthy version of commerce? I don't think so. And then I like to think of AI as a big magnifying glass. So I think what it's going to do, among other things, of course, but I think one thing it's going to do is it's going to amplify all of these worst and best tendencies that we see in the world, in us, and in commerce, for that matter. And by this token, I think we need to really seriously take the question of trust and how we make it a foundation of this future world. Because, like, again, what can happen, and let me invoke Dukai again. He was speaking about this example of AlphaGo Move 37 in one of his interviews, and where the AI playing with a human, right? And Go is this very old Chinese game, and we humans, we thought that we have it all figured, right? And then at some point, the AI made this famous move 37, and it was so uncanny. Like, we couldn't comprehend what exactly it was doing. And then a few moves down, we realized that it was brilliant. And it was brilliant enough that we were unable to come up with it. Now translate that to the world of commerce, where the AI will be making moves 37 every day, every hour of the day. So I think, before we build this trusted ecosystem, when you have millions of agents roaming the web, and you're gonna have to make them verifiable, right? You need to have a good identity verification. You need to make it traceable. You need to make it auditable, maybe reversible. But then who takes the consequences of it being reversible? And the ecosystem, if you don't have governance that is based on trust, that is based on rules on accountability, I think we're gonna, in this transition, and there will be mistakes made, I'm sure. We might find ourselves really lost in this world. So we need to be very, very careful. And I know that the word of trust, it might sound, tacky to a lot, but if it's not a foundation, we might get ourselves in trouble.
Okay, perfect. And this is all the time that we have. However, you can find Anna at the stand and at the booth with her team, so you can ask all the questions I did not have time to ask. And also believe there's a PayPal party going to be going on today?
Yes, later today.
Are the people invited?
Of
I
course.
don't know, maybe they're not, and it's like invite only, so just
Guys,
totally snap
find the event on Luma, and I'm sure we're gonna have a couple of more spots, and we're gonna be here all day. I'm at the booth, as Julia said. Find me. I'm happy to have interesting conversations.
Perfect. Thank you so much for your time, Anna.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much, Julia and Anna. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
I think with time, there is a trust in AI and how we are actually, kind of putting the trust to AI to make the decisions of purchasing. I think that for me personally, I would like some of my transactions to be done with AI, with agent, because the rent, electricity, whatever. But also I think there's a bit of question mark for the consumers that, how, if agents are biased toward purchasing, because, lots of things can happen and then you can actually, they're gonna buy things that they're not supposed to buy. I think that is the key part where a startup should solve that. I think in the application layer again. So I think if you are having some ideas, go build something like that. But I think consumers are starting to build this trust with AI and giving them the budget to actually have the purchasing power and go do this. instead of humans.
Yeah, I really loved how Anna emphasized the gains that we can get, and I think we as humans will find the right companies who do it ethically, who do it the best ways, and this last fireside chat brilliantly will continue in this topic of the last fireside chat will continue brilliantly into the next one. Ethics, transparency, and data protection challenges, because that's something that's so important right now, and how to navigate this. Because, hey, AI can make faster decisions. It can find the bargain in the shop that we want, and it knows us so well, but can it make fair decisions? And that's something that is quite important and will be for a long time. So as financial institutions increasingly rely on advanced AI, let's discuss about it. Let's talk in our next fireside chat, and in this session we will explore the challenges leaders or lenders face when balancing innovation with this AI and responsibility that it needs to bring together with it. So for that, I want to welcome our next fireside chat wonderful speakers. Lauma Sīle, board member of TechChill, welcome to the stage. And Iveta Brūvele, founder and CEO of Vando Finance. So give a round of applause. Let's make them feel welcome.
Other way around.
All right. You can hear us. Everything's good. We're on our good side, so we can start. Thanks everyone for joining. As mentioned by the host, we're continuing on the AI and finance and intersection of that topic, and yeah, we're going to discuss ethics, transparency, and data protection challenges in finance. So with me on stage is Iveta. Thank you so much, Iveta, for joining. And
Thanks for the invitation.
And we're gonna jump straight in. I'm not gonna give much of an intro about myself. I call myself a cheerleader at TechChill. They say I'm a board member, so it's same. But Iveta, you've spent nearly 2 decades in financial services and led Vando Finance for these 10 years. So how did it start? What is Vando? Like, maybe you can give me a bit of a intro.
Sure. So first of all, thank you for inviting me. I'm happy to be here today. As you mentioned, I'm Iveta. I am a founder and CEO of Vando Finance. Maybe a short story about us, so you will have a context for the further discussion. So we are a rapidly growing fintech company specializing in consumer lending, digital consumer lending. We are a group of 180, a bit more, people across all the offices, and we are operating in Romania, Spain, Poland, Peru, and now launching business in Lithuania as well. So how we use AI, we use, one of the main reasons, I would say, not the only one, we use AI and machine learning models in order to assess affordability, in simple words, whether to grant a loan to the customer or not. So how did it started? I have quite an unusual beginning story, actually, how Vando started 10 years ago was a random call from a random guy calling from an unknown number, saying that he have heard a lot about me. He wants to invest in fintech. I have a freedom to decide what to do, and he's ready to invest. And that basically was a call from our first investor. That's how it started, and 10 years later, here we are. Okay, maybe I'll give a little background on how we use AI and machine learning models, and comparing how it was before and how it is now. So before, let's say 10 years ago almost, what would lending companies do? They would use logistic regression methods, basically to build a scorecard, which would later decide whether to give a loan to the customer or not. And usually how it looked, basically you had a full team of risk people who were manually analyzing a lot of data about the customer to identify most important features that can predict whether the customer will pay back the loan on time or not. So the scorecard was built, let's say, it was very simple in a way that it gave you the scores for different features. Let's say if you had unpaid debt somewhere in the history, that would give you a -10 points. If you live in a big city, usually higher income, so it would give you plus 20 points. And in the end, you will get this score, which would be the predictor if the lending company is going to give you a loan or not. The problem with that was that in order to create such a scoring model, it usually took at least a month or even more. The next step, it's not only you needed to create it, you needed to update it. Basically, as soon as you create it, you give it the time, and then the whole risk team jumps in again to analyze how the scoring model performs, what are the results it gives, and what needs to be adjusted. And again, the recalibration cycle could take even a month or two, or sometimes even longer, together with the implementation. So what have changed? And I think that AI and machine learning models are more objective in terms of making that decision, whether to give a customer a loan or not. So how it happens now? Now, when each customer comes, models are generating up to 500,000 features. So it analyzes huge amount of data and identifies the most important 50 to 100 features. It's a lot. It's at least 10 times more than it used to be in the old way with the old scoring models. So what it changed, basically, of course, it is faster because it used to take us minutes or often even longer to make a decision, so customer had to wait. Now we're doing that in a second, and the amount of data that models are analyzing is crazy. So why I say that it helped us to be more objective? Well, first reason is because we used to rely on those 8 to 10 features in the old model, and those were based on more traditional data, like credit history, how good credit history you had. So basically the information from the credit bureaus mostly. Now, with the models, we can assess also alternative data sources, like transactional data, like customer behavior when he fills in the application online, which fields he spends, how much time he spends for each field to fill in. So much more data. And why, to me, it feels more objective, because we used to reject customers that could actually have a loan because we lack some traditional data. He was blind spot because he was not in the credit bureau. Now, by adding alternative sources, this customer have become visible. And also why I say that we can assess much more objectively, because it's much more data that has been analyzed. I like to my best example how I compare it, how the models are working now is basically, if you imagine a library full of books, model goes and reads the whole library, each page, and gives you the decision in 2 seconds, like 2 main sentences that you need to know. No human could do that. So, not so short story.
So you mentioned previously it was quite a lengthy process.
Yes.
Now AI has sped things up, and you mentioned it's more objective. But objective, I would want to ask, like, objective versus fair, and fair to who? Fair to lenders or fair to people who are, on the other side?
Well, probably the trick is that it can be objective, because you can build a model that performs well, and you are doing business and you are satisfied, it reaches your goals. But I think we are in a stage when it's not enough anymore. So you have to invest resources and time also in analyzing. So how the decision was made, what features, what information had the biggest influence. Because if you don't monitor that, then models will not be objective anymore. So let's say they can be objective. They not necessarily are. It depends, again, on the company, whether it chooses to invest, and you have to invest quite a lot of resources and time to build that second part of monitoring and controlling that. Fair, I would say that here we're talking more about values, probably, because from one hand, I think the technology allows us to offer much more personalized products to the customer, but at a huge scale. But the same technology also enables exploitation at the same scale. And then, of course, you have a regulation, because when it comes to lending, those two examples would be that we can determine the best product with the best credit limit for the customer in the right moment when he actually needs the money, or the second choice would be probably to find some psychologically emotional moment when to sell a customer something that he doesn't actually need or should have. And here I think it's more about values, because no regulation can be so detailed and so like you have to over-regulate them to be able to cover it all, because it's so unpredictable in which moments we as a company have to make that choice, make it fair towards the customer and make the financing accessible, or use that emotional moment. And that's always a choice of the company. So.
And in order to make these models more fair, more objective, obviously there's a lot of bias in the models and in the making. So how do you actually test and mitigate these biases to have the most objective and the most fair outcome? And maybe you can give us some practical examples, because I think all of this is so complex to a lot of people. So if there's something in practice that you can share.
I'll try. So when it comes to bias, assuming that models can be objective from the beginning is the biggest mistake, because models are using historical data. Historical data where decisions were made by the people, by the human. So there is a bias per se, same as some patterns of human thinking. And this historical data includes that all. So why it is important to control what your models do, analyze, exactly because of that. Because I would say that one thing you have to monitor, control, analyze, be able to explain each decision. And the second thing, you can decrease the bias, and it also takes time, because each recalibration of the model eliminates the bias if it's your goal, of course. And I would say that we use the technology for 6 to 7 years, I think, almost 7 years now. So if we compare how biased our models were in the beginning, crazy biased, because like it contained all the historical bias that human made, and we took the same data and it was there. So, but again, it's crazy how many times we did recalibration of the model, from the other hand, because recalibration takes like few hours maybe, not month like it was before. So you get the chance to do that often enough, and with each recalibration it does become more objective and fair, and it eliminates the bias. Example. Yeah, we had a funny situation back, I think it was one of our first models. So what good example was that contained the bias. Basically, when we launched one of our first models, we noticed that some of customers, some group of customers are getting rejected more than other groups, and we realized that it was the feature that model was taking at that time was postal code. So basically, some specific area in the city that made model think that customers are worse there, so it rejected more in that area. So what actually happened when we look at the data and try to analyze why is the reasoning behind that, we realized that this is the part of the city where ethnic minorities living more. People sometimes earn less there, but not always, of course. But somehow model caught those few customers who did, and then started to treat the postal code as a discriminating feature. So we never meant to be discriminating race or nation, definitely, but geography did that in a model basically automatically. So, and this is a good example. If you don't analyze why the decisions are made in the way that they are made, if you don't dig deep, then you will simply have those cases. And it could be the case that models are working and doing business for you, and you simply don't see the reason why should I dig into that. But I think more and more companies now are taking care of also explainability of decisions, transparency, and so on.
So if anyone in the audience, you're getting rejected all the time, maybe you can ask Iveta later off stage which are the areas that that have a lot of bias. But all right, moving along. Also, when we're talking about AI and we're talking about finance, finance is like already historically such a regulated industry, right? And now AI was, for a long time, it was a very nice playground without many regulations or with very woozy regulations. But now we're trying to understand that, yeah, we need regulations because AI is becoming very powerful in all parts of life. How do you see it? Do you see these regulations that have already come to place and that are coming into place more of a constraint, or actually it enables you to be more free, structured, or just overall better in business?
I would say that both, because regulation is obviously needed, but from the other hand, I think that it matters the most when the regulation is coming, because the field that's being regulated has to have some level of maturity already. Simply because regulators will understand better how to regulate the field if they have seen it and like for a while. So yes, but it also can be the driver for innovation, because at some point it limits you and you start to get more creative, not to break the regulation, of course, but just finding the new ways. So I would say that regulation could be driving you to be more into innovation, but it can also limit you at some point. So I think what matters the most is the moment when regulation comes. So you are completely right. When a new technology comes, you have to have this time to play around. Because if the regulation comes straight from the beginning, that could kill the innovation. But again, it also can be some mismatches in there, because again, example, GDPR. So in our case, GDPR is saying that at some point we need to delete the data of the customer. Or when customer requests to delete the data, we have to do that. From the consumer protection perspective, it's a very reasonable thing. Me as a person, I wouldn't want my data to be lying somewhere forever. So, but from business perspective, from our model's perspective, when we delete the data, so when we don't have it, it gives some drawback, because if we would have that data, we would be probably able to identify fraud better. We probably would be able to identify affordability better. Our models maybe could be also more rapidly growing and evolving, but again, the regulation is completely reasonable in this example. But it gives you also some restrictions, of course.
And from customers' point of view, not regarding regulations maybe, but in general, do customers actually care about how these decisions are made at the company? Like, do you ever get any questions, concerns, anything like that, or do they only care about the outcome?
Well, I think our product drives the answer to this question, because we never have had customer for who we approved the loan coming back and asking, how did you get to that decision, right? So, we are we are receiving at least around 300,000 applications per month. So it's quite a big amount. we approve loans for only 15 to 20% of those. So we reject 80% of those customers coming to us. And those are the ones who typically would want to know what is the rejection reason. So what we do, we don't want to receive like call from each one of them. So what we do, we already, when the decision is made, we try to show the reason behind it as transparent as possible. We try to explain it to avoid any further questions. So from all the 300,000 customers per month, I would say that maybe 100 will come to us and dig deeper why he was rejected, but never the ones who got approved. So
Maybe you're gonna get the first one. Like, why did you approve me? No one else
I
did.
don't think so.
But we'll see. We'll see. All right, we're gonna finish off from a bit of a different perspective, from more of like a leadership perspective. As mentioned, you've led Vandu for 10 years. So my question is, as a CEO, how do you build a company culture where ethics and responsibility are a part of everyday decision making? It's not just compliance that you need to follow, but it's actually something that your employees do care about.
Well, I think that the main key for that is to have those values yourself. If you are not responsible, if you don't take care of ethics, you can fake it for some while probably, but it's not gonna work for a long time. So first thing, you have to have those values yourself as a CEO, as a founder, as a C-level manager in the company. Second thing, what I try to do, I always keep in mind when searching for the new team member, not only look on the professional qualities, because there are a lot of great professionals, but you have to have this fit within the company culture and values. And then those are the people, that's something that you pay attention when you hire, and then those are the people who bring that value into the company. They are standing for those values, same as you do. So I think that's the key. You have to build the core team with people having those values, the same values as you do.
Amazing, perfect. All right, we can spend the whole day here talking about values and AI and regulations and everything like that. But unfortunately, they're going to kick us off stage in -2 seconds. So you can catch Iveta here in the venue, or you can catch me. I know where all the snacks are and the venue. So thanks so much for joining us today. Thanks so much, Iveta. And yeah, that's it.
Thank you so much, ladies. Thank you so much. So this was Lauma Sile, board member of TechChill, Iveta Bruvele, founder and CEO of Vandu Finance. And what stood out for me in this wonderful fireside chat was the practical side. I love when founders can give practical things and professionals can give insights. What happened there? And we mentioned before that data is like gold, and when you need to delete the client's data, is like you're deleting gold. But from the client's aspect, yeah, well, you don't want your gold to lay around in the business's warehouse. But okay, it's a strange situation. And I also love the bias, because bias is topic on bias. It's there, it's happening, and it needs to be checked and analyzed. And we need to reach out and work with those companies who analyze the thing and try to avoid biases as much as possible. So my heart jumps from happiness that we have such companies here. So wonderful.
For startups, so one of their dream, if you're a B2B startup or a B2C, is to land a corporate client, So and getting a corporate customer is always the tough part, because you don't need, you actually need to navigate the structure, how to kind of talk to them, who to talk to them, and all these ways. And I think today we're lucky to have from ACB, Latvia, to actually navigate how they're kind of working with the startups, innovation. They're doing lots of innovation projects, lots of cool initiatives. So it will be interesting to know how they work with the startups, and also if you're a startup, how to actually land ACB as a client or as a partner. So we're welcoming August Nilsus. I hope I pronounced it correctly.
I'll help you out. I'll help you out with this one. Let's do this. So, Seb Latvia, delivery team lead, Udis Nelius will give us the tea about how to navigate corporate structures and some other stuff as
Please,
well.
August.
Welcome.
Hi, hello. Do you hear me? Yeah, okay. I actually will, I think, lose this because it's very strange listening to yourself all the time, at least for me. Hi, my name is Udis. I will talk about corporates, about big companies, how it works, what's the difference between startups and big corporations. And yeah, as I'm coming from SEB Bank, it's a heavily regulated company and industry. I think that there might be also some extremes, and there are kind of based on different corporations. There are, of course, different extremes, but there are some common rules to look out before you reach out, and how and what to prepare for, what to be ready for, and how to act when you are inside already the organization working together with the corporates, and what to expect. So you have the idea, you have the pitch deck, you have the dream team, and you have the market fit product already, right? So now all you need or you want is the big customer who will use it, promote it, and generate an income stream from you, right? So, but there are two sides: what you want from the big corporate customers, and what you want from, or what big corporate customers want from you, actually. So you have, you want to have this corporate client that gives approval that yes, this company is legit, the solution works, it's safe, and you can be promoted further, grow further, expand your business. But also corporates want to be first-ish in the industry. There are, of course, different scenarios, but one is for sure that no big corporation wants to risk with their brand, so they want a solution that works, that has been tested, and in general, they want to be kind of the first, at least the big ones, who can use it for promotion, expanding their client base, and so on. So, but together we have to get to the first meeting. So, first meeting, first things to do, of course, you research. You research the company, you research what are their pain points, what is the user feedback about them, how can you integrate, how can you help them, and how they work. Maybe even what's their tech stack. Find the people who you want to talk with. And then what you do, you go to LinkedIn, send a sales pitch right to the person, that's it. That's not it. I assume that also you have quite a lot of messages in LinkedIn promoting some services, wanting to have a meeting just to tell something. And I don't want to diminish LinkedIn. I think it's still a good place to reach out, to find. But at the same time, it's important to get the response also from the customer back. So it's good to reach out before already and then kind of follow up in LinkedIn. But you can also do the first introduction. Nothing beats, I know some people who know some people, because then you get this, even if you don't know the main people who will take the decision, you can get this foot in the doorstep. You can at least set up the first call, meeting in person or whatever, because like everybody of us like have several people around us that we know, they know further. So it's, especially if we're looking like Baltics even, like it's like a couple of handshakes away usually to get to the person, at least to get in the company, to get this foot in the doorstep and to arrange this meeting and discussions. And then go and meet the company, but not in the meeting. So one thing is you might even not get like the correct person, or you don't have this who knows some person who knows some people, but big corporations are usually participating in conferences, that being the case here as well. They are organizing events, job fairs, whatever you have the option to get the first touch with somebody from the company, it also works, because usually the same thing like job fairs. There will be somebody representing, for example, SEB, and they won't be the person you need for the meeting, but they know some people in the bank, so they again can help to support you to get in touch and get the first interaction and meeting. So you got the yes, first yes for the meeting. What does it mean? It definitely means that it doesn't start tomorrow immediately. When you get this yes for the meeting, be discreet. There have been, especially with big international corporations, there have been cases when you start bragging on LinkedIn, oh, I will get this meeting, we will go and have a discussion how we can cooperate and improve there and use the solution, blah, 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 blah. Actually, the meeting got canceled because they weren't discreet and they actually let know the competitors or somebody else that you actually are thinking that way. So remember, be discreet about the first meeting because you don't know how it will go anyways. Be prepared that in the first meeting most probably won't be the right people. Still, it's a great opportunity to even find out more about the company, about the use cases, about the tech stack, about the actual problems, about the potential problems that you might have working together, or how you have to put yourself in the company to adjust to their way of working. So then they're not the right people, that's okay, just go ahead. Preparedness beats improvisation. You can improvise and you won't have all the answers to prepare for, but be prepared. Explore, research, find out as much as possible about the company, about how they're working, how the tech stack, how the release process works, if you can. And solution compatibility. This is also part of the preparation or in the first meeting to understand the tech stack, how you can actually integrate, because a lot of companies sell the idea, oh, we have the solution, it's just plug and play. Big corporations, small companies, startups, whatever, like it's usually one of those sales arguments in their homepage. Plug and play, it's so easy. Eventually, especially big corporations where the dependency or this tech stack is very limited, you very soon actually realize that even from your side as a startup to implement this, it will require a lot of effort and maybe even like redoing the product, because corporations mostly do not change their tech stack because of some or one solution. Yeah. So what you can again expect the process to be when you go into the company, discuss, and start preparing for this cooperation as well. So depending again from the company, but each and every company who has been for some time around, they will definitely have some legacy code. That means like they are working to refactor it, but based on the size, based on the speed, there definitely is a legacy code which can impact again this integration and solution. Streamline tools, tech stack, to avoid bureaucracy, to get some support better, to streamline amongst different teams and solutions, the support inside the team. Usually corporations have limited amount of tech solutions that they use just to make it convenient for the company. And it's not like they're not upgrading, just like you won't see the newest software usually in big corporations when it goes out. It is firstly tested, check if all is good, if there are not major bugs, and only then kind of start adapting that. Hierarchy, although a lot of corporations want to sell you that, oh, we are so flat, horizontal approach, the decisions are made fast, it's always more vertical than a startup, so it's gonna be more decision makers, more layers, more bureaucracy. Security. I cannot talk about all the corporations, but for a bank, it's a heavily regulated industry, and it's very sensitive to any vulnerabilities security-wise. So a lot of security checks, compliance, procurement. You will have to fill a lot of papers to meet all the regulations as a partner for the company, third-party solution provider. So again, just to prepare for the process, for those who haven't been inside a big corporation, security compliance will take a lot of meetings as well, or at least a lot of email exchanges. before the meeting what the customer expects as well. As I mentioned, big corporations, they're not ready to risk with their reputation. They want a solution that works. So they expect with this solution to have a low operational risk. So seamless integration, yes. Again, it's a nice selling point. It's not usually seamless. You have to usually either you as a startup need to adjust, or from the corporation side, if they really want to use your solution, they might adjust, but it will again take more time than expected. But as seamless integration as possible, that's the best. Accountability and SLAs. One is to be accountable for the solution as well. Once it's integrated, the commitment that you will quickly investigate if there are any incidents or bugs that actually impacts the customers, impacts the customer NPS, and so on, so on. That's what, again, a big corporation always will ask and expect. And the predictability in delivery. So, definitely, again, a lot of planning in big companies because a lot of teams, a lot of dependencies. So when you come in, you are ready to have like worked on immediately. Like let's do this month, next month, let's do it. Let's integrate it and be happy. For big corporations, usually to align with all the stakeholders, with all the teams, quarterly plannings, yearly plannings. So you cannot expect for corporations to act very fast. It's not like they are specifically kind of taking more time, but from you it will be agreed that like this and expected this delivery is as agreed, because then if it kind of moves to the next quarter, then again a lot of bureaucracy in the company just to kind of align with other teams, dependencies, etc. Good job, you have the meeting. Congratulations, pat on shoulder. Again, remember, it might be good one. Somebody is really happy about the meeting, so thank you. The meeting, again, remember, it might be that there is not the right person. That's okay. Use it to find out more about the customer, about the company, about the use cases, about problems that you can solve with your solution. You don't have already the foot, but you have like half of your body inside the door to kind of work with this customer. Don't forget to have this sales pitch, quite short actually, to the point, and also send afterwards to this meeting group, because there might not be the right persons, but this presentation, this sales pitch will travel around the organization quite heavily if they are interested. So definitely don't forget about that. Small thing, but don't forget. The timelines, I have touched upon this already, but startup timeline is not corporate timeline. Of course, it depends from company to company, but you have to be patient and prepared. Even before starting working together, you might have a lot of additional meetings talking about how we can implement for the use cases. What's the technical implementation? So you won't have like one meeting with all the impacted people in one meeting, and it's going to be one meeting after another. We have discussion inside the organization. Okay, we have this question, so let's have a meeting. Or, of course, it might be Teams or Slack or whatever, but like usually this is a process as well. Documentations, communication activities, potential, etc. So all about this even before you start working together. So how it is working with corporate customers. So imagine you, again, congratulations, you have landed the deal, you start working, you start integrating. Very important, keep promises. If you say about the timeline, about people who will support, about other things, keep the promises and show up. Be patient. It's still, although it is getting better, the corporates are also getting flatter. The decisions are made quicker, the solutions are better, the tech stack is improving. It's still not a startup timeline, it's still not a startup approach. Be patient. It's all going to work out. support and improve. Again, a lot of times it's not a plug-and-play situation by different channels, different products, how you want to combine, use, etc. You might need either support with consultation, how it should be done, or set up some additional things, or maybe if you are flexible, even improve on your product additional features or values. And expect that working with corporates, you will have regular alignments. You have to check up all the time, how it's going, timeline, just to kind of keep this openness, transparency, and delivery timelines, basically, yeah. So now it's the ad part about SEB, how we work and what we do. So we have couple, or actually we have a dedicated team, SEB Innovations team. There are people also here from that team which are working up with partners, with different universities or startup school and so on. So what we do, we provide for research, as business cases, business problems to research and find solutions. We participate in events as mentors, supporting with our knowledge about the industry, about financing, about product development, about whatever we can support, we support. We have grant programs and TV shows, million worth of ideas. I think our organization also does quite a good job with promoting in the social media networks, so be sure to open up and subscribe if you want to see us and where we are. We are with our partners also validating ideas and testing new ideas, new approaches, which as well quite often, or sometimes not, but it ends up in actual cooperations and working solutions. And most of all, most important thing is that, as I said, you have to go out and meet the people in the conferences, in their organized events. So also if you see that we somehow can cooperate, or you want to have some answers questioned, or you're just kind of interested about the banking industry, so feel free to approach us. And also, we are checking the mail in LinkedIn as well, so write to us. But yeah, feel free to reach out towards us. And the last thing, just quickly, 4 things. Learn, research about the industry company, find the people who know some people, who know some people, who know some people, be prepared and patient, and build relationships and trust with the companies. So great success, landing.
Wonderful, thank you. Thank you so much. Udis Nelius, delivery team lead at SEB Latvia. You totally rocked it. And it's always nice to get some insights from the companies with whom we really want to work with. And it creates a wonderful perspective from the other side, which has brought a big impact on me. I like the image. With the image how startups work, yep, it's a bug, it's done. But in reality, in large corporations, it's not like that. So it's a reminder that we should think as our clients.
Yeah, but also like when you're making a B2B sales, I think the most important thing is that to make sure that the customer is understanding what you're selling to, because sometimes actually the people, they don't know the product, and you need to find your champion in the company. So even if the first meeting or not with the people who are making the decisions, actually you can take them as a champions who can understand the product, and then they can sell it better. So I think that's kind of thing. Also, the second part is that SEB has an event today in their office, in their headquarters in Riga. So you can go find that, and also you can hopefully land SEB as a client. Yes.
Perfect. Yeah, I think you're in the wrong place if you're not striving for that. If you're not in all the parties, if you're not in all the events. TechChill has created a wonderful playground for us startup people.
Yes.
But I mentioned startup people, and it's not a mistake, because now it's getting more interesting from the founder's perspective, because the next speech will be the founder who started as a volunteer, which will feature a story and I bet that there will be wonderful lessons to learn from, because this specific founder started as a TechChill volunteer, same as you.
Yeah, in Milan, Italy. I mean, kind of like there are people at TechChill that they grow. I think David and me are one of those examples. I know David from Milan, so I think that some people actually grow at TechChill so over time. Yeah.
TechChill is changing lives. We have multiple examples here, and I want you to be one of those. So years later, he came back, but not with a badge, but with a startup. So he will share his wonderful experience. And yeah, let's talk about his startup. That the startup is named Flashka, and it's an AI-powered sales enablement platform helping teams instantly access product knowledge and close deals faster. Well, there you go. So yeah, let's look at what impact can a event bring, ecosystem, friends, funding, and so that it leads to the right funding and to the right opportunities. So welcome to the stage, David Djokovic, CEO and founder of Flashka, and Kristaps Prusis, founding partner at Outlast Fund, who will ask all the right questions.
Thank you.
Good. Round of applause, guys, round of applause.
Hello, hello. So,
does the microphone work?
Can everyone hear us? Thumbs up. Yeah.
Perfect.
So, very excited to be here. David, one of my favorite founders. So yeah, we're going to unpack the story of going from TechChill Milan to being the founder of one of the fastest scaling edtechs, actually. So, slightly different product, but anyways, you guys, you had 1 million users a couple of months ago, probably now 20-30% more users, insane growth, and very proud backer. Give me a fist bump, bro. So yeah, tell us a little bit about yourself, David. Just a quick background, who are you?
Yeah, very quickly. So as they mentioned, I'm from Italy. I was born and raised there. My family is originally from Serbia. I've been always passionate about technology. I started this passion with my brother, with video games at the beginning. And then, like for many, developed from video games to tech, to startups, to anything related to computers at this point. And yeah, then he went into studying software engineering. I went more on the business side, studied in Milan. And that's where I actually ended up like discovering about TechChill. But yeah, let's say that all the time I was like just looking for like tech things and what was happening in the space. And yeah.
It's amazing. So if you take us back to kind of the inception of this whole story, we're a few years back in TechChill Milan. What year was it? This was like
2022?
2022, yeah.
I think so.
You wearing that volunteer t-shirt back there, scanning badges, moving chairs, doing everything. So how was your volunteer shift? Like, did you imagine this path back then?
So, I mean, it started randomly because my university just sent to everybody like the email and be like, oh, there is this event happening, who wants to volunteer? And I signed up like, let's see what's happening. And yeah, I would not expect it to be honestly that cool because like I went to other events, but in Italy it's like the tech ecosystem, it's like kind of weak. I know everybody's like for suit, everybody's like very serious. And there was this TechChill event, so like let's see, and it was actually fun, like really fun. And then second year there, and then I came back here to volunteer again, and then like last year I was pitching, and so this is my 5th year not paying a ticket, which is I guess one of the
hustler culture.
So yeah, it was. I see so many familiar faces, so I'm really happy. You know, it's many friends now.
Yeah. I guess there's a couple of volunteers here. Like, can you? Okay, so what was the worst? What was the most boring? Did you clean the toilets? Like,
no. No, but one night I had to scan all the badges, and inside there was this huge, nice party. Everybody was like partying and you know, like networking, and it was just amazing. And I could just hear the music, and I was scanning the badges until like midnight, and nobody was coming anymore. Like everybody was there, but I was supposed to stay there. I was like, yeah, but somebody was bringing me drinks, so it was fine.
Oh, that was nice. That was nice. Friendly vibes. So, you know, if we move a little bit forward, then, like, was there like a specific moment when you decided, I'm going to start Flashka? Like, take us back. How did it all start?
Yeah. So Flashka, actually, slight mistake before, but Flashka is a learning platform using AI to improve exam prep for especially medical life science students. got to over 1 million user, growing really fast. Very exciting journey so far. And I mean, I feel like you start sort of like multiple times. You get first an idea and you kind of start working on it, but starting for real, it's a bit different. So, I mean, I was just chatting with my brother, as I said, software engineer. He had early access to the developer tools of OpenAI. So we were like, oh, how can we use this? And I was preparing my law exams, and I had just to write a lot of flashcards. So I was like, maybe this makes sense. So we publish a plugin back then. Feels like, middle age at this point. But we published this plugin, and it goes really well because people are just curious to try it out. They look for it. And so we kind of start working with it. I straight away text Simone, was here, to support us in like also designing a platform and bring his experience. And he's the another co-founder now, so it's the three of us. And so like this is when we kind of started, understanding what could be a cool thing. And then I feel like it took a few months to actually say, okay, let me drop out of uni, go full time, and really focus on this. And this has to be, my like next 10 years minimum that where I want to focus and do this. So it's like, you have different validation steps. You're like, okay, this is what I want to do. So it took us, no, it didn't take that long, to be honest. But just because I dropped out of uni, and at this point, like I burned the ship. Like there was no way back. So,
like classic VC story, like dropout from top university. Like that's, yeah.
Yeah, I did it just for the tag, just for the LinkedIn bio.
Yeah, of course, stealth mode. Well, yeah, and like because what you do, what Flashka does. As a student yourself, was it any exams that were difficult, or were you a good student?
I was always like minimum effort, maximum results, I would say. So that's probably what led to this company. I was like trying to do the least possible to get the good grades, just to reach my goals. But no, that was bad. Like in Italy, I don't know why we studied Latin language, and that was like just bad. That was bad. That was. I don't want to talk about it. Sorry. Let's skip this.
Yeah, but that's a good skill, to be very efficient in terms of entrepreneurship. To build something, you have to do everything with minimal requirements. So that makes sense. But okay, so if we move forward now to TechChill 2024, so basically last year. This is where I come into the picture as well, in a sense. So I think I coached you in the pitch competition, or like some kind of jury.
Yeah.
And you guys were actually one of very few companies who had real traction. I did like 8K MRR or something. It was it's a crowded market. Yeah. But there was something there. You had this big smile like you have today. So I gives a little deja vu feeling there. Yeah, and we didn't invest directly. Then I remember from my side, I'm based in Stockholm, but I was back in Riga taking a walk, and we were talking, and you had a lot of interest from different VCs as well, and we eventually decided to kind of lead the round, and yeah, eventually became like the lead investor of Flashka, which I'm super excited for. But like from your perspective, how was the whole, from pitch competition to getting funded? Can you share some insights? We have probably a few founders here.
Yeah, let's say that I was actually starting from a bit of like advantage position because I skipped this part, but during my bachelor, not studying that much, I was working in a VC, so I had some network there. Then from TechChill, I managed to get to know a lot of people, which is like the pro tip to everybody here: just save numbers, talk to anybody, say hi when you see someone. And so then I was like pitching there, and it was already like a good position to start from. Then luckily also, then also the traction went really well as well. And to be fair, closing the round at that point wasn't that difficult, I have to say. But just because we were really like, all the things were like, we validated the idea, we validated like students would pay, we validated some retention as well. I feel like also as a team, we were pretty strong as the backgrounds, like everything was sort of in place. And it was still not easy because it's B2C, it's edtech, 90% of VCs don't like that by default. But you can, given that most of VCs don't like it, once you get to the first meeting, it's like you already know they're kind of excited for something because it's usually a no-go by default. So, I mean, it was a couple of months of raising, I would say, and many no's. But yeah, I mean, it's nothing to like. The network from TechChill helped. Like the network from TechChill helped a lot. So that's like the everybody says you have to have the warm interest. If you get to know them as a volunteer, and then you even do the step forward, is like even a very green flag. It's like, okay, well, he was already loving the space. I got to know them before as a person, and then they became a founder. It's just better than reach out as a founder because it already puts you in a sales perspective. Hey, do you want to to join my journey? If you get to know them first as people, and like then it's much easier.
Yeah, 100%. No, I think that's a really good advice right there. Just to meet, talk to investors, and kind of being a volunteer just shows how much how passionate you are about entrepreneurship and learning and networking, and that's so important.
Fundraising doesn't start when you decide to fundraise.
Yeah,
it's an ongoing process.
Yeah, building relationships. I think that's, from our perspective, I can just double down on that. That was super important, building this long-term relationship, because like you say, it's not the most sexy VC industry. So what you want to see as an investor is that the team can really execute. That I mean, that's ultimately how they're going to win. Their capacity to execute. And how will you know that if you just met someone? So building that relationship is so important. But yeah, speaking of execution, you guys fucking nailed it. So after the funding round, things really took off. Like in terms of traction, you have a crazy growth. You're probably one of the fastest growing companies, especially edtechs in Europe. So what's the vibe like? How did it feel to kind of see that hockey stick moment?
It's good. It's good. I mean, it is not always like that, especially in an industry like ours. It's a bit seasonal. It's really not trivial to just grow. But since September, I mean, we 4x. So since the closing of the round, we more than
4x.
Yes, the MRR, and now we're just opening new markets. It's getting intense, I would say. It's exciting, but it's getting intense. I have a lot of. We decided to run the company basically on WhatsApp with everybody, which makes that I always have like 20 unread chats, and my friends are hating me. But I mean, it's a priority to just reply to everybody now, and it's getting a bit messy, I would say.
You still have friends at least.
Yeah, I still have friends. That's but it's just the TechChill people at this point. Everybody left me. But but no, it's good. Like we just knew what we had to do. We just double down, triple down, and now we're doing like either 3x on the investment, and it's just about execution, as you said at this point.
Yeah, but let's like unpack it just for the audience to hear a little bit more. So I think I'm not sure exactly like if it was 4 months ago or so. You hit like #1 in Italy, being like the most downloaded edtech app, right?
Actually, of all apps. When we launched in October, we were just a web. And then in October, we launched the app version, and we were the most downloaded app for the week, above like ChatGPT, Poste Italiane, which is the post office app. Like, so yeah, it was pretty exciting.
And that was Simone's biggest win, the Poste Italiane. But anyways, like the becoming like viral. How like what happened? Can you unpack this a little bit? Like I guess.
Yeah, I mean. So before you had the B2B masterclass here, now it's more about B2C, about big numbers.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we work mainly on TikTok and Instagram, and we just, all the years I've been brain rotting on the platforms, it's paying off. Like, I just understand what content can go viral. We actually built internally an agent that checks all the posts in our industry, finds the most trending format for the day, and we share it with a network of creators that work with us and post daily the content we share with them. And this grants us, like today, around 1.5 million views a day. And it's honestly, it's like average 1.5 million views a day. When we spot the right trend that's converting well, that's when we have the high spikes of like 20,000 new users a day. So at this point, it's just expanding this network of creators that are posting our content, and it's a big machine running actually just with one person, because most of it is automated with AI, and it's pretty cool. Yeah. And for now, it's humans posting. Maybe in the future, it will be actually AI-generated content. It can develop. It's one of those topics of single person companies, the more I work in this, the more I'm like, oh yeah, it can happen one day. Like it's getting so efficient.
Yeah, it's insane how you can leverage the agents and yeah. So you're such a small team and you do so much basically. It's insane. And so yeah, and like going then from nailing one market to then the next one was Spain basically. And I'm super impressed by you guys. I mean, you're very young, you have this AI native mindset, but also you're just, oh, let's relocate to Valencia. Let's kind of, you know, start there, build it from the ground up. So, like, tell us a little bit about that, and what was your playbook?
It was an excuse. We wanted just the beach, honestly.
Okay.
Nice question. No, I mean it's just that when you work in B2C, I feel like each market, like when you work maybe with companies, the incentives are usually the same. When you work in B2C, every market tends to be even more different on how people perceive products, how people study in our case, how people just do stuff, and even like. For example, like in Italy, everybody studies on an iPad mainly. On other markets, it might be on computer and or like pen and paper. So like to understand it the best, you just have to go there and interview people. And I mean, at the end, we realized it was very similar to Italy. So we actually just spent time at the beach in the end. But it was still useful. I mean, it paid off. And now we are in Germany. So we're just hopping from country to country. And every time it's about like doing the cringe job, like of stopping people outside university and be like, hey, can I bother you 1 second really quick? I have to show you something. And it works, especially in Italy and Spain. I remember 1 year ago or two, I was here in Latvia and people are less like, open, like to chat with strangers. Yeah. And I remember I was quite a bit shocked. I was like, some people were like, also in Germany it's the same. So it gets, it depends on the market as well. Like it's, and also what social media they use. You know, it's just about how do you sell the product.
Yeah. No, it's very interesting. And yeah, as you mentioned, now you guys are doing the next thing. Relocating to Berlin, don't have the sunny beaches, but more like this Bernheim underground clubs, maybe. I don't know what's the, but a great market, obviously, of course. And like going forward now, you're launching in Poland, France, Sweden. What do you anticipate? Like, have you started to talk to people? What do you think is going to be the biggest differences?
Yeah, so I think especially in markets like the German market is very different. Competition is different, especially in the medical students field. The tools used are very different. Also, working with the medical students, like you have to know when do they have, like which years do they do more practical stuff, in which year do they study like specific topics to market it best. So, like the main difference is tools used and how the class is organized. Like, because in Italy, for example, there is some crazy organization about who takes notes. Like, today I take the notes, I share it with the class. Tomorrow it's Simone, I share with the class. So if you manage to enter into this network, it's very, very effective. So like, now it's mostly about like what competitors are there, what do they offer, how do you position it against competition? Because in the end, they have limited budget, they have to pick one tool they want to stick with. And so you need to understand what is the key selling proposition for them to switch to. What are the switching costs? Can we maybe make an automation that brings their like materials from the current platform to our platform? It's many stuff. But yeah, I feel now it's mainly about what tools they're using, because our platform is already like has most of the feature already there. So it's not about building new features. It's really about, okay, how do you sell this suite of products to the students?
Yeah. No, it's very interesting, yeah, because obviously I have an engineering degree myself, but like studying, I could just compare Sweden to Latvia. It's very, very different as well. And I guess like if you want to build this network moat in your product, that's amazing if you can get students going together, basically leveraging your tool. That becomes like the centerpiece. So yeah. Okay, but let's move. Like we kind of touched a little bit about team, leveraging AI, being able to be super lean, super efficient in both in terms of capital efficiency, but also I guess with communication, having a few high-performing people, orchestrating a lot of AI agents and things like that. But like before we go into that, like just tell me a little bit about your co-founders. What's your dynamic?
Yes, so co-founders, here's Simone. I mean, I have the business background, as I said, I work VC and I'm B2C marketing. He's more into he used to be more into the design side because he used like he worked in like design studios and stuff, but now with like AI, he became a software engineer apparently. Yeah. Messy code, but it works. And,
everyone is a software engineer these days. Yeah.
Yes. And I said my brother, he worked at Quora.com, the question and answer website, and then he worked in a scale-up for like developing an LLM for cybersecurity. So, I mean, I live with Simone, so like we share a lot. We live together in Malaysia now, we live together in Berlin as well. So, I mean, it has to be a good. We never argue, not even around who's cooking and who's like cleaning. So that's honestly.
Who decides? Like when you have different decisions in product, or like be honest. Like, are you never arguing? Is that really true?
I mean, no, we debate, but it's always like at the end, like what we know exactly what's our vision at this point. We know where we want to head toward. We know who also has the main like responsibilities. Like if there is a discussion about marketing and there is something that you can't know whether it's right or wrong, I am the one having the ownership on the marketing side. If it's something about the tech, the infrastructure, you know, it's Stefan, my brother, who is like mainly knowledgeable about this. So we debate, we see what's the upside and downside, and then it's like, okay, yeah, maybe we don't agree fully, but we know somebody has the ownership on things and has like more knowledge about it. So. And yeah, we are also very data driven. Oh. So like usually data, it speaks for us. And luckily we have plenty of data. You know, with like 100,000 of monthly active users, data is there. So usually it's a discussion about, most of the thing you can just A/B test them and see what works. And but for some more strategic stuff, we kind of know that on the product vision and stuff, Simo has more ownership. On the marketing side, it's more me. And then we kind of just discuss multiple times. And yeah, it's really about knowing who knows most and trusting that person. Because if you start a journey together, it's because you can blindly trust that person. You know, it's not that let's just do this. It's like, okay, I can trust him. If we have a discussion, he's going to be the one still that has the most knowledge about it, and he's going to execute the best probably.
But I think like it's not luck, obviously, but it's great when you have that dynamic, when you have like clear profiles who have clear ownership of different things, because it can also easily just, you know, by coincidence that your brother would be in your area, not like a tech guy, for example, and you would do a company, so like you don't have to stamp on each other's toes.
Yeah, but me and my brother knew that we wanted to build a company together one day. So, I mean,
how were you?
It was almost strategized, you know. It was almost strategized.
By what age did you know
remember.
This?
I don't know. In high school, for sure. I remember saying to my parents, "Oh, you know, he's the engineer. I will be the business guy, and you know, at least one day we can work together." I'm like I remember that well in high school already. So yeah. Also because my dad and my uncle are like both like in the same company, and like it's always been like we saw that happening. So I don't know why it kept in the family blood, I guess.
Yeah. And how? So you are like the trio of co-founders that are super, you know, known each other forever. And now you're expanding the team, right? You're hiring. The fight for talent is brutal. Like I mean, you're doing remote, so you have a big pool, but still. You've done a few really like top hires from unicorns and things, but like tell me a little bit about how do you hire and how do you like build the culture and include people in like your tight-knit team?
Yeah, so on finding talent, we were also on one side lucky, let's say, again, about the network and the thing we built through the years. So always knowing that one day we would be like entrepreneurs, we always like try to cultivate our network and stuff. So our first hires were all from like network. And then we finished our network, unfortunately. Like it gets to a point where it's finished. So one of the advantage of being remote is that it's plenty of people, and it already happened for us. Like one Italian was working in Poland for Google. He didn't want to live anymore in Poland, and we work remotely, and he wanted to move back to Italy. So Many that, like some people that we hired is because they want to move back to Italy and they're luckily, I mean lucky, no, it's unfortunate, but lucky for us that Italian companies don't pay well. And so like we can, we can like hire top talents from Italy because they want to work from there. And then the problem becomes, of course, you hire because you are remote and it's a great benefit for them. How do you build the culture? And this is where like every time we hire somebody, we meet with that person. Like we either make an offsite with the full team. We did one in Georgia. We did like one in Spain. So every time we hire maybe 2-3 people, we do an offsite just to spend 1 week together. And then in any case, for example, like sometimes I fly to that person's place because maybe we want to work together. It's about like showing that you still value the connection, I think, at that point. Because some remote companies if it's remote and then it feels like, yeah, it's just because like we only want you to do the job. We don't want to talk to you pretty much. With us, it's like we are remote because we value also your life priorities and stuff. But then we also value like our relationship, and we keep on meeting each other every like 2-3 months. And we realized it only by doing the mistake of hiring one guy in Portugal and never seeing him for the first like month and a half. And then we realized, oh, it was wrong. Like the full onboarding was bad. He was our first hire, and we ended up that we had to fire him after 2 months. And it was mainly because we didn't manage to onboard him properly. We didn't manage to build a connection. So he's involved in the company at that point. He was just coding a bit. And so like, it's really about, luckily we as you know, we travel a lot. So we end up like just going around and meeting the people that are in the team. And an offsite every like 2-3 months is pretty cool.
Yeah, that's super important. But yeah, I mean, it is always challenging also when you are in the same place to build a strong culture, and it's so key like in this, you being like few people, everyone is super capable, again, leveraging AI. One mental note I just did also is that, because the audience here is Latvian, like that, and in reflection that, I guess it's nice for Latvia in one sense that basically salaries here are higher than in Italy, which, sad for Italy though, in a sense, like if you look from a macro perspective that like the Baltics have grown and Italy has been a little bit stuck. But I mean, it's great for you to kind of use that as a talent pool in a sense as well.
Yeah. And by the way, side note on the offside, what we're seeing that is pretty cool is that, of course, we have a vision, but it's not like that it's written in stone and it doesn't change. And we face many problems. And working remotely with a team that's highly engaged on what we want to build in the future, build some interesting dynamics where there is, big problem maybe on some specific stuff. And it's not that we discuss daily about it in the office. So what happens is that maybe for a month, everybody is like still considering that problem and coming up with solutions without debating all the time. And then when we meet for the offsite, it's like, we can't go to sleep until we finish this discussion, and we end up staying like awake the whole time trying to, because everybody builds so many ideas and so much understanding about it that we just keep on debating and debating and debating. And I think it happens only if you find this like 1 week every 2-3 months where you're like, okay, this is the week where we just talk about the future of the company. Yeah. And if you're in the office the whole time, it's always like maybe quickly, oh yeah, but it's not crucial now, let's postpone it. And you never step back and be like, it is the whole picture. And having every 2-3 months a week where you're like, okay, we step back, what is the full picture of the company and how can we move forward? I feel like it was very beneficial, and it still is very beneficial for us to understand better what we want to do in the next 2, 5, 10 years.
And I think a reflection from my side as well is that you can basically almost only do that when you are this small, highly capable team. So everyone is kind of chipping in, and they have like huge emotional involvement, and everyone is kind of sharing and discussing. And like if you are a 50, 100 people company, it's much more difficult to achieve that. So again, having AI agents doing all the boring stuff and having humans really create value, I think it's a new way of building a company.
And it's more fun.
And it's way more fun.
Like, honestly, it's just fun.
And maybe like just lastly, transitioning into the vision of the product. So, I mean, just, where you guys started, being amazing UX, generating flashcards, very competitive space, and you're transitioning, but you have like millions of users. So like huge data sets transitioning into this like learning OS. So how do you like envision medical students or students in large studying?
So now we were like, okay, this is pretty cool. This is keeping the users. It's working. But then the more you work on it, and the more you're like, okay, do we want to build a nice feature, or do we want to build a platform where students do the full like studying experience? So we got just deeper into the pain points, and now the student on Flashka, when he starts from going to classes, and he's like taking notes while listening to the professor. It's like you just have to write fast. Most of people don't even reason why they listen to the professor. So we found it very effective to make the notes be taken by AI, and the student is just there to understand. And then he will have the transcript, he will have the summaries, everything he needs. But just listening to the professor makes it much better for him to understand. So now the AI takes the notes, and you can edit them, you can modify them, everything. Then you can we optimize the memorization as it used to be with generating flashcards. And another pain point is also that students just have limited amount of like exam simulation or training material. And that's solved because, of course, we can just generate all the quizzes and exam simulations they need to. And then this is pretty cool, but the biggest pain points are still not solved. Like people have anxiety because, oh, I know everything, but is my material covering everything that the professor wants to? And so I think it's going to be interesting for the future to be to exploit the data layer we are building, where the person studying on Flashka isn't only sure that he knows everything of the material he has, but can be also given additional material to cover all the topics that all of the other people in his same class are studying. So maybe if I'm missing some notes, but you have some better notes, we can integrate the material and make it a real collaborative platform where studying on Flashka doesn't only mean studying effectively, but it also means being sure that you know everything that the professor wants you to know. And so there are multiple ways we can do this, and it's going to be also a matter of integrating marketing in a good way with also the development of the product. But that's probably the vision for next maybe 5 years. It's nothing close. It's still working on it.
Super exciting.
Oh, Simone is in 3 months.
Yeah.
1 month? Okay, one day, guys. Tomorrow is done.
Yeah. But yeah, David, this has been amazing. I'm very thankful. Amazing audience. A lot of people filled up. So thanks for this, and talk to David. Reach out if you want to know something more. Yeah, over and out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for the.
I know. Thank you, David and Kristaps, for this very cozy fireside chat. And hello, everyone, by the way. We're the new hosts of the Spotlight stage. I'm Alisa Plotova, the growth lead of the crowd, and besides me,
Martin Špilkauskas. I'm heading the investment process at Bad Ideas Fund.
But we're continuing with the agenda, so what do we have next?
Ooh, this will be a treat. So, guys, I had to drop the obvious news, but AI is changing pretty much everything. How we build companies, how we build products, how we think about strategy. So the question is how we actually can build something meaningful which has impact in this time, right? So we'll have 3 exceptional founders tackling 3 very exceptional challenges, which are, by the way, super urgent. We have protection of wildlife, we have access to high-quality education, and we have misinformation and how to battle it. So 3 very important topics. We have these 3 founders guiding us through how they think about their product, how they think about the strategy, and I hope that everybody will have something to take out of this conversation. So without any further ado, I welcome on stage the host of this conversation, Andrew Gray from Telia Impact Ventures, the general partner. Round of applause. And our 3 awesome founders, Pavlo Pedenko, co-founder and CEO of Matema, Andrew Kusi, co-founder and CEO of Let's Data, and of course Thomas Backlund, co-founder and CEO of Flux AI. Round of applause.
All right, thank you. Test, can everybody hear me? I feel like I'm in a call center here with the headphones on. Right, so as the beautiful introduction said, we're an impact fund. My name's Andrew. I'm a partner at Tilia Impact Ventures. And we're looking for companies that build technology that really makes change at scale. And I'm very fortunate to be surrounded by 3 of those such founders. And today, I want to talk about building products that matter in an age of AI. Things are changing around us so quickly. And there's a lot of fear about something you design today. How will that work tomorrow? And I want to explore that with each of these founders. So they're each tackling quite a big impact problem. So I'm joined by Pavlo, who is tackling education, how to educate children, especially in the area of math. With Andre, he's tackling misinformation and disinformation, both with state and also in the private sector. And finally, Thomas, who's working with wildlife preservation. And I'm going to let each of them say a little bit about their companies. I'm doing this panel slightly different to the norm. So first, I'm going to let each of them do a presentation so you get a flavor for the company. And then we're going to have a short panel discussion around product design and what does it mean to actually build these products, the challenges, the impact, and just to really get a feel for their journey. So I think without any further ado, and I don't know how to change the slides here, but Thomas is now going to give you a short presentation. If anyone can tell me how to change the next slide.
Maybe there is some facial recognition, just like
Did
gestures.
this work?
No.
Sorry.
Does this work? It is working? Okay, great.
All right, brilliant. We're back with technical expertise. There you go.
Oh, shit. Can you drive that one?
I can drive that one.
Yes, oh no, the notes are there now. I see them. Okay, great. I thought we lost my notes. All right. My name is Thomas Backlund, CTO and co-founder of Flux Intelligence. And we built AI that communicates with nature. Human infrastructure is expanding into nature everywhere. Airport, railways, freeways, energy sites, all over the place. And animals move through these places like normal. They don't adjust their behavior. And our infrastructure does not understand how they do, and they can't talk to them. And the result of this is a conflict between human systems and nature systems, and we're trying to solve that. So this creates a very real infrastructure problem. Animals on runways, animals on railways, animals on highways, and today's response is very manual. We try to maybe scare them away. We might try to block them with very expensive fences that also interrupts their natural pathways in nature. Or, in worst case, we respond after the fact when an accident has happened. And what is missing here is embedded intelligence in nature that actually can react in time. So what have we done? Yeah, we built this system you guys see here. I can hold it up. Hold up. And we call it Edge. And it's intelligence that's embedded in nature. And what it does, it's observe nature using camera and sensors, runs AI locally on the device, and then understands what species it sees and what they are doing. And when necessary, let's say you want to keep them away from infrastructure, the unit will respond and play an acoustic signal that they understand and they can react to. And all of this stuff happens locally. We have to operate in extreme conditions and on battery, 24/7, almost 365 days a year. And these units will then observe, decide what to do, and then they will actually do the thing they're supposed to do. And when you deploy a lot of these systems across infrastructure, they form a distributed sensing and response layer across nature. So yes, it's challenging to build this device, and anybody who builds hardware knows this. Hardware is still hard, and it's still hard. We might solve it soon, but right now it is very hard. But what's really challenging for us and for companies like us is to actually build millions of these and deploy these out in nature. In nature, it's very unforgiving, limited connectivity, and they still have to observe and decide what to do in this environment. And there's an environment, some nature, which always is adapting as well and evolving. So our units can not only act in nature, they actually have to learn and get better over time. And in many ways, we think this is a new category of AI that actually operates and lives in nature, not just digitally. And since we deployed our first system a long time ago now in 2021, we have safely deterred 60,000 animals from airports to reduce bird strikes, railways to reduce animal collisions. And we do that by gently guiding them with these acoustic signals, which they're familiar with. And it could be their own alarm calls, and sometimes it could be predatory calls, or human voice as well. And all this is a really strong signal that we're building something that will enable infrastructure to actually respond to nature in real time. So if we get this right, the impact actually goes far beyond just deterring. We will create a new layer of intelligence that's embedded in the natural world. Infrastructure that can observe, understand, and safely interact with nature. And it's a world where human systems and natural systems can finally coexist at scale. And we like to call this new technology for nature intelligence. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. Okay, so from talking with animals to talking with trolls online, we're going to hear from Andrei.
Yeah, hi everyone. Apologies for my voice. It appears I'm more resilient to disinformation than I am to cold. So, but as Andrew said, we are dealing with the information operations and disinformation. And I think that I don't need to convince everyone that information operations, disinformation is a problem. I think that's generally understood. The world economy is losing around 78 billion due to them. And it's a #1 problem in actually in the World Economic Forum. But I think we still don't understand the full impact and the full scope of the disinformation as it is right now. So I brought 2 cases instead of doing the definition. First case happened during the elections in Czech Republic, and what happened, we've seen hundreds of cases back then, but this one was particularly interesting incident. We had 210 paid ads launched in 48 hours, displaying the content of a candidate in the handcuffs. And then those ads would lead you to the reputable websites like BBC and the others, having articles about the arrest of the political candidate, which then later on you can read, but then you would understand that this is not a real website, it's actually a replica that is geo-clocked, so you cannot access it from outside the country, so only for the target audience can access it. And that shows the mechanics of this information and those campaigns, that they use and utilize AI to the maximum. And that's the type of information operations we are all used to, like things that are targeting elections. But I think next one that I've brought to you is more interesting, because next month, what we are seeing is the same type of infrastructure, the same campaign, but now it's scaled across Europe, and it's no longer targeting elections, now it's targeting the banks, actually the clients of the banks. So all of the larger banks like Santander, BBVA, ING, and so on, we have 770 ads across 30 days targeting users across Europe with the AI-generated images of the stars and trusted journalists sharing their stories, how much they make on the investments in the crypto apps. And then those articles would again lead you to the replicas of the websites, and then they will mention an app on which you can invest, and then you will never see your money again, or basically or you can share your banking credentials, and that will be it for your cash. So as you can see, in the first case, some hostile state ordered someone to run a disinformation campaign. In the second case, those who've been running this campaign decided that they need to provide more shareholder value, and they started to find new ways to monetize. And that shows the reality of this market is that it's not longer just a state thing, it's actually targeting the companies. And you might ask, why is this problem existing? It's been #1 problem for quite a long time already. And I think I would say that historically it exists due to what I call a jurisdiction friction. It's a question whose problem it is. Because if you look at this problem through the lens of the enterprise or a government organization, you should look through the lens of different departments. And you have a CISO office that is interested only in the impersonation parts and understanding like what are the things being impersonated when infrastructure exists. But you also have a brand protection, which is interested in brand reputation. But you have risk and fraud, which is interested in fraud. The question is who is going to pay for that and which interface to use, because all of them are using very different tools. And historically, that's been the biggest problem that stopped this market from developing. But what we realized is that what AI allows us is instead of building the instrument for all of those organizations to help them detect the campaigns, we can actually do autonomous detection, and instead of selling them the dashboard for the analysis, we could just sell the intelligence. And if you sell the intelligence, you can integrate this intelligence in any instrument that you use. So what we are doing at LosData, we are having autonomous monitoring 24/7 of the key social media platforms, and then we integrate alerts on the early signals of information campaigns, like the one that you can see here, for example, on the scam campaign targeting a bank, into any system that they use, allowing them seamless response. And I think that, in general, Gartner predicts that the market and the spending on countering misinformation and disinformation, they will reach 30 billion, and there is multifold increase in awareness. But when we think about the impact that we are trying to make, it's when we define for us what we are trying to do, we are trying to make disinformation campaigns not profitable anymore. Because the problem is, it's like with the vaccination right now. Majority of the companies still haven't adopted the instruments to protect themselves. Therefore, the hostile states actors, they can actually rely on using the same structure times and times again. And they have 100x, sometimes we have 500x return on investment. If there will be a massive adoption of the counter-disinformation tool and you will be able to stop majority of the campaigns at the inception phase, they will need to reinvest lots of times in the infrastructure, and their ROIs would start to be negative. And it would be very difficult to find a big number of people who would be willing to do unethical work, which is illegal, for negative ROI. It will be a much smaller number of people than are willing to do that for the 100x ROI. So that's how we define the impact, and over the years that we've been working on that, we detected more than 4,000 campaigns already, and we've been working around 30 countries, more than 30 countries on those campaigns and scaling the impact right now.
Brilliant. Thank you, Andriy. And finally, we're going to hear from Pablo about tutoring the youth.
Wow. Well, honestly, guys, you're building some really cool stuff. So I feel like a bit of an imposter syndrome here, speaking alongside you. But anyways, here I am. My name is Pablo, and I'm building this company called Massima. Massima is, in a nutshell, a tutoring marketplace, and we are one of the biggest STEM tutoring companies in the Central Eastern Europe. In a nutshell, what we do, we combine live sessions with AI in order to teach kids mathematics. And I think about us is that, like, why we exist is that we basically understood that regardless of how many lessons we provided, and last year alone we did 600,000 lessons, again, 600,000 lessons, you can count how many years of lessons is that. Kids are still falling behind in math, it doesn't really help. Human tutoring still works, but it's still expensive and it's still really hard to scale. And I think more importantly is that parents understand the AI exists, they understand that the AI is cheap, but they really don't trust it. We've done a lot of experiments, we've built our own AI tutoring solution, and parents simply do not trust it. So that's the problem. And we believe that we can use AI in order to turn average tutors that already exist into real stars and scale this cost efficiently. So what we discovered by building this business is that by using AI, we can decouple quality of individual tutors and sort of enable them to become real tutoring stars. And for that, we build a platform that optimizes for this experience. I think what's important is that parents trust humans, and even though the platform is powered by AI, we've understood that it must be invisible. In reality, parents don't even have to understand that it's powered with AI because they kind of freak out whenever they hear the word. But every interaction we provide must earn trust. We need to make sure that we compress the cost with whatever we optimize, and the product that we build should not feel like school. We build our own AI platforms that helps us to run a mass school as a agentic first business. We build our own platforms that sort of manages agents at scale. For instance, support is now partially automated, sales quality is partially automated, and we launch these agents on a day-to-day basis. And with that, we simplify and compress the cost of the hours that we sell to parents. So far, we've conducted almost 2 million lessons during the lifetime, with 600,000 lessons contributed last year. And we deeply believe that every child deserves a chance to unlock their potential in STEM. We're starting with math, but we are not stopping here. We are probably the biggest math tutoring platform in Ukraine right now, and growing super rapidly in Poland, and launched the UK a few weeks ago. That's me.
Thank you. Right, so now moving on to the discussion part. So for the first topic, I want to talk about defensibility in the age of AI. So on the one hand, for founders, it's a great time to build. It's never been cheaper and easier to get products to market. It feels like anyone can just throw a UI on a LLM wrapper and put something out in a matter of weeks. But the terrifying part of that is, how do you maintain defensibility? And I know a question that VCs are always asking now is, well, why doesn't Google build it? Or why don't OpenAI push it out? And although I'm sure all of these founders are sick of hearing that, it's still a relevant question about defensibility. So I'm going to start with you, Pavlo, because you're fresh. You know, this choice, your product design choice about whether you go full AI, low cost, full scalability, versus human first, and which is less scalable and obviously more expensive. How did you navigate that, and how do you believe that builds into your defensibility?
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, what's interesting is that what looked really complicated to us when we started now feels like a real moat. Because obviously we now manage, like last month alone, we paid out to 1,500 tutors, which is an insane amount of people who rely on us with their income. And you can manage many people. It's really hard to manage. But with that, we can be sure that it's really hard for a competitor to enter the market and to replicate the same sort of vastness of supplies that we provide. So the way we think about it really is that software, in our case, is definitely not a moat anymore. I remember when I was at Preply. Preply is one of the largest language tutoring marketplaces. We had two teams that was just building marketplace pages. Last week, we decided to launch our own marketplace, and our engineer built it in like 3 hours. Like next day, it was in production, and it already worked. So good luck building your defensibility around building software, unless the software is defined by really specific use case or workflow, or powered with data that you understand. It's just like useless. I mean, maybe useless is a bit of a strong word, but it's going to be really hard to sell. As a company, we've also pretty much completely stopped to procure software, just because it's so easy for us to build the workflows that we actually need to be automated. Wow. And again, recently we've just had to figure out, like we have 50 salespeople, and these salespeople, they do calls all the time, and we need to analyze quality at scale. Normally you would buy Gong or like any other big software that would kind of sell you 100 seats at like $500,000 a year retainer, and now we kind of can build it in a day. I mean, and it works in production. So I think that unless there's something real behind your product, either unique data or a unique workflow or a unique understanding of the problem or unique supply, as it is in our case, you're cooked. In our case, we see the moat as supply, because obviously it's just hard to replicate. Then it's obviously a brand. We are heavily invested into brand because we believe that that's going to pay us in the long term, and it's distribution. We've been focusing on paid acquisition from day one. Reason being, we didn't have a privilege to have SEO assets from the get-go. We figured that out, and that's now a competitive advantage because any person here in the room could just go on Claude now and build a complete copy of our website. But good luck distributing it. Good luck making tutors trust you. Good luck doing operations around it.
Good answer. So Thomas, I'll move to you. You know, Google have their own animal language model, Gemma, Dolphin Gemma. And I know, like when we were looking at the investment decision, a lot was around that same question. Why doesn't Google do it? And how does that affect your design choice? And where do you think you build your moat, knowing that this open source model is actually, has a lot of money behind it and has a lot of people in a distributed way working on it?
Yeah, I mean, it comes down to, like, we like to think of ourselves as an interface between the digital and the physical world. And an open source model cannot be that interface, right? You need the physical aspect of it. And do we build it ourselves? Yeah, currently we do. There's nothing like this on the market, so we have to build it. But we're looking to partner up and use our software as an SDK on other hardwares as well. But I think for us, it's a benefit that actually this research is happening because we're leveraging it ourselves. And the problem right now is you cannot yet deploy a functional LLM like that on a device like this in nature, right? The memory footprint's too hard, and it's too large. But when you can, we have distribution, and we'll have millions of these, so we'll be ready. So I'm happy that they're doing that research for us.
Yeah, you chose quite a complicated market, though, to do both the hardware and the software in a completely novel space. I mean, in the long run, is your defensibility a hardware one or a software one?
No, I think it's just a matter of how many units, and our units and other units can we have deployed, and then it becomes a data play, I think. Because in order to do this at scale, it will require millions of units, if not even more than that. So we're just pushing really hard to continue to lead the market, because we're kind of the only player right now, knowing that people will follow, but yeah, it's amazing. I mean, just to follow up on what he said with AI and building software right now, we can execute so fast on that. And on the hardware side, we're all seeing benefits daily as well. So it's just a matter of positioning yourself and then run real fast.
And Andrei, the tools that you're using can also be used for nefarious purposes, and it sometimes feels like you're in a bit of an arms race against your opponents. I mean, how does this affect your design, product design?
Yeah, I would say that, I mean, indeed, players who are building this information at scale, they apply the AI day one. And the more accessible the instruments are, the more you can see. Like, for example, a year ago, we had rollout of wide access to the text generation models. And last year, we had 10x increase in the text generated for the malicious purposes. This year, we have a 10x increase in the video and images because the models were rolled out. So as a defender, you should use the latest technology as well, and you should use the agentic approaches, because otherwise it's impossible for you to catch up. But I think that on the defender side, we have a bit of an advantage right now, because the techniques for those who are creating this information, they haven't changed. It's just they can do it faster and at a larger scale. But previously, when you were defending against information operations and disinformation, it was very difficult to analyze across multiple platforms, like TikTok and Telegram. They are very different. And you couldn't just analyze them together, as well as languages. They were difficult. Nowadays, with large language models and with the data sets that we acquired over the years, with understanding the techniques, we can see cross languages and cross platforms. So the core of the IP and the core of the defensibility comes in the data that you accumulated over the time, and in the intelligence that you have, that you can later use to train and fine-tune the existing models, because that's the core of the idea, and that's something that is very hard to replicate in a few days.
Okay, so topic number 2 that I wanted to talk about is, again, around product design, and it's capturing the value that you create. And I think something that's unique to each of you is you're addressing, there's a kind of positive externality associated with each of your services. So Thomas, in your case, you're helping animals. I don't think the animals have a lot of budget to pay for your services. Andre, you're protecting people in a preventative way where they don't even see the cost that you avoided them incurring. And Pavlo, educating people, especially in math when they're younger, creates so many downstream prosperous effects for the whole of society. So the question is, how do you capture the value that you're creating when you're creating these positive externalities? Maybe Thomas, I'll start with you.
Well, I think you can't just do it for the good of it. So you'll actually have to find a use case, a business use case, which we have found. Airports are willing to pay a lot of money to solve these problems. Railways, the same thing. Trucks, very similar. So any type of infrastructure actually are willing to pay for it. So the good becomes part of your business plan if you actually can find the right. You need to be able to identify a way to make money. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to pull it off. And we have found a lot of different avenues for that. So. Yeah.
Okay, Andrew?
I would say that in our space, as well as in security in general, the people are not used to paying for the security. There is B2C market is close to non-existing. It's just always embedded into the subscription price or into wherever you are paying for as a must. And I think that when it comes to showing the value, the difficult part is that if your instrument is working correctly, there is no losses. There are no losses to the organization, right? So if your instrument is working incorrectly, there are losses, but there are no gains as well. But what we realized is that it's not obvious for the decision makers. So what we are started doing is we keep track of all of the campaigns that we identified and helped stop. And then we use the data from the market to assess what would be the impact of such a campaign in terms of the number of users that it will reach, in terms of the financial monetary losses. And we use the statistics like, for example, in the retail, every person that's been a victim of a fraud on behalf of a brand, they have a 30% or so higher chance of a churn. So if you start building the statistics, you can eventually put a price tag on how much you save on every campaign. And then the ROI becomes very clear, because the reality is that one prevented campaign pays for like a year or 2 years of the monitoring. And that's but that's a hard work that you need to do for those who are buying it, because they wouldn't do that themselves. So that's part of the things that you need to invest in to capture the value and show the value, which they can later run up to the board or to the decision maker in the government and make the investment.
Yeah, I'm afraid that a lot of people don't really value it until they suffer some sort of breach and they get, fully acquainted with the full cost of it.
Yeah, I mean, usually that can be like, I know for the publicly traded organizations, the result of the targeted disinformation campaign could be around 19% share price drop, which will take a year to recover. You can, if you take a larger organization, you can understand it. For the governments, it's a bit more difficult to assess, but then the results can be loss of trust to the government, and then basically the amount of cost that you need to spend in rebuilding this trust. So the reality is it's really, but we take it as our responsibility to capture and educate the customers in that value, because we cannot rely on them just doing that themselves.
Okay, and Pavlo, how have you addressed?
Yeah, in our case, it's a bit easier. So basically, the way it works for us is that obviously we try to acquire customers as early in their life cycle as it is possible. In our case, most of our customers are moms with kids age 10, 12, 10, 13. So they still have 5, 6 years to finish their high school, which obviously helps the retention. Also, what helps is just the dynamics of the process. I remember when we just started, we started in a very low-key way. We just put a landing page together and started to sell. We had no product, and at some point we were managing 7,000 lessons in a Google Calendar with an incredible retention. Our 12 months retention was 20%, which is insane for B2C products. And it's not because we built a great product. In fact, we didn't have any product. It's just because that's how kids learn math, and that's how they retain organically. So from now on, we can only make it better. So that's this thing. And then I think capturing downstream value is a bit of a complicated one here, obviously, because if you've done, it's a bit like with dating apps. Like if you've done the match right on Hinge, like no one comes back, right? So with that, we try to make sure that whatever usage we generate helps us to have the flywheels that would eventually bring new customers. So then with that, AI really helps. We have multiple workflows where tutors create materials with our product. Kids can create materials with our product. And our long-term bet is that these materials are going to help us to acquire more customers and eventually help the brand. But that's more of a long-term thinking than the way it works right now.
Andre, you mentioned a word earlier, trust. And I think this is another really interesting design challenge, especially in the kind of impact product sphere. So, you're requiring governments to trust you with their data, for people to trust that you are a protector from the government. How are you incorporating trust into your product design?
Yeah, that's a difficult one. I think when we were starting, the amount of times we had to argue what is disinformation and what is not disinformation, it's insane. I think that the only way to have a real trust is actually have a definition which would be very data-driven and objective. So the things that we are aiming to capture are usually impersonations, signals of coordinated behavior, synthetic identities, so the things that are objective, the things that you can prove with the data that they are happening, and that's like, for example, the accounts, they cannot, like the real human cannot post 60 times per second. That's an objective fact. And then once you start relying on this data, it's very important that in all of your interfaces, you have like the confidence score, you have all of the data. We always have the data set attached, like showing which exactly publications were involved. And over time, that builds the trust because they can always rely and verify themselves. But this is a very sensitive space because there are lots of products that are based on a very noisy signals, like for example, sentiment analysis, and they would call disinformation anything that is negative. And that is a very slippery road because then it's suddenly becoming like, from whose point of view are we talking? And then in this space, it's very easy to lose the trust. So that's why we tend to rely on the objective indicators and be mostly in the infrastructure space, like the things that you can verify.
If I just elaborate on that, when I was at Wise, I remember we were kind of banned. I was a PM at Wise at some point, and we were kind of banned to use trust as a reason of why customers don't do something. The reason is because, I mean, not officially banned, but as in like on the product level, it was a bit of a bad vibe to use this word, because trust is not a Forbes logo on your website. It's not like a COS2 like certification that you have on your website. Trust is how products delivers on its promise ultimately. And if you can build a product that delivers on the promise and you have customers' words to prove for that, that's great. And in our case, for instance, what's interesting is that there is a direct correlation between trust and customers that convert by themselves. So obviously we sell to moms. Our average transaction size is 500 US in Poland, which is a relatively big check when you just pay with a card. And like we know that if a mom trusts us, she just goes on a self-service checkout and pays for the service. If she doesn't, she expects a salesperson to call her back. So there's a direct correlation between how customers trust you and how likely they are to make a transaction.
But it's quite an interesting trust challenge for you because it's the parents that need to trust you, but it's the students who are actually using your service. I mean, how have you approached this in your like product design, but also in your marketing?
Yeah, the way we don't talk about like irrational attributes. We talk about very rational attributes to parents. Like whenever I don't have kids, so I have very little empathy for moms. Really, I really don't know them, and I had to build this empathy to sort of understand what they need. Like I'm spending countless hours on calls with moms to understand like what their lives are. And what I discovered is that moms of younger kids, they think about their days in schedules. Like really, they're like, okay, from 5 to 6, my kid takes a swimming class. From 6 to 7, a dad picks up a kid from a school or whatever. And like it's in blocks. And when they hire a solution like us, they obviously care about their kids to excel in mathematics, etc. But most of all, they care about their day being structured. And when we failed on delivering on continuation of their education, let's say a lesson gets rescheduled, a tutor leaves the platform, whatever, it creates so much hassle for moms. So we kind of, instead of being loud and saying, hey, that's what we do, that's how cool we are, we're like, well, we promise you, you're going to have a stable schedule with us. We kind of talk their rational attributes that resonate with them.
Okay. And Thomas, I also think you have a tough trust problem, which is your buyer, especially in the agricultural sense, farmers are just notoriously hard to sell to. I've experienced that in a former life as well. So how do you overcome that kind of trust issue?
I think it's a little bit of a chicken and an egg for startups, and everybody has to figure it out. What we did was we built the prototype as quickly as possible, and then aligned us with partners that have trust, like the traffic and safety government agency in Sweden. We tested out our products with them on roads to keep animals away. We worked with Swedavia, which is kind of like a company that owns all the airports in Sweden. So we started a partnership with them. A lot of this stuff was probably for free. We've got paid a little bit, but associating with them and then building trust with them then gave us more trust when we went to talk to a farmer, for example, because then we could say, well, we work with the traffic and safety government agency. And then right away, you actually have some trust. And I think as a startup, it's really hard, but I think it helps to find partners to establish that trust early, because yes, it's just you and a couple of guys inventing something and you want to start selling it, and the trust level is going to be pretty low. So it could help to find a partner on that journey, I think.
Yeah, 100%. I actually believe that the best thing that big corporates can do for the innovation ecosystem is not to start a CVC, but just to take a bet on being a customer of a startup, because again, it starts this whole trust cycle.
If I may add to that, I think that in security especially, the trust is a big thing, and then there are lots of partnerships you can enter with the larger players. Like, for example, we over years been investing into relations with Google, and when we enter the conversation with a certain corporate, and we are a startup, but we are integrated with the Google key systems, for them it's a signal like, okay, so the Google trusted those guys, so probably they know what they are doing. And this trust sharing is a lot. So, I mean, it shouldn't always be as hard as integrating the system, but sometimes it's just doing a joint research paper, sharing some data, and I know, speaking on the stage together. All of those things, they create this transfer of trust from one brand to another. And for you as a startup, I think it's very important at the early stages, especially in the sensitive areas, to stand in line with those who already have a trust in what you are trying to build.
I think also as a B2C company, you could also think about where these customers of yours hang out, and make sure that you don't come across as a random site from the internet that has no brand, no identity, no whatsoever, and sort of be present in their daily lives. Like, for instance, for us, a big boost was partnering with one of the large Ukrainian banks that started to offer us as a service they would provide a cashback on. It's not a massive source of traffic. It does bring us traffic. It's not a massive source, but it really gives this kind of positive reinforcement in customer eyes. Oh, these dudes are legit. Like, if this bank is telling, like, we can buy through them, probably we can. So think about these avenues where your customers hang out.
Okay. And the last topic is, I want to talk about being mission-driven in a commercial world. So you all have a very clear mission, and I fully believe in your intentions around realizing that at scale, but it's not always a straight line to getting there. I mean, the classic example is Tesla, where they started off selling cars to rich people, and they were very expensive. And that was in order to build the platform upon which they could then do the high volume, low cost, and kind of bring electrification to everybody. So it's not always a straight line from impact. And I guess in each of your experiences, have you experienced this tension between trying to fulfill the mission for which you started the company and trying to succeed commercially?
Yes, for sure. I think that tension is probably always there, and it's probably a good thing in some ways as well, I think. But I think at the end of the line, you got to figure out how to survive and build a company that actually creates value. And hoping that the vision you had originally can stick with you as you do that. But I don't think you're not doing anybody any good if you can't, build that value and keep the company going. So I think you have to lean into the commercial side and then bring the other thing with you as you scale up, because you're not going to be able to reach that ultimate goal unless you're still alive and selling products.
Completely agree.
Yeah, I think in our case we always have that, because the way we build the company is that we build the acquisition funnel first, we build sales first, and then we were like, okay, let's build the product. So technically, with that type of funnel, we could sell whatever we want in a way, which obviously sounds odd, but that's the assets that we have. And with that, it's always tempting when you see another opportunity on the market. Like for instance, 2 years ago, we're like, oh, there's this trending niche of vocal courses for adults. Like adults were just kind of hiring coaches to sound better and perform better in public. Shall we just launch a separate product line and try to make a quick buck there? And we did a big mistake. We launched it, it flopped, because you can't really be focused on many things at the same time. That's the reality of it. And I think also, I would kind of advocate against optimizing for cash, because sometimes as a startup founder, you're like, oh, I have this massive missions that I want to achieve, but also I don't have money to pay my rent, which is, and you can't really build a startup without having financial safety. It's like nonsense. And I think if you see an opportunity to make money with consulting, or to launch a product that could become a quick cash flow, or see an opportunity that just materializes super quickly, but not necessarily leads you to achieving the missions, just spin up a separate company, hire someone to do it for you and run it on the side. And don't tell your VCs, of course. But the thing is, it's kind of dumb to stay poor if you have an opportunity to kind of get a decent life. That's my honest opinion.
Yeah, and that's what I want to follow up on that one too. Don't be afraid to charge for things. People are usually more willing to pay than you think sometimes. We've charged for prototypes, tests, everything from day one. So don't be afraid to ask for money. People tend to give it away if you have something of value to offer.
Yeah, I think that it's actually a very big point on charging, and I think that oftentimes startups undercharge for the value they are providing, and they just cannot imagine how much value that can be if you look from the eyes of the buyer. But in terms of the mission and staying focused, I think the first most common request that always comes to us that we always refuse is that outside of the work that we do is that, can you do a disinformation campaign for us instead of finding one? And when they tell you how much they are ready to pay for that, you're like, wow, that's a lucrative
Maybe
business.
I should pivot.
Yeah, start a separate company, don't tell your VC, right? I've heard that. But the jokes aside, it will be a very difficult life to wake up every morning and have a founder problem kit check was doing something like that. And I think what's the most important part is that early on, if you're doing the impact work and you do the definition of what's your impact, is to make sure that this impact correlates with the financial success of the company. So in our case, the impact is about how many campaigns we prevented, and as a result, the value that the customers see is the campaigns that we prevented against them. So they are linearly or exponentially correlating. The more impact we do, the more revenue we should come. And I think the mistake that some people do is that when they think about the impact and the financial metrics, they put them absolutely separately, and then the problem is that those are in conflict. And when you need to make a constant decision whether you maximize the impact or you maximize the revenue, it will be hard on you, because at one days you would be either financially struggling, on the other days you would be feeling like you're doing some no purpose, no sense work, and that's not the easy one.
I have an absolutely amazing story that happened to me not long ago. Scale AI reached out to us prior to being acquired by Facebook, and they were like, "Oh, we want you to give us your supply of teachers because we need to kind of have this mathematical evaluations to train the models," and that's a massive financial opportunity. One eval could go for five grand easily, and we can produce hundreds of those. And that was such a hard one to refuse. because I was like, wow, I could just get rich out of it. Like, should I really do that? But then you understand that it kind of drags you into a completely different direction. And that was one of these opportunities that which we didn't really act on. Neither we sort of built a separate business, nor we invested like from our main sort of company into building this cash flow. But that's a hard one. And I think it's also how much you believe that you're on the right track, because you can't really earn everything. And especially as your business is growing, you will see more and more opportunities because your brand is becoming more recognizable. People know you, they reach out to you for advice, they reach out for you for help, etc. So opportunities naturally come to you, and just separating good opportunities from bad opportunities that lead you towards wherever you want to become as an individual, not necessarily as a company owner, is really problematic. And personally, it takes a lot of my mental space.
I can imagine that would have been a pretty hard no, especially because I don't know if you know, but Pavlo is bootstrapped. Bootstrapped his way to 4 million euros of revenue, so extremely impressive, but bootstrapping is hard. Self-financing all of your growth, and I can imagine be pretty attractive to take such a thing. Okay, we're coming towards the end of our time, so I wanted to ask some quick fire questions. Not so much about you, but about your view on the market. So, I mean, building a product has changed so much in the last 3 years, almost in a way that I don't think I would have suspected when ChatGPT first came out to what you're able to do with AI now. Do you have a view on what it will look like to build a product in 3 further years' time? What will be different? What will be the same?
I mean, you still need an idea and you still need agency to act on that idea. But I think one person can do a lot more. And I think physical AI and the actual physical space of building products in the physical space, it's going to have a big revolution in the next couple of years. It's lagging a little bit behind because of the technology, and robotics is taking a little bit longer than we thought, but it's still moving super fast. So I think there's a future where our kids will be able to build their own toys, and I mean it's going to be amazing.
I think there's always like this space of foundational problems that exist, and that's where you could actually make money. And I think that obviously the ways of building are going to change, but the problems will most likely, I mean, some of them will change, but a lot of them will remain the same. And I think the biggest opportunities really lay down in the space of old problems that have been somehow solved by someone in the past, but could be just solved better. And that's where the real opportunity exists. So just echoing on what you've said, but from the different stance.
Yeah, I think definitely agree here. I would just say that maybe one or more thing is that the way we interact with product changes a lot. I think we will see much more invisible products because like building the feature, building the interfaces, it's very easy. The reality is lots of interactions are becoming through some agent, through some proxy, and we will have the whole space of the products that you wouldn't just see, and that will be embedded into that ecosystem. And I think that even more important is what value your product provides, and what unique advantages you have when you started it, like what unique data you have, what unique network effects the product creates, because I think the features and the interfaces are no longer differentiators, and in 3 years they're definitely not going to become one.
They're just so hard to build. Like good interfaces now are just so hard to build. And I think it's also clear that with like engineers' output being so huge, it's just becoming extremely hard to design great experience around that.
Yeah, I actually think, I mean, I have a contrarian thought maybe around UX. I think UX will kind of go away, to be honest, because the information you want is going to come to you where you are. And if it's your agent and goes and picks it up and delivers it to you the way you like to read it or view it, I think for a product company like us, we are already starting to think about that. How can we let agents get the information they need to present this information in the way that you want it? Because let's say you're a wildlife manager at Denver Airport, you might have a specific need when it comes to viewing that data. Like how do you want it to be formatted, when do you want to see it, what time of the day? And we might not have to build that interface because your own agent will build it for you. And I think that's quickly happening now. And I think UX, the way we think about it, it's drastically going to change.
So we're coming to the end of our time, and just one closing remark, because I like to always leave on something optimistic and positive and future-looking. So, we've speculated what the future will look like. We've talked about your experiences. With that in mind, what would be some advice that you would have for someone sitting in the audience now as a founder, starting out, trying to build an impactful product? Pavlo?
Yeah, I think it's probably a cheesy one, but try to follow your natural curiosity. Because I think it's so easy to follow the hype and build another whatever multi-agent platform to do agents for agents that interact with agents with AI. That it just and if you have no interest in that, for real, then when you're gonna build the business, the shit will eventually hit the fan, and eventually it's gonna become really hard, and eventually you're gonna be facing a really big existential crisis, especially for those who are a bit more advanced in their careers. You would be like, why am I spending time on this? And I think you should always have this kind of very strong why behind what you're building, and you should have a personal attachment to the problem that you're building. To me, personally, I did math studies when I was in school in Ukraine, and it's given me a massive advantage, which I want to share with more kids, and that keeps me going. I think if I didn't have that, I would have abandoned this business a million times.
Yeah, I would say that I definitely agree here with Paolo, and I think I always think of this problem as what I call a founder problem fit. There is a product market fit, and you would be searching for it, and we've been searching for it quite some time. It depends how, what's your starting point. It's never been easier to start, so you definitely need to start, but run a good check on whether you are having a good founder problem match. In terms of both starting points, do you have some unique insight into the market? Do you have some unique connections, as well as the passion part? And the passion part is something that is often overlooked, but here I definitely agree that it's one of the most important ones to persevere and find that product market fit, which can take days, but it can also take years.
Okay. Thomas, the last word?
Yeah, a lot of good stuff said. And I agree with curiosity. I think now is the time to lean into it. There's never been a better time to actually create something out of your own imagination. I don't think there's any limits, and the limits that are left are quickly dissolving. So it all comes down to, do you have agency, and do you want to do this? Then go ahead and do it. And also realize this, I've done this 5 times now. This is my 5th startup, and the early times are the best times. So it's going to be tough. It's going to be a lot of work, but you're going to look back at those early days as the best days of your company. So I'd say just start and lean into that curiosity.
5th startup. I think we should give him a round of applause. 5th startup, guys.
Yeah, it's wearing me out.
Yeah, so I really appreciate all the practical advice here, and I hope the audience took some of that away and that you can action it in your own journeys. So thanks everyone for listening in, and maybe tonight we can continue some of these conversations over a beer with the audience. Enjoy the rest of your TechChill, and thanks for having us. Cheers.
Thank you.
Yeah, it was great.
Oh, this was super insightful, and I hope that you not only took a lot of kind of golden nuggets of wisdom out of this, but a lot of inspiration as well, because we just had 3 co-founders who have built amazing companies that are actually delivering a lot of impact. And, which is super important, found a meaningful way how to monetize that as well. But honestly, I'm super excited for the next segment. Alice, what do we have up next?
Exactly. The next segment is something very, very cool. And it is not something that you listen to, but more of a task. And the task for you is to get some calorie intake because we have a lunch break until 3:30. But do come back because we have some freshest data about startup ecosystem planned. We have how to turn TikTok views into business revenue and Ukrainian startup showcase. So go grab your lunch in these 30 minutes and see you back at 3:30.
Amazing. We'll be back.
Hi, and welcome everybody back from the lunch break. If you thought that we already ended the agenda on this stage, you were absolutely wrong, because the best is only going to happen now. It's like we've saved these sessions as a dessert. The best ones come after the main part. And you're going to hear some panels, pitches, practical keynotes, and more in this afternoon session. So everybody who has their headphones and are standing at the back, please come to the front seats. We have still spots here open. I mean, you're going to have great insights, but the worst that's going to happen is that if somebody next to you spills coffee on you. But I think that's fixable.
That's a risk that we can take.
Exactly. But without further ado, who are we expecting here now?
Ooh, this is actually super exciting. And not only exciting, but super important for anybody working at a startup, trying to raise, or somebody who's trying to invest in a startup, because doing all that without data is not only pretty dumb, but pretty risky, right? So we have Andra Bagdanaite from First Pick. She has done a brilliant job of gathering all the data together, and she will share some nuggets of wisdom. So without any further ado, Andra, I'll welcome you on the stage. Round of applause.
So, as you can see, this session doesn't include just me. Actually, it will be followed up by Andrews and Tim, but I'm sure we'll have a bit of an introduction, so you'll learn what's going to happen next. But I will begin with the Baltic Startup Funding Report. So this is a report that we produce every year, collecting a lot of sensitive and unique data points from founders and investors. So we pick up the phone, we call every founder, we ask them, how much capital have you raised, what were the terms, and we have the most up-to-date data that no other platform like Dealroom or Crunchbase will ever have. So I'm going to present the most important bits of that research with you, for you today. So let's begin with like a general overlook of the Baltic ecosystem. Lithuania, my home country, has done incredibly well this year. Startups in Lithuania have raised 240 million euros and had a record year in terms of exits. 11 exits happened in Lithuania, bringing back capital both for founders and for investors. We've also asked local funds who are the top founders, who are they most excited about, who they think will be the next unicorn companies. And you can see 3 names that have come up the most frequently, and that's Copa AI, Ovoko, and AceWaves. If you don't know them yet, make sure to follow. These guys are really amazing. Now, let's zoom in into Latvia. Latvian startups last year have raised 76 million euros and had 3 new funds opened, which is the best news for early-stage founders who are looking for their first investor. So 60 million of fresh dry powder is here in Latvia, available for companies. And yeah, I'm going to share a little bit more on the funds later, but probably you know them. It's Outlast Fund, Bad Ideas Fund, and Build It. And here are the top 3 Latvian startups to watch. Handwave, Birdie Chat, and Spotwise. I actually saw some of the founders of those companies in TechChill today. So, you know, you can grab them, you can ask them, what is it that you're building? Why is it so cool? Why investors love it? Estonia, the leader of the Baltics. Year over year, Estonians are raising most capital in the Baltics. That's the reality. You know, we Lithuanians and Latvians, we just have to do better. We have to catch up. So Estonians this year raised almost half of all the funding in the Baltics, 300 million, and saw good growth in pre-seed investing as well. So 2 times more pre-seed deals happened in Estonia this year, which is great news, because in order to have more Series A rounds, more later stage companies, we just need that big pipeline of early stage startups.
And again, 3 Estonian companies that you probably heard about. I think Pactum for sure. They raised the largest round this year in Estonia, but also Dr. House and Sarah, someone that you should watch if you're interested in Estonian companies. Right, now let's dive a little bit deeper into the numbers, and I want to share some data with you. So bear with me if it's too technical. It's just going to be a short overview. So overall, startups in the Baltics have raised over 600 million euros. You can see that overall funding has stabilized after the peak in 2021 and 2022, the super cycle year. And if we look at the number of rounds, it has increased slightly, but overall there is a bit of a downward going trend. And this is interesting because startups have raised 100 million more than they did in the previous year, but the round size has increased only by 10 deals. So this means that there is capital concentration, that founders are raising more money, and in general, we're becoming more mature as an ecosystem, catching up to some of the players in the new Nordics. I get asked quite often, what are the top verticals in Baltics? What are people building in? And you can see that there is no consistent picture. Every year, it's a different vertical that's dominating, and 2025 has been the year of AI for sure, both in the number of capital raised, but also in the total deal count. So we are expecting that to stay, and we think that 2026 will also probably be the year of AI, but also perhaps of defense, because we see more founders building in defense and also more defense funds opening up. Okay, now, the heavy data. If we dive even deeper into the round sizes, we did some calculations of like what are the median pre-seed round sizes in the Baltics. So at the moment, it's about €500,000 that is being raised at about like 4.5 million euro valuation. Of course, there are rounds that are bigger, that are smaller, some outliers, but in general, this is the median round size. And here you can see that Lithuanians and Estonians raise at very similar valuations. So companies are just as expensive at pre-seed. In seed, the overall trend is a bit more stable, and the round sizes aren't increasing as much. The median round size is about 1.5 million euros at the seed stage, and the median valuation is about 12 million euros. And here, Estonians are leading the way. We've also collected data on the highest rounds that have happened across all stages in the Baltics. So this doesn't include some of the non-public deals. So not all the deals that we know of are presented here because we just couldn't include them. But for sure, you know some of the names. You've seen those companies. You probably saw them in the news. And the largest growth rounds that we should all be very proud of are Pactum, Irons in Latvia, and Kastaja in Lithuania that also became the 5th Lithuanian unicorn last year. All right, so for the first time, we also did some research on the founders. We've never done this before, and we wanted to know what is the typical profile of a funded founder in the Baltics. So not necessarily the one who is building, but someone who received funding last year. And this is the data. You can see that it is very heavily dominated by male founders. That's still the reality, and it's a global trend. Most of the founders fall into the category of 26 to 35-year-olds, so millennials. And a lot of Lithuanian founders, which I was very happy about, but quite surprised. Something that worries me, though, is that there are more foreign founders than Latvian founders that have raised funding. And for the Latvian founders in the room, this is your chance to change the statistic for next year. Make sure to build, get funded, and make your dream a reality. We've also analyzed the education profile, and we can see that a lot of the founders have bachelor degrees and master degrees. They even have degrees in multiple fields, and about 36% of them have studied abroad. This was also super insightful to look at the experience of the founders. What was maybe the most interesting is that almost half of the founders that have raised funding have founded a startup before. So they had experience of building a company, and 12% had experience of exiting a startup. So I think that's just a reality. We don't have too many exited founders in the Baltics yet, but every year this data is becoming better and better, as you will see, and the exit situation is improving. We also checked what's the typical setup of a founding team, and this is probably not surprising, but most of the funded founders, they have about 2 to 3 people in the founding team. Usually, it's the CEO who's taking care of the business, the CTO taking care of the product, and maybe also a third person coming with some specific industry experience or leading a specific field in the company. Something that was the highlight of 2025 are the builder houses or the hacker houses. It's a new trend, a wave that we have seen in Europe and also in the Baltics, with these builder houses launching to help people get going, get started. Maybe you have an idea, you don't know how to start, you need some support. This is where you go to get that help. So it all started with base space in Lithuania and then expanded to Estonia with Room and lately with Shipyard in Latvia. So, if you're a young, new founder, you need some help, this is your place to go. The community, the knowledge, the support, the mentorship is there. Very briefly, to talk about the investors. Here are the most active investors in the Baltics. We calculated this based on the number of deals that the funds have participated in. So at the pre-seed and seed stage, some of the names that might be familiar to you. And very happy also to have foreign VC funds that have done more than one deal at both pre-seed and seed. So, exciting to bring in some international capital. But even more importantly, those international funds are funding companies at later stages. So at pre-seed and seed, it's mostly the locals that are covering the ground, but then seed and Series A+, almost 40%, more than 40% of the capital is actually coming from international VCs, including some tier 1 funds like Index, Early Bird, Dawn Capital, or Balderton. And I mentioned that there was a lot of fresh capital raised in the Baltics in 2025. So these are the funds overall that brought nearly 300 million of fresh capital that's available to you, founders. So there was never a better time to build a company, in my opinion. And just final bit from my side, the exits. Last year was an incredible year for Baltics in terms of exits, 25 exits. We haven't seen that ever before. And this was mostly driven by a massive increase in exits in Lithuania, with 11 companies being exited. And here we've listed all of them out. So some nice companies that you probably know. I think in Estonia, Ready Player Me was probably the most exciting exit, a company that was acquired by Netflix. So really something that was in the news. And if you follow what's happening in the startup world, you saw it for sure. So that's it. Thanks so much for listening. If you want to dive deeper, you can find the report on the websites of First Pick and Practica Capital. And always feel free to ping myself or Tim, who's going to come on stage, if you want to discuss some of the numbers or our methodology. Thanks for spending those 10 minutes with me, and enjoy the rest of TechChill.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Andra. This was super insightful, guys. If you will be working on raising the next round, just go back to the survey, go back to the report. It's available online. Check it, and it will give a decent kind of guidelines or on where to land, basically. But raw data is one thing, but we need stories. So, Alisa, how do we follow up?
Exactly. We need a story. So we're going to hear from an investor and a founder. So I'm welcoming on the stage Tim Veino, investor from Practica Capital, as well as Andrius Slimas, co-founder of Salts. Round of applause. Welcome.
Thank you. Thanks. Hello. Is it working?
Hi there.
Yeah. Quick
comments. First one is that the hacker spaces. So now we can proudly say that one team from from Base Space and Room have been actually accepted to YC program. So it's quite significant, and I think Shipyard's you're next. So let's produce even more teams from here. And secondly, one thing to kind of introduce the panel would be that. One thing that came apparent in the report was the fact that we're producing a lot of pre-seed, we're producing a lot of seed, but then you have a bit of a gap of graduating to Series A. And I think historically we've done better, but now we're not that strong. So first of all, well done for yourselves and Salts to overcome this step. You raised 20 million in your Series A investment now.
That's correct.
And kind of following up on this, I just want to pick your brain and kind of get your opinion on maybe give some insights, what founders should be preparing, what are the bottlenecks, what are the investor expectations, and so on. So briefly, I'll give you a word for small introduction and what the Salts do.
Okay.
So set the tone.
Yeah, hi everyone. So my name is Andrus, I'm from Vilnius. Our story started in 2016 when we built a company called Oberlo, which we sold to Shopify. We worked at Shopify for 4 years, saw how things are done at like a big global company. We left 4 years ago, and 3 years ago we started Salts, which is a marketplace for food trading, and we have a pan-European marketplace, and we have also the logistics infrastructure that powers everything. I think that's relevant to this conversation because we did not have a strong AI angle to this. So yeah, we have a marketplace, a vanilla marketplace, which is connecting fragmented markets with also like a very real world logistics infra underneath it.
So what matters? I mean, you're preparing for Series A, tough times, especially with you, with all of the AI, hitting the service. So what was it that mattered the most? Were it numbers, the narrative? Where did you spend the most time to prepare in order to serve from the strongest position?
Yeah, I think, so obviously the more mature you are, the more the numbers are important, and the storytelling goes, to the second plan. So that's obviously true, but if you are also not really matching the vibe of the day, the trend, then the storytelling is almost irrelevant. Like it all starts with the numbers. So actually, I guess after 2 of the conversations, I realized that even the structure, we're always starting with explaining who we are, and then I realized how irrelevant this is in our case. So like our first slide was, this is our GMV, this is our revenues, this is where we're going to be in 2 years' time, this is what we do. So we had to change, obviously. So I think Series A is already a time when you have to show that the business is working, show that the big prize is there somewhere, and then show like how are you patching these 2 parts. So that's like already a starting point. And like if you're not following into the trend bucket of the day, yeah, then it's the only thing that actually matters. If you like really blow them out of the water with the numbers, that's it.
What was maybe one thing that you overestimated or kind of over-prepared for while preparing the fundraise, and what was the thing that you under-prepared for, which you didn't expect to become so important?
Yeah, I guess I didn't expect how prevalent that trend is, and how much there is of a group thinking in the industry. So it was clear in the beginning, at the earlier stages, that people would do that. It's a shortcut. Okay, you kind of, there's very little hard data, so you need some sort of heuristics to think as an investor how to choose that. But I assumed at the later stages, there would be a lot of people who would look very deep and analyze. And in reality, yeah, there were a lot of funds who wouldn't even start the conversation if you don't fall immediately into that bucket. So yeah, I think I underestimated that. And in our case, we just maybe lost a little bit of time. We could have just went to the people who we know are slightly, with a different approach. So I think that's the only thing. But other than that,
and overestimated.
Yeah, well, our ability to quickly close the round. It went a bit longer.
How long was it from A to Z?
3 months. I mean, we had like the end of the year, so it was a bit nuanced.
That's not too long, though, is it?
Well, my expectation was to do this in 2 weeks. So I had like back-to-back 2 weeks. I felt like I'm gonna come in, talk, for 8 hours a day, and then we're going to move to the next stage, and then I realized, oops, like I made some, wrong assessments, and then it turned out to be a bit longer, and then we had to kind of change a bit the profile of the funds and so on, who were actually willing to look into something which does not have, AI from left and center. So yeah.
A good example of high standards. 3 months for Series A, I think it's a very solid result in the end of the day. So
well, this is my first Series A, so I don't know.
looking into investor side now, what did you feel that maybe was the most exciting for the investors? Obviously AI, but maybe to form it in a bit stronger manner. So what got them excited the most, and what did they spend time on looking into the most?
In our case, right?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Yeah, in our case, so it's almost like our blessing and our curse was the same thing. So we are operating in a very, very big market. So it's a food trade, like the regular companies are doing, like free traditional companies in Europe do 50 billion, in the States it's like 200 billion, the three top companies. So it's a massive industry, and it's completely undigitalized. So there's no player. So that was sort of the reason why somebody actually cared to look into this and spend time and so on. So this was I guess the driver for our round, and people who ultimately looked deep into this, they realized that the prize is massive, and you have some decent chances to do that. So this was what was exciting people. And in terms of the sort of what they were scrutinizing, I think that's again true across the board. The more understandable your startup is, the more they're gonna drill you, right? Or grill you and drill deep into the numbers, right? So if you come in and you say, oh, okay, we have, I don't know, like whatever, we're building something for HR. Oh yeah, I know HR. My questions are, or it was the same for logistics. If you come in and you say biotech, and they're like, oh, biotech, yeah, go. And so I think AI is partly in that area. We're like, yeah, AI, and I have my questions ended here. So I think in our case, yeah, we were grilled on every single number, unit economics, retention. They were calling everybody and so on, which obviously was a good thing. But yeah, the more understandable the thing is that you're building, the more people will have opinions and will have various degree of, how informed those opinions are.
And it's also very interesting because I assume the companies that are reaching Series A now, they started before the whole AI boom. So they have to adapt quite a lot.
Yeah.
In your case, how did this adaptability look like? Obviously, the expectation was to have some layer of AI or kind of tie it in the game. Yeah. How did you tackle this, and how did you maybe implement this in order to have this strong position?
Yeah, so I mean, I think in general, like if you're not deploying AI, maybe you probably wouldn't be talking with anybody anyhow. So I think we are using AI and been using AI way before that, and we didn't put AI number, AI word in the slides because of that. We were using this because it creates value. But I'm of the opinion that like you have to do whatever it takes within obviously legally permissible boundaries. You have to do whatever it takes to to win, so to raise capital. And if the zeitgeist of the day requires you to mention blockchain or mention sustainability or now mention AI, then you go and mention AI. I was at the hardware store, and there was a fridge, and that fridge had AI on it, and it said that like this is AI-driven fridge. So like if the fridge seller has to put AI on the doors, I'm going to put AI on my slide. So we had AI on our slides, just as some sort of like a door opener in some of these basic conversations. We're like, okay, yeah, you are thinking about AI, so tick. Let's talk now.
Do you honestly think that if you wouldn't have put it on the slides, it would have had some negative impact or slowed you down? Or?
I don't think so, but again, I think there's a lot of shortcuts in the industry, right? So when you're having these initial conversations, people have like, well, you should tell us, but people have like the checklist that they have to mark, right? So AI is one on the top. So they say AI, all right, here we go. Second time founder, okay. So I think big market, small market, okay. So I think just sort of as a sanity thing to do, you have to mention that you are using AI. And again, like if you are not using AI, you should not you don't deserve to win or to exist.
I think the word of AI has been mentioned too many times already during this speech, and I think the whole stage.
Yeah.
But looking a bit, kind of giving perspective, if you look at the Baltics founder, what do you think, or why do you think it's so difficult to graduate? What is one thing that is missing, maybe, in your opinion?
Yeah.
What can we improve, or founders can improve, in order to raise the statistics and do this more?
Yeah, I think this is a very important question, and I think an important thing to talk and think about. For me, it was a big realization. I guess I made a conclusion that our biggest problem of the region is our humbleness and our sort of grounded realism. So when we are thinking about something, we are like not delusional, right? When you go to the States, you know, people are talking about everything they touch is like a GDP moving idea, right? So they are selling these kind of ideas, and we oftentimes really narrow down our ambitions. Even at the pre-seed stage, at the founding stage, right? We look and we think about some edge cases that we are solving, or something that can have an upside of like 100 million in revenue or 500 million in revenue. And if we think, from our sort of region's perspective and our history and so on, if you build a company that generates 500 million in revenue, that's amazing, but it's thinking small. World doesn't need companies generating 500 million in revenue. We need, companies generating 5 billion in revenue. And I think this is actually a big sort of like self-induced issue that we have in this region, that we are solving some problems on the fringes or thinking small. And we actually did this mistake ourselves when we started raising the fund, the money. We were talking with the funds, and we were saying, okay, we're thinking in the increment. So I want to, over this period, we're going to reach 100 million in GMV, and then from there, like I'll think. And it was like, okay, it's not interesting, And then we completely regrouped, and we said, okay, so if the three companies are, doing 50 billion in revenue, so this is our starting point, and then we reverse engineer from there. And like it actually helped with the funding, but it also helped in our own understanding about the things, right? Like not focusing on, or like thinking about like the ultimate big state, and then reverse engineering your way to today and how you're gonna get there. Because if you're thinking about like the next milestone of 100 million or something, then you're like potentially focusing on a local maxima, and maybe there's no connection to this big thing. So for me, it's like the big realization is like, yeah, I know we are humble, we are realist, but sometimes we just need to get a bit more dilutional, and this is what we started doing with this round.
Just to make sure I understand correctly, so basically what you're saying is not to kind of predict next step through, are going to be there, but to see the bigger picture and roll back to have more kind of realistic next step.
I mean, I think there are three aspects of this. So one problem is even when you found the company, you found something that solves something very small, right? Or the whole industry. Even if you're like completely annihilate the industry, it's just going to be limited upscale. Maybe good for you, but limited in general, right? So that's one thing. Or you go after the big industry, but you say, if I reach 100 mil, that's going to be great. Or you are planning in the very small increments without having this big connection to the ultimate state, which we did. And I think that's the third sort of manifestation of this problem. But just general, thinking small is a problem. You have to think really, really big. And also you have to keep in mind that people discount whatever you say. So you're going to say, I'm going to reach 1 billion in GMV in terms of like a marketplace. People are going to discount this and cut it in half and say, okay, okay, so if you say you're going to reach 1 billion, then maybe you're going to reach 200. And if you say you're going to do that in 3 years, then maybe it's actually 10 years, and then my opportunity cost. So like everything that you're going to say is going to be discounted, and all of the competition in the Western world, they inflate their numbers. So like I think this is potentially a fatal mistake.
But where's the line? I mean, it's very easy to oversell like this as well, or kind of to work under overpromise and underdeliver, not the vice versa.
I mean, so the missing piece, it's not that you only say a number and then you leave it at there. You have to have also a believable path
Logical
towards
step,
that,
yeah.
right? So for us, yeah, we had a smaller number and a believable path to that, and then when we realized that that small number actually doesn't, it doesn't get any attention, and we realized that we need to talk about number way further in the distance and much larger, and then we had to spend months working backwards in actually having a believable strategy how we would achieve that.
Okay. And getting back to the buzzwords, we just have to AI. Let's forget the pitch deck and let's forget the slides and presentation to the investors. How do you, as quite established company, try to improve yourself? How do you basically look at the picture and say, okay, this is the area where we can actually use AI and improve. Let's start from here. How do you make those decisions? Where to start, how to implement, and how do you prioritize?
Okay. We obviously do a lot of things, and it helps us on the growth side and so on. But I guess everybody's now using Claude, and engineers are moving significantly faster. And probably for the first time in the history of software development, product managers are the bottleneck. So it's actually not the execution which is a bottleneck, which has always been, but what do you need to build? What is sort of the business strategy and so on becomes a bottleneck. It's crazy. So, but anyways, this is a simple thing. I guess everybody's going through this. But one thing that we've done 4 months ago, which had a tremendous impact on our operations. So we decided that every single team, so HR, finance, whatever, legal, compliance, and so on, we have logistics team and so on, they're going to own, build, and develop their own tools. So our engineering team builds the sort of the scaffolding, the basic platform for, let's say, HR. And then every single HR person would have a Claude, the most expensive Claude subscription, and they would vibe code their own features. So what happens is that the team who uses the tool on the daily basis and know what they want, they are never now limited by engineering team who never going to prioritize their work. They know what they save time on this communication. They can get whatever, new reports, new exported stuff, new features, new data manipulate, whatever they want within hours. They just talk together. So we have like now these internal systems. We were a little bit hesitant initially, but now our finance team has their own, and they are just vibe coding whatever they need for the time being. The logistic team has the same thing. The HR team has the same thing, and it's crazy how efficient and how quick they are, and how robust that those systems are. Obviously, we had to invest a lot in the sort of the guardrails, so is building the foundation, and then having a pretty strict sort of continuous integration steps afterwards once they release something, because we check for security potential issues and so on. So we have like a review steps that are automated afterwards. But like people with no technical experiences are launching their own tools, and it's really, really, really changed the dynamics on the operational side of the business.
It's very interesting. I mean, in your experience, because these are quite internal things that are not maybe seen from the outside, is this also something that you can sell to the investors while fundraising as positive impact of AI to the company, or they don't buy it?
I don't think so. I think the investors are interested in AI as something that you sell that is top line affecting, right? A lot of companies are using AI to reduce their OPEX and so on, so like optimize some. And I think investors generally are not interested in that side, right? They're not interested in the fact that your support is now 3 times cheaper. They're interested, can you use AI to 10x your revenue in the next 3 months or so? So I think, I guess it wouldn't help us. It helps us a lot in terms of our competition and so on, who have to employ tens of thousands of people to do the same thing that we do without people, right? So it helps in that sense, but I think for investors it didn't really matter.
And for the last question from my side, maybe what would be the final message to all of the founders who are preparing, let's say general fundraise, not maybe Series A, but general fundraise during those crazy, hectic, competitive AI times?
I don't know if I really have like a silver or golden bullet or silver bullet that would, be the right answer. I think it's just really thinking big as a starting point, using all of the tools available, not playing the game of startups, NVCs, maybe not thinking necessarily about raising and so on, just thinking what is the problem, how you solve it. Now you have so many tools to do this without external funding, without million employees and so on. So like really just focusing on the problem, on the solution, not playing the game, and pushing this forward. I think
All right.
it's really doable, really doable.
Well, thanks a lot for this short but very
Thank you,
insightful
man.
talk. Baltic Funding Report, Practica Capital First Pick websites, and go check out Salt's app to stay up to date with the coolest startup from the region.
Right,
Thank
thank
you.
you.
And my water. Thank you.
Thank you. I mean, you heard Andrews. Aim for the stars, maybe you'll land on the moon. So shoot high, be ambitious. Everybody will still discount everything that you have kind of written in your pitch deck. And I loved also the point, build in an industry about which VCs don't understand anything about, so you'll get those easy questions, right? But quick admin stuff. So we have a QR code right there in case you need a translation. So you can come to the front, scan it, and you will get a translation of whatever is happening on stage. But going back to the program, we heard a lot of buzzwords today, mainly one, AI, AI, AI. So let's jump to a different buzzword.
Yeah, and the buzzword now is TikTok. So since we had lunch before and everybody has kind of like a soup brain, so you're kind of with a little bit of low energy, so let's do a little activity. Can we all raise hands up? Just raise one of your hand up, please. Everybody, everybody. I can assure you the task is very simple. And the task is following. If you do not have TikTok on your phone, you can put your hand down. If you do not have TikTok on your phone. Okay, so kind of you have, so you can rest down the hand. But so kind of not a lot of people have TikTok on their phone. Well, I have only my company TikTok.
I don't have TikTok, but today I recorded my first TikTok.
Wow.
Maybe not the last, we'll see. So go check out TechChill's TikTok account.
Yeah.
Not sure if I want you to do that, but...
But you should, if you have TikTok, then I can suggest you to search for TechChill HQ. And we even have a full Gen Z media team that are doing hundreds of TikToks during TechChill. So you might be able to see yourself there. But anyway, we're talking about TikTok next, right?
Exactly. So in case you're doing something on TikTok, on social media, the next segment will be super interesting for you. Because we have Patrick Rogalski, Client Solution Manager from TikTok, sharing some knowledge. A round of applause.
Hello. Confirm if you hear me. I will most definitely check this TikTok that you made. Hopefully it will be good. Well, guys, I'm here to tackle upon AI solution, buzzwords, and so on. But at first, let me introduce myself. I am Patrick Rogalski, Client Solution Manager. For past 4 years, I'm supporting agency team, and now I am supporting this region for almost a year. We have a unique situation here because we have unique partnership with Aleph operating on this region. Aleph is operating across 130 markets, but here on Baltics and Balkans we have 7 markets, and with this you have global resources with local approach, local presence, business scaling, and many different perks to support you with the TikTok, but not only with TikTok. If you want to contact, if you want to make a campaign, make a meeting, you can text them, and most definitely they will support you. getting to the point, right now, nearly 70% of media buying is operating by AI. This is already a very big number, but by the 2029, it will be almost 100%, 94% to be exact. This is massive, and I want you to know everything, almost everything, to be ready for this standpoint. But before we will get into this, I want you to think about how long this process was before the AI, before the automated solution. What the process looks like before all this happened. How many decisions you supposed to make in order to even start campaign. How long the decision process when it comes to creative was before you even start to see your first result on TikTok. And that's why we came up with the, I would say, pretty unique ecosystem with the always-on optimization and continuously creative supply with our 360 degrees suits with AI-powered solutions that will help you achieve more impact and less effort. How to do it? Let's dive into this topic. First, I will be covering the Smart Plus, the AI solution that help you optimize and automated the campaign process. Then I will tell you a bit about the ad assistant, which is your guide, which is your assistant when it comes to optimization, recommendation, inspiration. At last, the most important thing I would say, TikTok Symphony, so continuously creative supply based on the AI engine. In average, advertisers make 35 decisions before they even start the campaign, including audience, budgeting, assets, KPI. These are the basics, but all of this process is 35 decisions made by, in most cases, huge team. Right now, you are setting only audience, budgeting, assets, a KPI, and everything else is leveraging by AI through the Smart Plus campaign. How it look? I said before that you just tackle those key points, I would say, and then engine start to work itself. At first, Smart Plus create the automated campaigns, countless amount of ad groups, multiplying them, optimizing them in order for your desired goals. In the background, Smart Plus allowed you to make so many iterations of your creatives in order to fulfill and push the results. And you have endless possibilities when it comes to Smart Plus. You have catalog ads, web campaigns, ad campaigns, lead generation ads. So basically, whole landscape of the performance campaign 360 solutions are possible to make right now with the Smart Plus. Our clients notice it very quickly. The results with automated solution quickly outpace the manual campaigns, and our clients notice the valuable impact of Smart Plus on every possible stage. But most important for us is the reduction of the cost and acquisitions. Next, I want to tackle on the ad assistant, which is a guide built in our ads manager. This is how it looks like. Ad assistant will help you and will guide you with the operational tasks, make them faster, empower, smarter, and more precision. Think of it as AI helper that will enhance and amplify your marketing efforts, and that can build you reports, help you with recommendation, but also build you a recommendation for the campaign. Next, at last, as I said, our most important thing, TikTok Symphony. TikTok Symphony quickly became a formula that allows you to tackle everything that is needed to create a valuable assets for TikTok. In just a year, from text, we are currently able to make a valuable video assets for your campaigns. And what is even more important, you can make a variety of those creatives. And TikTok audience is unique because they are familiar with this content and also enthusiastic about it. The users like to see valuable, inspiring content, also if it's made by AI. And clients need to follow those steps if they want to be creative, innovative, but also closer to the audience on the TikTok. So right now, think of it that is not some additional cost. This is not a side project of this company. This is your investment, and it should be your go-to tools if you are thinking of a successful strategy of TikTok. And now, take a look. TikTok Symphony is again 360 solution that allows you create video assets from the scratch. With the Symphony Assistant, you can spark your ideas, you can make a script, you can seek for recommendation, or you can Assistant can find you recommendation from the vertical that you needed. With Symphony Creative Studio, you are basically allowed to make a video from the scratch, but also make a remix from your existing video. And with the feature built in Assistant in TikTok Ads Manager, you are able to analyze it, optimize it, make it variants, and make it better performing for your campaigns. The Symphony Assistant is an amazing tool that can tell you what's trending on TikTok, surfacing for your examples, for your TikToks, and make you scripts, storyboards, ideas for your upcoming campaigns. Create the best version of your brands. Then we can make even new personality with the stock avatar built in the TikTok Symphony, or you can make a custom avatars that will be present in your storyline, and you can test multiply of them in the same time. And for example, you can make simple Q&A for your campaign or for your organic activities. This is crucial not only for the branding side, but especially from the performance side, when we see how avatars elevate the results of the storyline and of the branding of TikTok. Next, I would say this is the most important thing. Current media landscape is not only about the quality of the video, it is also about the quantity and about the variance. And TikTok Symphony is simply make you this hands off and prepare the output that is generated especially for the TikTok audience. Also, you can quickly generate TikTok from your products from your website that are present on your website, taking the simple pack shots, the simple pictures, turning them into interesting videos. Also, you can make some animations for your catalog ads to make it more flashy, more desirable, more dynamic. And also, you can add some TikTok native elements to make them look and feel more native for the platform. Localizing the content is a very crucial thing, and dubbing with the local language allows you to do it with the one version of the video. You can make several with different language. And at the end, you can even transform a listing into dynamic showrooms and engaging showcases. And guys, that would be it from my end. I hope I inspire you a bit. If you are interested more, if you have some questions, I'm here for you. Aleph is also here for you. We both can help you achieving your desirable success. And thank you.
Amazing, Patrick. Thank you so much. I hope that everybody kind of working with social media, TikTok, etc. is loaded with a ton of great ideas and tips and tricks how to squeeze out the most. But I hope that you're really ready for the next bit, because we have 20 exciting startups ready to pitch. It will be intense.
Very intense, because they've been mentored, they've been challenged, they've pitched internationally, and it was all part of leading to TechChill Kiev, which happened at the end of 2025, where TechChill team selected top 20 teams in the Ukrainian startup program and connected them with international mentors, investors, and they also had lots of pitching sessions to investors as well. And they refined their products, pitches, strategies, and pressure tested their vision into on a global stage. And now they're ready to step on this awesome stage and tell you what are they doing and prove that Ukrainian innovation is resilient, ambitious, and they're ready to scale worldwide. But we said that we have 20 startups here, so who is the first one?
I hope the first one is getting ready. Just wanted to quickly say one interesting bit here. So we don't have jury chairs, at least not there. We have jury chairs all over the place. So guys, you will be the jury. And probably the question is how to rate them. It will be your emotions. It will be your claps. So don't give me that Latvian polite clap. I want to hear like real ovations. Feel free to scream, stand up. That's always appreciated.
A little bit more also about the technical side is that each startup will have only 3 minutes to present their idea. You will see the time on screen, they will see the time, and once the time has run out, we clap and we applause. And the louder, the better. Of course, if you supported and liked the pitch.
Of course, yeah, but we'll be ruthless. We'll cut out the mic at 3-minute mark. So keep that in mind if you're pitching. Regarding the first startup, so I want to invite on stage Katerina from Revet. She is building a platform helping Ukrainian veterans. So give a round of applause.
My time started. Hi, everyone. For 17 years, I've building reputations for businesses, brands, people, politicians. So I'm full hands in dirty jobs. A lot of dirty job, solving crises, and a lot of shit that brands do, and a little bit of greenwashing. This all brought me here that I realized that I finally should do something with a good impact, to use my knowledge of technology, of communications, of behavioral science, to do something reasonable, at least what I see reasonable. We all speak a lot of defense tech, and it brought a lot of attention, spotlight, money, and so on, but I want to inspire you to think a little bit about peace tech, so something that will make people to live a little bit better. So this is what my startup is about. So currently in Ukraine is more than 1 million veterans, and it's coming to be much, much more. More than 5-6 million people. All of them struggle a lot in their life. Even now, there is statistics that people cannot find jobs, they need to retrain, they need to reinvent their life from the scratch. There are hundreds of initiatives of the business. But it's very easy to get lost. It's very easy. So that was my idea, to help a little bit guys, brands, and companies to navigate a little bit, to understand what's happening around. So I established a chatbot that guides veterans to their reintegration and that helps business to make a meaningful impact. Me, a big pro in communication, and my friend who is an IT entrepreneur, we did it ourselves. You can try this chatbot. Generally, what it's doing, it connects government, social, and business services and guides through integration. We focus on 5 fields to help veterans to understand what are their rights, where they can find a job, where they can study to upskill their skills, and how can they recover themselves. So right now I'm in cooperation with a few companies, a few big NGOs, so we try to make it all Ukrainian. It's non-profit, I'm not looking for money, I'm more here to inspire, to think more about, as I said, peace tech. But anyway, I'm ready to connect to you and answer your questions about reputation, communication, chatbots, and veterans.
Amazing. Amazing. Thank you, Katerina, building Revet. And we have so many startups to hear from, so we're going to be very quick with these transitions. And next up, we have a startup that is working to combine communication, collaboration, CRM, and AI workflow support all in one space. And I think the name says itself, USpacey. And so I welcome Spartak from USpacey to pitch on the stage. Welcome.
Hi everyone, my name is Spartak. I'm co-founder and CPO of USpacey. And now I'd like to introduce you to some people. Meet our CTO, Kirilo, who, like almost half of employees worldwide, had to use 11 applications daily just to perform his job. And that's me, obviously been not very happy spending about 10% of my working time just for copying and pasting the same information between different programs. And this is our CEO, Dmitro, who was sick and tired of pile of invoices for different SaaS subscriptions that his employees were using on his previous job. We all dreamed of solving these problems, so we created USpacey, an all-in-one business management platform for organizing the daily processes of SMEs. And recently, we've been studying our customers and market trends. And today, USpacey is going to reinvent business management tools. Next generation agentic AI is going to analyze your deals, your workflows, identify its weaknesses, suggest you next actions, and work for you. All in one, and USpacey AI is your new digital teammate. And the combination of all-in-one business management platform with a powerful AI layer presents a vast market opportunity for us that is projected to grow by 17% annually. And in competitive environment, we differentiate ourselves through solution integrity, combining a ready-to-use, powerful product with AI layer on top of it. On top of that, we offer incredible economic benefits for our customers. And our uniqueness lies in our ability to save money for our customers, our flexible and modern platform open for integration, and AI-based layer, of course. We launched 3 years ago, and today we have more than 500 customers that gives us 35K of euros MRR. And today we are raising our C2 bridge round, and our ask is 300,000. USpace was created by a team of people that have been working in a similar domain for years, and we have a huge desire to change the world of business management tools. So yeah, we are raising 300,000, and someone put our slides in the wrong direction. So join us in our mission to transform the world of business management tools. Thank you.
Awesome.
Good luck.
Thank you, Spartak.
Thank you.
Great job. All right, let's move forward. We have a lot of companies to cover. So for the next pitch, I invite Andriy from Generact, B2B data for sales. Andriy, good luck.
Hello, everyone. We are Generact. We are doing real-time B2B data for sales, where AI agents can plug into, and of course, OpenClaw. So who is not agree with the statement that AI agents is the new interface? OK, so we all agree. AI agents can reason, but they can't act without reliable data. And of course, if there is no memory, data structure, data access, they start hallucinating and psychopathing. And this is a big, big, big problem of setting your AI agent. So we built successful bootstrap business called Generact. It's not even a startup. What we are doing is we are doing it's like the core that enriches data from public sources, and you can query it for hey, give me all the CMOs of product startups in California. Then, if you're just send to this information, like the email or you dial these people, you will be a spammer. So you need to enrich this data, saying, hey, I need only to know people or companies who fundraised for the last 3 months, and we are getting you filter data. And then you're saying, hey, I want to know only when these companies start spending this money on marketing, ads, or something like that. And boom, then you are on the time saying, hey, we are offering some service business or some product offering to that business. And you have the conversion. So this is the core that parse data from public sources like social media, job boards, news, contact data, email generation, plus phone numbers. Then it processes that with machine learning, AI, cleaning algorithms, and of course, user behavioral history. So we know what to deliver to you because we delivered that many times in the past. And then we deliver that to the UI interface. As the sales agency or sales team or solo founder, you can just go to the interface and enrich the data for you. We have the API. If you want to build the tool on that, if you want to build a CRM or some enrichment engines, you can use our API. And you have, of course, the MCP in order to prompt with our system, but not integrating with the API. And of course, we are using the OpenClaw in order to have ability to know what is really going on inside your business. So now we don't have to cast dev to sell, upsell, cross-sell something to you, but we're upselling to your agent. So the business model remains the same. It's pay as you go. We don't have any subscription. You can spend really $1 within 1 month for getting the data. And we have really nice LTV. The go-to-market is integrators, conferences. That's why I'm here trying to convince you switching to the AI agent space. And outreach, and of course, agentic. Agents will refer agents. The market is very huge. We target US AI native teams. We are growing profitably. We raised the non-equity funding from Google. And people want it now. We yesterday hosted the OpenClaw meetup. It was pretty nice. People were very excited. And our roadmap is just making viral in the AI agent space and to help people use this properly. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Andriy from Generact. And next up, we're tackling a very serious problem is that you go to the doctor and then afterwards you have to wait for so much time to get some documents from them. And how to do that and what's it all about, I welcome Julia from Tyra AI to tell you about it. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. I'm Yulia, and I'm a person who is inspired by doctors and technology. And here's Tyra. It's a Ukrainian company that provides medical document for doctors. All need a doctor, and you know that in a time of global digitalization, doctors provides a big amount of medical documentation, and they all the time do it manually typing, and it takes 50% of their working time, and they burn out. We develop AI Medical Scribe. It's a new infrastructure between doctor, patient, and medical information system. It works in both ways, integrated by API into medical information system and standalone like a web platform. And it's secure and compliance. So how it works? Doctors see the patient, and doctor just press one button into their laptop or computer. AI listens, transcribe, structure, and fill out all necessary relevant information exactly into medical information system. So doctor hands-free. Clinic buy this service for their doctors, like monthly subscription for unlimited use. And it has global impact. Doctor less burnout, patient have better care, and clinic optimizing their processes and increase revenue. Our first market is Ukraine. We're already here. We work with a big clinic and with a big amount of doctors. Next is Poland. We already integrated into a medical information system in Poland and have clinics that piloting with us. And Latvia, we already developed a Latvia solution for Latvian doctors and start to reach that market. Because our global goal is to scale into the Europe, aiming 200,000 users. So we have a significant result already. We integrated into EHR that covers 60% of Ukrainian market. We're piloting with the biggest clinic and have a paying users. Yes, we have a competition, and that company are very strong, but we have a competitive advantage in developing independent AI agent and customizing solution for each doctor protocols. Our team is data scientists, doctor, clinic owners, and IT company builders. In our pre-seed round, we already have industry lead investors, so we invite venture fund to join the round. And here in Latvia, we're looking for partnership with clinic, with person who know how to develop medical business here. So if you, that person, please connect me and let's do business together.
Awesome. Thank you, Julia. Yeah, we're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. I heard not only the polite Latvian club, but also some screaming. That's good. That's good. Feel free to stand up as well while you do that. Next pitch. We have Oksana from Adminix, building no-code AI platform for internal tools. Welcome. Round of applause.
Hi, everyone. I'm Oksana, co-founder and CEO at Adminix, AI-powered no-code software development and automation software. Nowadays, traditional software development is super expensive and time-consuming. To develop internal CRM or chatbot or warehouse management tool, it will take from 50 to 200K for an average small or medium-sized business, and on average 4 to 9 months, which is not affordable for them and takes a lot of time. And that's why we created Adminix. Adminix is AI-powered no-code software development solution that allows to build, manage, and scale solutions without any development team in-house and without writing any lines of code. We cut development costs by 50% and accelerate this process 10 times with our advanced AI assistant, pre-built templates, and our user-friendly no-code editor. You connect your data in our AI assistant, build backend logic, design UI, deploy, and start using the application in a matter of minutes. We're working on no-code, low-code space, which is huge and growing really fast, and aiming to cover 133 million of it in the next 5 years. We are positioned on the competitive landscape, the solution which combines the easiness of creation of applications from solutions like Lovable and Bubble, but at the same time, we are positioned as a solution which allows you to build customizable and scalable production-grade solutions. So we allow you to build backend, front-end, and even database management without any writing of code. We work with partners and building our user community around the globe. We already saved more than 400K to our clients and started this year a corporate pilot with a retail conglomerate in Ukraine. Our business model is B2B SaaS. Our team is perfectly skilled, and we have symbiosis of technical and operational skills. And we've been backed by Google for Startups and Startup Wise Guys Accelerator, been covered in many medias. And right now raising our pre-seed round of 500K, already having our first angel committed inside our round. So if you want to join, come to talk to me. Thank you for your attention.
Awesome. So this was Oksana from Adminix, but next up you're gonna hear about peer-to-peer delivery platform that enables faster, cheaper, and also lower emission cross-border shipping. And you'll hear it from Kostya, and the startup name is GoGoBag. Round of applause.
Hi everyone. Hi there. So how it work? Oh, great. Okay. All people, investors, ventures, looking for the hidden market. And actually we find one. Yeah, it's a little bit strange, to find market without digitalization, but we really find one market without digitalization. 7.7 million people in Europe do not use official post service. They send parcels via private carriers. They send parcels via, a small carriers with a Volkswagen Transporteur. Why they do that? Because it's a cheaper, faster, and actually they have behavior. This behavior exists tens of years, and the main problem of these people is how to find these private carriers. And actually, people go to Facebook groups, go to Viber groups, go to WhatsApp groups, call to your friends and ask, are you someone who go to London from Poland, and actually the problem exists, behavior exists, but they don't have marketplace. So we try to create marketplace as some quantities. Okay, if you use official post service and you'd like to send parcel to Varna from Odessa, parcel will go to 4 logistic hubs. So it make 68 hours and will cost 31 euro. But if you use a private carriers, it will go only 11 hours and the price will be 10 euro. But the main problem, where is this private carriers exist? And they exist in Facebook groups and in Telegram groups. And now we put all of them, we try to put all of them in our marketplace. So we create marketplace, we do MVP, we have a lot of tractions, and we thinking about why 7.7 million people. It's all Ukrainians who live in European Union. But we do some research and understand that the market larger, real market of private carriers, like 30 million people. And who is these people? It is the Polish people who live in London, who live in Great Britain. It is Turkish who live in Germany. It is Marcans who live in France, and all of them really use a small carriers because it is faster, it is cheaper, and they have a behavior. So we create this marketplace not only for Ukrainians, we create this marketplace for 30 million clients who live in European Union. And actually, we did some research and understand that global migrants market exists in all over the world. But it will be in the future. Oh my. I spent all my time. Yeah.
So it's a huge round of applause. Thank you.
Yeah.
We are off. We're following the rules, so sorry. But up next we have Nicoletta from Anna building a mobile SaaS for beauty industry. So round of applause.
Hello, everyone. My name is Nicoletta, and I'm the co-founder of Anna, a platform built for millions of self-employed beauty professionals worldwide. So there is no classic founder story behind Anna. We are building it because the problem is simply too big to ignore. Across markets, millions of professionals still manage their bookings, clients, and scheduling manually through chats, calls, and notebooks. Not because they want to, but because existing solutions don't match how solo professionals actually work. That's where Anna comes in. We free beauty pros from routine, boost their income, and help them win back up to 20% of lost clients. Anna automates bookings, sends reminders, tracks income, and even helps fill empty slots through the industry-first discount marketplace. So the global beauty industry exceeds $300 billion, with over 60% driven by services like nails, brows, and other treatments. In Europe alone, there are more than 2 million self-employed beauty professionals, and this represents a massive recurring market powered by millions of micro businesses, yet still operating with a low level of automation. Anna operates on a monthly subscription with 2 tiers, depending on the number of employees. We already have 350 active professionals and 5,000 end users across Europe. While the market already offers large and complex systems for big salons, Anna focuses on self-employed nail and brow masters who need a personalized solution built around their real needs. So we already completed a full platform rebuild and launched our 2 key updates, including employee access and the discount marketplace. And we currently have an open round, so we are open to partnerships and investment opportunities. Our team combines diverse expertise, including building and scaling our own advertising and accounting businesses, with creative and high-performing operators who have successfully built impactful digital products across multiple industries. Anna doesn't change the beauty industry. It's transformed by professionals who choose Anna. Thank you for your attention, and I'll be happy to continue the conversation afterwards.
Thank you. So now we're moving from beauty solutions to AI queue management, and we're gonna hear from Dennis about his startup SuQ. And a round of applause to give a warm welcome to Dennis. Welcome on the stage.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dennis. I am CEO and founder of SuQ. SuQ, it is AI-powered customer journey and queue management platform. We simplify your queue. Main problem nowadays that people spend in queues about 5-7 days per year. That is why the main thing that we need to understand that people don't remember how long they waited, but they always remember how they feel in these queues. SuQ platform solution, connecting customers, patients, citizens, people to services. Our solution reduces queue time by 75%. We have 3 main channels how we can process of the queue. It is walk-in clients. It seems to me everyone has experience in this case that in any public sectors, any government, we can get the ticket in the kiosk and stay in the queue. Another option, it is mobile tickets, SMS and WhatsApp options. And also appointment solutions that we can get needed slot to the queue. We worked at all sectors, from healthcare to tourism. How it works, our solution? Customers join the queue via appointment, via standard kiosk, via QR code, website, or mobile phone. So our system runs fully, with or without hardware. Queue management market has very huge position. It is about $38 billion nowadays. Europe market size, it is about 3.1 billion. We have three main business models. It is SaaS monthly fee, it is standalone one-time payment license for license, and white label, that one-time payment plus partner commission. Of course, we have also great and good competitors, but our additional options has a lot of new additional profits for our customers. And nowadays, we have also good position at the market. Traction for today, we have 11.7 thousand MRR. And you see that we have a very huge and well-known customers in our portfolio. Our executive team combines deep expertise and proven experience. And I am, as CEO and founder, has about 15 years in QA management systems. Market validation for today is that QA management and CASA flow industry is very attractive, strong investor in the world. As you see last year, that our main competitors, QMinder, has already seed 3.2 million. And another competitors, Kiplino, 2 million Series A. Nowadays, we are raising $300,000.
Awesome.
Thank you for your time.
A round of applause for Dennis. Great. Up next, we have a Ukrainian founder, Victor, who's building a solution in the mental space industry. So, a round of applause.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It is a pleasure to be here. And first of all, I would like to thank you for your invaluable support of Ukraine. It's highly appreciated. About myself, I've spent 25 years in IT, made a path from software engineer to the entrepreneur, and at late 2021, I've made an exit and sold augmented reality navigation company to Harman Samsung. Immediately started a speech with the idea to connect 360 video and VR technologies. But in a month, full-scale invasion hit the Ukraine. So we made a pivot and we started working with the mental health catastrophe, which was clearly just to be, it was anticipated, and after 4 years, we clearly can say that 20 million people of civilian are traumatized. There is 1 million of veterans, 1 million of the active duty soldiers. So we have created technical solution which allow us to enhance healthcare infrastructure with the mental health layer, which allow us to scale psychological services 100, 1,000 times. But that is the situation in Ukraine. Let us talk money. So in the USA, we are working in the particular niche of the acute care, nursing homes, senior living facilities. And they are losing around $500,000 because of escalation of the mental health. And there are 45,000 of them. It is actually a global problem. So there is a $1 trillion loss of global economy because of the mental health issue. The insurance company are paying $1,000 for patients per year for the drug usage. There are 1 billion people worldwide suffering from the mental disorders, and only 5% getting access to the professional services. Luminify is providing mixed, actually infrastructure which is based on mixed reality application with immersive therapy, cloud platform to collect the billing and behavioral data and be able to create objective diagnostic. And there is a therapist application. So the basic business model is actually subscription. One facility, 7 headsets, 33K per year. But we are moving forward, and at the moment we are developing the dual use engine. So on top of the SaaS subscription, we are using insurance reimbursement, which can lead for 140K revenue per facility. We do have $80 million pipeline and already treated 1 million patients and 4 million sessions completed. The total market facility, the total obtainable market is 700 million. We do have a team with 1 exit, 25 years in IT, 10 years in rehabilitation, and 30 years in sales. We are raising money, and I'll be glad to talk to you later. Thank you.
Thank you, Victor, pitching his health tech. And next pitch, I can assure you, is going to be wild. Not just because we're halfway through the pitches, but also because the next startup is called Wild Codes. And it helps match tech companies with vetted remote developer teams. So let's welcome Serge on the stage. Good luck.
I have been leading software teams for 10 years so far. And you know what always drove me crazy? It's the hiring process. 40 days and up to $60,000. This is not your next ideal vacation to the Maldives. This is what it takes to hire a senior software engineer in the US. And imagine half of that's even not a right fit. Hi, I'm Serge, and with my co-founder, we run a software agency business to 1 million in revenue, and we know why exactly hiring is broken. And it's not a people problem. That's the data problem. So we built Wild Codes, AI recruitment engine with a pipeline of 15,000 software engineers, where our AI agents handle everything. So our clients get matched in 47 hours. There is no hiring fees because of no risk subscription to a developer model. That is possible thanks to agents ecosystem that automatically source the best talent, parse CVs to create the profiles, runs live video into you, evaluating not only hard skills, but also cultural fit, and match you with the top 3 profiles. But what makes it really powerful is the feedback analyzer that steps in after the hire and collect the insights from the engineer and from the client and feed it back to our own AI model. Most competitors stop after the hire. Nowadays, everyone tries adding AI to their process, but nobody closes the loop. We have real data with the business outcomes that we can feed back in our model, and it makes us smarter with every hire. Of course, it is all wrapped in actual product. You can browse vetted profiles, you can check their interview results, and after the hire, manage all your remote team in one place. So, business model is simple. We charge client monthly, we take our cut, and then pay out to the engineer. And it works. We hit 688K GMV last year, 150K gross profit. With 39 hires delivered, imagine our clients make a hiring decision just after the second interview. That's 4 times better than the industry average. And our AI in action. So it works, and now it's time to grow. We estimate SOM as $600 million, and this is conservative bottom-up LinkedIn calculations. We are targeting US and UK software startups and scale-ups. We are raising 1 million seed round to grow our MRR in 18 months to 100K and train our AI model. So who else think that hiring is broken? Let's start this wild journey together. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Wild Codes. Amazing. Next up, we have a startup who might help you if you're struggling with GTM strategy or defining your target customer. So give a huge round of applause to Igor from M1 Project.
Hi everyone, I'm Igor, 5-time founder, 3 exits. Over the time,
10 years in B2B marketing, we help our clients generate more than $100 million in revenue. Over the last few years, we built AI product that helps research and define the target audience to B2B clients. We have customers from hot startups to multi-billion corporations like Moody's. But while building this product, we noticed an important shift. AI used to generate text. Then it started analyzing data. Today, it can take actions. And this is important because companies no longer want tools for automation. They want the result. That's exactly why we built AI-native outreach system. We help VC-backed startups achieve aggressive growth goals by generating leads through a turnkey email outreach system. And we guarantee 25 qualified leads in the first 25 days or money back. Here's a case study with our customer, Blue Dot. In the first 25 days, we generated 38 leads, resulting in 14 demos, and we continue running outbound for them. So why is this possible only now? In the outreach, the technology is the cheapest part. Sending one email costs less than a cent, about 5% of the total cost. The real cost is manual work. You need to build an ideal customer profile, build a lead list, and craft the right messaging. We use our 10 years experience and a proven framework, but delegate execution to AI. Our team still runs the processes and refines the results, but what used to take 2 weeks of work now takes only 5 hours. Over the time, this becomes a platform where any business, any B2B business can launch effective outbound for them. About competition. There are two main categories. Outreach platforms, they sell infrastructure to you. But without experience, startups spend months figuring out what actually works. And marketing agencies usually sell activity, like 10,000 emails for $5,000, but no one guarantees qualified leads. We don't work with every company, but when we do, we become partners and guarantee qualified leads. So for investors, our company is already profitable. Next year, we are going to scale and raise a round. For now, we can help B2B startups in your portfolio grow faster. And if you're a startup looking to scale your sales pipeline quickly, scan this QR code. We have free offer for you, ICP research, and total addressable market evaluation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Igor. And we're kind of into marketing, Martech startups. And the next one is also about social media. And previously we heard from TikTok representative, and we're still in this buzzword of TikTok social media. So I'm welcoming Valeria from Human to talk about how to reduce social media addiction for Gen Zs. Welcome and good luck.
Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. My name is Valeria, and I kindly invite you to close your eyes right now. Trust me, just close your eyes. I'm going to close them as well. Let's take a deep breath in. Hold for 2, 1, and a deep breath out. Open your eyes. How does it feel now? Good. I would like to welcome you to the present moment, because that's where we are right now. As you all know, we are in the epidemic of anxiety and cognitive fatigue. We all want deep inside to have a change in our lives, to live a happier life. But there is no system that actually can support this. The social media platforms are abusing us, are using our data, and are using us as a product. All the time, screen time apps are all the time blocking us, but do they actually solve the problem? Because we all the time still want to get there. And all the wellness apps and wearables are just never checking digital habits. That's why we're creating Human OS. It's an ecosystem of conscious tools that help you become more intentional with how you spend your life in the digital world, so you can finally start enjoying your life in real life. There are a couple of ecosystems onto it. So, first of all, we're starting with AI chatbots that you have to persuade in order to unlock your social media. So the way it works is that you basically have to make sure that you come with the right intentions and you understand what you want to do there. Not just, oh, I just want to doom scroll, or actually, I want to check out that person. Then, when you give a legit reason, it's going to unlock it for you for 5-10 minutes, and then going to lock it for you after that time. And then next time, you go with the intention again. After that, we're creating a new architecture of a social media. When you have a clear intention of what you want to do there, after that, you're never going to be shown anything else but that. As well as, in order to combine and substitute the dopamine levels that we were getting through social media, we're connecting you with in real life activities and connecting you with real people in the moment. Business model, simple. No ads, no selling your attention, ever. And all of the other things. The team is, at the current moment, me, who is a community architect and a behavioral sciences enthusiast. I've been working with lots of different companies, and I have amazing strategic advisors from amazing companies that have been building social medias before. At the current moment, we're raising a 1 million pre-seed round in order to fund our engineering team, expand the marketing, and as well as reach the key milestones. I want to tell you that when we came for this world, we were always seeking for the connection. But now, the only thing that we're having is noise. So the time to change is now. Join our revolution with Human OS. Thank you.
Thank you, Valeria. That's awesome. Up next, we have a startup building a platform for managing everything, your online presence, your customer messages, and listings in one place. So welcome on stage Volodymyr from GetPin. Huge round of applause.
Hello. Let's imagine you open a bar or restaurant, you're excited, you're waiting for guests, but they're not coming. Meanwhile, your neighbors are bursting of guests, tables are booked, and queues at the entrance. This is a sad truth of millions of businesses worldwide. My name is Volodymyr in GetPin, and we are going to change this. For the last years, we have built a simple SaaS tool that generates revenue for large enterprises. We have 1 million ARR reached and notable customers all over Europe. But we spot a very interesting pattern that actually applicable to small, medium-sized businesses. On one side, users are searching for business nearby on search and LLM models, but businesses are not ready to present their business online because they don't have knowledge, they don't have time, and they don't have money to pay agency. That is why they need a simple solution. What we offered is a simple AI assistant that actually promotes their businesses, manage listing, do reputation management, and promote post. Always business insights and totally autonomous. So this works quite well. It generates traffic and lower cost than agency. But you would say this currently agents can do that, but they don't have a direct API access to platform. They have actually not persistent content about business, and they're quite difficult and costly to scale. That's why building agents with GetPin is very easy because we have actually data, we have API connection, and we have context and AI visibility measurement tool. So our go-to-market strategy is simple. We continue working with large enterprises. We have small, medium businesses and channels, partners, agency, and product companies can generate our solution. So our market current is Central Eastern Europe and South Europe. It's a big one, but the most lucrative piece is the US and LATAM together. So we have, of course, competition, but they are lacking of AI visibility, AI insights, and agents to connect your agent to deal with this data. So we are ready with a strong team that actually people that experience and building product in multiple companies and powered by partners and VC funds from Europe. So currently we are fundraising $1.3 million to continue product, continue strengthen our position in Europe, and launching service on US market to reach 4 million ARR in 2027. So let's build a simple future for businesses together. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Volodymyr, for the awesome pitch. And we're moving on with a platform that helps marketers launch lots of different ads across many formats and channels too. And it is Michael who's going to tell you about Banner Boo. So Michael, welcome on the stage. Round of applause.
So guys, I'll tell you a story. Once over a beer, my friend Alex, who owns a marketing agency, told me that making ad campaigns for his clients is very stressful, with lots of client demands. And creating ad campaigns takes, for example, 2 weeks. And about 30% of the time goes to repetitive tasks like resizing and sending the files. Also, frequent discussions with client and designers lead to changes, which can add up to 5 days to the process. After a chat over beer, Alex told me that he was amazed that he could reduce his usual process, ad creation, ad campaign, in just 2 days. The miscommunication could be reduced, and it could be strictly and very fine optimized. So everyone can use Bannerboo, but we are currently targeting small marketing agencies in the Netherlands and the Nordic countries, with the future expansion to the United States. With the research of 60% agencies looking to spend more on marketing automation, we are targeting and we are trying to reach 1% of the market, which is 2.2 million. Clients paying us monthly and annual subscription, and also we offer them AI credits for AI generation. There is a big group of competitors. Unlike them, we are working in the automation field, and also we are focusing a specific target group. We are focusing small marketing agencies in Europe. Bannerboo provides a unique set of opportunities, an AI multi-size banner editor that provide diverse ads with AI copy and images, ad creative, ad scoring, and ad export in any format for any ad network and social media. We spent a while to test the market and find the best ICP. During these years, our customers created over 400 banner ads with us, and 3,000 of customers from 80 countries already paid our subscription. Our team are professionals in design, marketing, and web development. I bring 20 years of business development. My co-founder Nadia and I collaborated for 14 years developing ad campaigns for our clients. And Bannerboo is our star on the rise. We plan to fundraise in 2027, but now we are looking for clients. So in case you have any marketing agency, please drop us a line. Thank you.
Round of applause for Bannerboo. Awesome, thank you. Next up, we have a startup building omni-channel AI agents for automating customer relationships. So I'll welcome on stage Olena from Sales Dep AI. Round of applause.
Hello, everyone. My name is Olena Kleiner. I'm CEO and co-founder of Sales Dep AI, omni-channel AI customer support platform for call centers. So call center doesn't grow with humans. We know that statistics shows that 1/3 of all call centers is average turnover. So each year you have to hire and learn again 1/3 of your people. And because of this, customer quality, service quality decreases and operational costs grow. That's why we built Sales Dep AI. So it's actually integrated into your CRM system, into your IP telephony, and it communicates with your customers through text, voice calls, and video meetings, replying in 20 seconds and providing the lead response SLA less than 1 minute. The market is huge, but we decided to target on call centers less than 200 people. And this market is growing 7% per year, so we try to bite the piece of this cake. After a year of being around, we have our MVP launched. We have 265 clients and 20 pilots in our pipeline. So we went through several acceleration programs. We are now part of Lanzadera program in Valencia. And we have first paying customers. Why we're better than competitors? Because we combine all three levels of communication: text, voice calls, and videos. And we have special templates for different industries. And we developed our own AI agent builder. We have two revenue flows. It's subscription and customization and pay-as-you-go model. We have a lot of functions in our pipeline. Why our team is the best to implement this project? Because me personally, I'm a business consultant for more than 12 years. I've built more than 70 sales departments. My co-founder and CTO, he's PhD in AI, and he's in AI area for 10 years. We have proficient professionals to implement this project. And where is the slide? Yeah, so we're raising 500K rounds. And we are planning to double our evaluation in 1 year. Here are my contacts. Feel free to reach out. Thank you very much, guys.
Woohoo! Thank you, Elena, for the pitch. And next up, you're going to hear about mobile simulation platform for training and assessing trauma care skills at scale. And the next founder said that he's kind of a little bit of low energy. So maybe we can do a lot louder clapping and welcome Yuri from Lifesaver Sim on stage. Woo!
Hi, everyone. When the full-scale war hit, my son joined the army as a combat medic. And there he realized that many soldiers died just because the squad mates didn't know how to help. Together with him, we found a way how to turn any smartphone into a powerful tool that is helping save lives in Ukraine. We designed it as a game, engaging and very easy to use. In Lifesaver Sim, you become the first responder and provide care to the casualty like in real life. But it's not just a game. It's a training platform which covers the full training circle. Learning, practice, group management, analytics. Every user action is recorded so organizations can track readiness in real time. And the readiness is a universal program in both military and civilian domains. That's about 200 million potential users in the allied markets. We found our sweet spot. Lifesaver Sim combines the realistic simulation, as in VR, with the accessibility and scalability of the mobile game. We deliver fast and focus on what matters because we combine decades of experience in game dev, medicine, education, and field deployment. And most importantly, we constantly validate with active duty instructors and researchers. Over 140,000 users already trained with Lifesaver Sim and rated it very high. In Ukraine, we integrated with the government digital platforms Army Plus and DIA to support national resilience. We released it, by the way, in the Baltic states recently. We run pilots in Europe, Japan, and with United Nations, and also Lifesaver Sim is featured by researchers from the leading EU universities. Next 6 months, we will release in the most world regions, start institutional pilots, which we later convert into contracts. And within the next 12 months, we will be rolling out our deep tech features, advanced gamification, and expand the training to new domains and higher provider roles. So everything changed. Everything changed. The question now is not whether emergencies will happen, but if we are ready for them. We hope that Lifesaver Sim will be on everyone's phone, and just imagine how many lives we can save. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Yuri. That was great. Up next, we have a startup building in a very, very important space, so mental health. If you're reaching out to a mental health therapist, you want to make sure it's the right one. So Pleso Therapy will help you to find your right therapist. Alexander.
Hello, everybody. Hi, hi, hi. It's a pleasure to be introduced by Marcins, one of our investors. And let's talk about Pleso Therapy right now. So we are building the next-gen mental health provider. And we've been doing it rather quite successfully. In the latest quarter, we reached more than 1.5, should update the slides, TTV per quarter. And we provide more than 100,000 sessions a year already. However, let's talk about the reasons why. Do you know that 1 in 2 Europeans, they feel depressed and anxious in the last 12 months? That's a huge number. And probably, if you really think about that, most people in this room, doing startups actually, felt the same. However, 45% of people actually fail to get help. There are a lot of reasons why. However, the main reason is that they are unsatisfied with their therapist. They try the therapy once, twice, but they never get the right click. That's why we exist. We really ask the right questions. Why people can trust their therapists? How can people trust and find the therapist? What do they get from therapy? And we'll build the next-gen provider for that. So essentially, we combine our machine learning, AI models with human touch to find the right therapist just for you. We make sure that clients do trust the therapist and they continue their sessions. 67% of our clients actually conduct the second session, which is a huge number given that it's also a question about a financial resources of the person. 4.8 on Trustpilot score. Once again, coming back to our numbers, we are currently present in Poland, in Ukraine, in Romania, and the United Kingdom since September, and we are very, very bullish on the European market in particular. We cover mostly B2C, however, we also work with B2B, more than 80 B2B clients already. This year, we're going to grow 3 times. 25% of our total monthly TTV is going to be from the United Kingdom, working super hard to achieve that, and we're going to get to EBITDA positive in 2027. We are super bullish on Europe. And I think it's Europe's only limit is ambition of mental health. Look at BetterHelp. Look at Talkspace. 400,000 active users of BetterHelp. That's a lot. We can build the European provider and it becomes a billion-dollar company here in Europe and the UK, which we consider Europe for this case. We have a great team. My co-founders. Actually, I have my Agos head of product here. Some other team members there. It's a great, great, great team working with us. Great investors also sitting in a lot of places here. So, yeah, we are raising 3 mil, 1.5 already hard committed. If you want to invest the rest 1.5, you can do it for the next 2 weeks. Thank you.
Woohoo! Thank you, Alexander. And we're continuing with the final 2 pitches. And the next is a startup that helps SMBs with, it's like an AI compliance platform to get those ISO certifications, which tend to be very difficult and time-consuming. So I'm welcoming Victor from Compaline to tell you more about it. Warm welcome. Best of luck.
Hi everyone, I'm Victor, and we all hate bureaucracy, and unfortunately information technology compliance certifications like ISO, it's a bureaucracy. It's more than 400 pages of documentation and months of manual work. And by the way, if you're a startup, you will pay for this huge amounts of money. Why we need compliance at all? If you're a B2B SaaS SMB startup, you cannot sell to enterprise clients, to banks, to hospitals without compliance certificates. So we are building a platform which automates compliance. We remove manual work from this process. It's not simple AI wrapper or document generator. No, because we need human in the loop. We cut time to create documentation by 80%, and then human, our cybersecurity engineer, reviews everything which was generated. It works very simple. you need to go through a series of questionnaire about your security state in your company, and then we pre-generate documentation which validated by security engineer, which helps to prepare for compliance. And finally, we match you with an auditor who will issue your certificate to your startup. Today, there are tools for compliance. Vanta, Drata, and other huge enterprise GRC tools. This is expensive tools built for enterprises. Time to onboard these tools takes from 4 weeks. And another choice, you can hire a consultant whose objective not to cut time for compliance, but to increase it. So Compoline is the fastest way for SMBs and startups to receive ISO certification. And this market is very huge. We start just from few certificates, and then we will scale to another geographies and other certificates, HIPAA, DORA, and you name them. Our go-to-market is centered around auditors, small audit firms. For them, our tool can help to increase number of clients to whom they issue certificates. And also we have some lead magnets on marketplaces where we get organic traffic. Business model, it's a B2B SaaS. Compliance, it's a not one-time thing, because once you receive compliance, you need to confirm your status each year. So we take subscription and also referral commission from auditor for the certificate. Our team has expertise in cybersecurity and compliance, working in Deloitte, doing ISO certifications, and building AI products for SMBs. We already have few pilot clients. We started last summer, and here we are looking for partners in audit, or if your company needs ISO certification, let's talk. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Victor. Next, we have the closing pitch of today. So, round of applause for that alone, right? This was pretty intense, but we have Maria coming up stage from Grow, a AI coaching financial platform. Round of applause.
Hi everyone. So first off, it's my first time actually pitching when I don't hear myself, so it's a bit weird. But second of all, thank you so much for sticking in, because there were quite a bit of people. So the thing I want to talk about today, and the reason I'm on this stage, is because of my sister. So my sister is Gen Z. She is amazing, talented, but completely financially literate. If she ever tries to give you a financial advice, you should just run. But she's not alone. 67% people worldwide are financially illiterate, and this number is just growing. At the same time, people are entering a financial ecosystem faster than they actually understand it. The result? What we talked about today a couple of times, anxiety. And, well, bad financial decisions. This is why we built Grow, your financial wellness coach in your pocket. So let me just get you, how does it work? So it's quite simple. The first one is behavioral based. So it's not just the personal finance management when you track all the stuff and it shows you the dashboard. It actually explains to you what happened and why are you out of money this time. Our goal is simple, is to get you to your first 1K saved. Because saving and actually the additional investment comes first of all from your money that you already have, and just again to see the pattern, and then we can move to actually finding the new income sources. We introduced the smart shopping. I think we've all been in the position where you kind of overspend or do the impulse shopping. Well, that's me. I do it for coffee. I spend 300K for coffee per year, because I basically, sorry, it's not 300K, that's 3,000K basically for a coffee for a year. And it's ridiculous, I know, but I'll buy coffee for other people as well per year. So, and that can be tracked as well. Or maybe I should get a coffee machine. So that also goes like this. As a simple, we put fun into finances. if you use Wise Revolut, that's about transactions. If you use other PFMs, they're just about dashboards. And all of them use their users after 14 days. What we target is LTV, and we want our users to stay more than 3 months with us. We started as a B2C freemium model, and then moved to B2B2C and B2B for scale. For market opportunity, we're currently starting with Germany as a 24 ARR, and just reaching 3% of it will get us to these numbers. As of current traction, we started with pitching in MENA region, as we want eventually to go in there right now as well. And we've won the pitch, the best pitch, and basically going into the MVP stage right now. Raising is 1.8 million. We're looking for partners. Also, we are hiring for a co-founding CDO, so if someone here wants to come in, please do. Thank you so much, everyone. I know there's not much time, but thank you for listening and being with us today.
Awesome. Thank you, Maria. So, putting fun in finance. Awesome. Well, that was intense.
Yes.
So many pitches. Great. But if you remember, in the beginning, we told that you're really the jury. So what we did, we used AI native wipe coded app to measure your clapping. And 3 startups, you'll get something.
Yeah, exactly. So as we said before, that your claps mattered. And what did they lead up to? Well, from this day one, you probably can understand that it's very important to have supportive people around, community that push you forward to build further and hopefully get to that unicorn status. So we have a little something for 3 startups who pitched today here. And can we get the slide on? And it's that 3 startups are getting access to cooperative community, co-working, and lounge to continue their hard work on their ideas. And those startups are, and I congratulate, Revet, GoGoBag, and Tyra AI. Let's applaud for them. Do we have any of these startups present here? Anyone from Revet, GoGoBag, or Tyra AI? Not anymore, I guess.
They went to build their company.
Yes, you can see how hardworking they are. But yeah, congratulations on them. But
well, yeah, I mean, it was an intense day. You learned a bunch of stuff, hopefully, heard a bunch of pitches, but definitely come back for tomorrow because we have a lot. I hope that investors are flipping their scripts because they will be reverse pitching to you guys. There will be many different tips and tricks on how to build the next unicorn. And also, Red Bull Basement final pitches. So more awesome startups. Definitely come back for tomorrow. Sounds good.
you should. But the day is still early, you know, the sun is still shining, so the day hasn't ended. There are still many side events, networking opportunities for you to catch now. But most importantly, what is TechChill famous for? It's the day one big party that's going to happen right here at Hanses Perrons at starting from 9 p.m. So we'll have karaoke, beer pong stations, a packed dance floor with startups, investors mingling, and also a surprise performance. So take some rest, naps, or some energy drinks, and we'll see you back for the big party here at 9 p.m. Thank you once again, and see you this evening. Bye.